Media, an ancient Persian kingdom, emerged as a cohesive state all the way back in the late 7th century BC. Known for their unique skills in horse breeding, the Medes played a crucial role in the downfall of the Assyrian Empire through alliances with other powers, including the Babylonians. The Median kingdom eventually fell to Cyrus the Great of Persia, marking the rise of the Persian Empire. However, its legacy lived on through the administrative and cultural contributions that it left behind for the Persian system. No one really talks about the Medes anymore, and they're one of those forgotten civilizations. If you want to learn about them, you've come to the right place, because I'm going to tell their story the best I can. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's time for another video together. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, head on over to the Patreon. And if you want to like, comment, and subscribe, well, you can do that too. Now get yourself comfortable, because we now tell the story of the history of the Medes. As the second millennium BCE drew to a close, Median tribes began to establish themselves in the area that would later become known as Media, located in what is now western Iran. By the 9th century BCE, this region had caught the attention of the Assyrians, who frequently launched invasions and conducted raids across the area. This area of northwest Iran was dotted with numerous small principalities at the time. It was in 834 BCE that the Assyrian texts first recorded mention of the Medes, during the reign of Shalmaneser III, who encountered the Medes in the Hamadan plain following a military expedition. The Medes at this time were organized into various small groups led by tribal chiefs, and although the Assyrians did manage to subdue several of these leaders, they never really conquered the Median lands fully. One notable conflict occurred in 815, when Shamshi-Adad V led a campaign against the kingdom of Sagbita, deemed the royal city of the Median chief Hane-Shuruka. This assault resulted in significant destruction and loss of life, with Assyria imposing a tribute on the Median tribes henceforth, demanding horses, cattle, and the handicrafts that they had realized the Medes were so good at. The focus on Assyrian military efforts began to shift towards Media, influenced by the Urartian expansion around Lake Urmia. But despite all their efforts, and they were trying, the Assyrians failed to stop the group called the Urartians, and even allied with Mycenae against Urartu, marking a period of unsuccessful campaigns led by Adad-Ninari III against the Medes, which in turn contributed to a burgeoning political crisis within Assyria. Later, under the leadership of Tiglath-Pileser III, Assyria initiated the organization of provinces in the conquered territories, aiming to secure a steady income and a foothold for further expansion. This strategy brought the Assyrian Empire closer to the heart of Media, establishing new provinces and demanding tribute from the Median and Minoan rulers. Tiglath-Pileser's campaigns extended deep into the Median territory, resulting in imposition of tribute on the Medes and the deportation of thousands from northwest Iran to regions as far away as Phoenicia and Syria. During the reign of Sargon II, from 722 to 705, the Assyrian Empire's influence in Media reached unprecedented heights. You see, Sargon's strategy involved exerting direct control over those distant lands by implementing the provincial administration system that had proved very effective in closer and more easily managed territories. In this system, Assyrian governors were appointed alongside the existing local rulers, with governors likely overseeing aspects such as long-distance trade and taxation, while the local city lords managed the day-to-day affairs within their domains. In 716, Sargon established the centers of the new Assyrian provinces at Harhar and Kishasim, incorporating additional territories from western Media, including Sagbita. These provinces, in their tongue, were named Kar Sarukin and Kar Nergal. Now, this leads us on to Sargon's successor, Sennacherib, who ruled from 704 to 681 BC, and he actually adopted a less aggressive stance in the region, indicating a possible stabilization of Assyrian control over these new provinces of Kar Nergal and Kar Sarukin, post 713 BC at least. The system that paired Assyrian provincial governance with local Median rulers appeared to achieve a pretty good balance, at least in function. But, of course, it still had to maintain Assyrian dominance over territories established by Tiglath-Pileser and Sargon II up to the time of Esarhaddon. Sennacherib's campaign in 702 against the Zagros kingdom of Elypi marked his sole direct engagement with the Medes, from whom he received a decent amount of tribute. The Assyrian records consistently depict the Medes in this fashion, residing in settlements governed by city lords called Bel-Lalani, hinting at the emergence of a centralized authority among the Medes through their interactions. This dynamic likely facilitated the development of a more structured political and economic organization among the Median people, pushing them further and further towards an entity that resembled a state rather than just a tribe that's added to the list of conquered peoples. But this was still early days. We'll get there, don't worry. This evolution was partly driven by the necessity to respond to continuous Assyrian aggression, which also underscored the strategic importance of trade routes passing through Media, and there were plenty of them. The thriving east-west trade, especially in luxury items like lapis lazuli from Bactria, well, that just shows the evidence we have how important this area was. And in later times, it eventually catalyzed the unification under Ecbatana, I'm sure you've heard that name before, as its central city. Well, those who've watched Bronze Age history I'm sure you've heard the name Ecbatana before. And now for a source that isn't a Persian source. Herodotus, who tells us of the story of Xerxes, who leveraged a period of lawlessness in Media to establish himself as a just and impartial judge, winning widespread acclamation. However, when he stopped rather abruptly offering his judicial services, complete chaos broke out, compelling the Medes to convene and ultimately elect Xerxes as their king. So much for his retirement. Well, following his elevation, Xerxes ordered the construction of Ecbatana, centralizing all governmental power within its walls. Despite the intrigue of this tale, it comes from Herodotus, so, you know. Contemporary texts and archaeological evidence don't really support the existence of a unified Median state under Xerxes in the early 7th century BC. It's just not there. And like a lot of stuff you read in Herodotus, it's likely more of a legend than a history. But it is a fun one. And if it's fun, it goes in the video. Now in contrast, Xerxes, another source that wasn't Persian, offers a narrative about Arbaces, a Mede who rose through the ranks of the Assyrian army to become the governor of all of the Medes. Sensing the Assyrian king Sardanapalus' vulnerability, Arbaces, along with his ally Bellises, a Babylonian, staged a rebellion that led to the foundations of the Median kingdom. Although Assyrian records do not mention individuals like Arbaces or, in fact, Xerxes, these names were actually pretty common at the time and can't really be definitively linked to figures described by Greek historians. Think of these two names, Xerxes and Arbaces, as David and Aaron. If you were going to say, oh, you're from London, oh, do you know Daniel? It's kind of like this. Very common names. Now the stories of Herodotus and Xerxes diverge significantly from Near Eastern sources, which once again just casts a little bit more doubt on their historical accuracy. Now, onto the reign of Esarhaddon, which saw several forays into Iranian lands, though these expeditions were less consequential than those of his predecessors. Around 676, and before 672, he received tribute from city lords of Partuka, and Ura-Kazabarna, who sought Assyrian support against their rivals. Esarhaddon's campaign reached as far as the Caspian Sea, and even all the way to the Salt Desert near Mount Bikni. His diplomatic efforts, including securing oaths of loyalty in 672 from various Median chiefs, aimed at ensuring their allegiance to the Assyrian throne. This pact, interpreted by some as a vassal treaty, may have originated from the internal Median conflicts and the strategic positioning of Median warriors within the palace guard of Assyria. These Median chiefs pledged their loyalty to Esarhaddon and his heir, Ashurbanipal. These are some big names, huh? Doing my best. Now, during Esarhaddon's rule, Assyrian textual sources depict a highly volatile situation along the empire's eastern frontiers. After 713 BC, although it was customary for Assyrian governors to venture into the Zagros provinces to collect tribute, such missions became a little bit risky under Esarhaddon's administration. This increased danger was not just due to traditional foes like the Medes and Minoans, but also because of the presence of new threats such as the Cimmerians and Scythians within Iran. A significant concern for Syria was Kashtaritu, the city lord of Karkashi. His name frequently appears in oracle inquiries related to Median affairs, highlighting him as a political figure of considerable sway. Esarhaddon was particularly anxious about Kashtaritu's potential alliances with other Median city lords, and, of course, his capacity to launch assaults on Assyrian strongholds. Now, that being said, the historical records remain a little silent on whether the conflicts with Kashtaritu were resolved peacefully or through military means, and that suggests perhaps an unfavorable outcome for Assyria. Think about it. They'll only show you the highlight reel, right? And unfortunately for Assyria, well, all their other victories were always written down. Very keen to tell people about the times they win, not so keen to talk about it when they lose. Now, this period in general saw a general decline in Assyrian control in the east, exemplified by the loss of Saparda, which had been incorporated into the province of Harhar in 716 BC. Dusani, the city lord of Saparta, along with Kashtaritu, were noted as adversaries of Assyria in various oracle queries, indicating Assyria's diminishing grip on these far-flung provinces. And now, to a more familiar name. Under Ashurbanipal, who reigned from 668 to 630, references to the Medes in Assyrian sources drastically reduce. His annals, these annals of Ashurbanipal, mention the defeat and capture of 3 rebelling Median city lords during his 5th campaign in 656, marking the last recorded mention of the Medes in Assyrian historical records. The description of these leaders as city lords suggests that the Median political structure had remained at least somewhat consistent since the 8th century, though it remains pretty unclear whether the Assyrian provinces in the Zagros, such as Parsua, Bit-Hamban, Kishusim, and Harhar, that Kishusim and Harhar are references in Kar-Nagal and Kar-Sarukin respectively, remained under Assyrian dominion during Ashurbanipal's reign. Although Assyrian texts from this period later do not extensively mention the Iranians, implying a possible decrease in Assyrian interest or concern for them, the gradual loss of control over the Zagros province may have paved the way for the emergence of a unified Median state. Despite the somewhat lack of Assyrian documentation on a consolidated Median realm akin to the major powers of the time like, for example, Elam, Manea, Urartu, and Assyria itself, Well, the majority of scholars are pretty hesitant to dismiss Herodotus's narratives completely, and the possibility is open that his accounts hold some historical merit. Some historical merit. Well, around 40 years following their last mention in Assyrian texts, the Medes re-emerged in historical records by 615. This time under the leadership of one Xerxes. They launched an offensive against the Assyrian core territories and formed an alliance with the Babylonians. The rise of Xerxes as the leader of a unified Median force is not really talked about in the Assyrian sources, which are conveniently silent on the internal and foreign policy dynamics of Assyria during the latter half of the 7th century. The absence of records leaves us with quite a gap in understanding of the events that led to the Median consolidation under Xerxes, but once again, only show the highlight reel. Now, this period from 670 to 615, possibly under Ashurbanipal or his successors, is speculated to have been crucial for the formation of a unified Median state. And this scarcity of records leads us to Herodotus, particularly regarding Xerxes. Now, his depiction of Xerxes and the latter's significance in the downfall of Nineveh is supported by several Babylonian chronicles, lending a little bit more weight to Herodotus's portrayal of Xerxes' reign and his leadership over this new united Median entity. Herodotus also recounts that Xerxes was succeeded by his son Phraates, suggesting a possible misalignment in the sequence of events or the conflation of achievements across reigns. Well, all in all, this narrative essentially proposes that the actual unification of the Median tribes and the establishment of Media's capital may have been the work of Xerxes' successor, rather than Xerxes himself. While Phraates has been associated by some with Kashtarito, that figure evolved in the revolt against the Assyrians in 672, timelines are a little bit hazy, and they unfortunately don't leave us with any coins to show the reigns of certain kings, which is usually the easiest way of getting the things right. Oh well, maybe we'll find something later on. Now, the consensus, at least, as of 2024, among some historians, suggests that it was under Xerxes, purportedly the son of Phraates, that the Medes had unified, with the reign beginning in 625. Around that time, the Syrian state was facing a whole lot of difficulties, and continued to do so from 627 onwards, and the Medes took the advantages that they could, and it seems that they were somewhat solidified after 631. Now, this period for Assyria was marked by instability in both domestic and Babylonian fronts, and it was only the most prudent decision that the Medes would consolidate power in the vacuum that was quickly forming. Now, on to a different geographical setting. In ancient times, the expansive regions of the north of the Black and Caspian Seas were populated by the Scythians, and I've done a whole video on them if you want to go watch it. But in the late 8th and 7th centuries BC, these nomadic warriors decided to venture from the Caspian Sea and Black Sea areas into western Iran, which of course significantly influenced the course of the region's history during the Iron Age. Now this era, particularly the involvement of the Scythians in western Iran's plateau, is noted as a very important time. Herodotus mentions a period of Scythian dominance, which ostensibly occurred within the Median dynasty's lineage. However, once again, the exact timing of this interregnum is debatable, with estimates ranging from 635 to 615, and some people more putting it around 653 to around 620. Once again, we wait for further confirmation. Now Herodotus narrates that Phraates, a Median king, had launched his unsuccessful attack against Assyria, during which he and a large portion of the army were killed. Following this, his successor Xerxes sought to avenge his father by laying siege to Nineveh, at the time the Assyrian capital. But they were thwarted. By who? Well, the Scythians, of course. A Scythian force led by Madies, resulting in the Medes' defeat. And the Scythians, of course, seized control over the region. The Scythians' rule was marked by a great deal of harshness and heavy taxation, leading Xerxes to strategize their overthrow by inviting the Scythian leaders to dinner. And when they got there, he made sure they ate and drank as much as possible. Especially drank as much as possible, because his plan was to get them all drunk and then kill them all, killed to death. And it worked. And as with all great plans for revolution, rivers of blood followed by eternal paradise. Good job, Xerxes. Now, the narrative suggests that the Scythians' rule was somewhat transient, and it possibly ended due to their voluntary withdrawal, or perhaps simply their absorption into a growing Median confederation. While Herodotus assigns a 28-year period to Scythian domination, this duration is highly improbable due to the nomadic nature of the Scythians, who were unlikely to maintain control over large territories for such a long period of time. I mean, it could have happened, but the Scythians generally did not like that. It is argued, however, that the Scythian presence in western Iran was much, much shorter, with the Medes quickly regaining their strength and territory shortly after the Scythians, well, the ones that were left after the dinner party, decided to unhitch their horses and ride away to their next adventure. Which leads us to the death of Ashurbanipal, which of course was going to affect the Medes as well as it affects everybody. He died in 631, and the Assyrian Empire faced a significant political instability, setting the stage for the Babylonian rebellion led by Nabopolassar in 626. Now he was initially the governor of the southern regions, and emerged as a key figure in this revolt, and soon recognized as well as the King of Babylon. Lofty title, I know. While he succeeded in taking control of Babylon, his dominion over all of Babylonia wasn't immediate, and he was necessitated in making alliances against the Syrian force. Now Herodotus mentions the death of the Median king Phraaortes around this time, 625, during an unsuccessful attack on Assyria. What does that mean? Well, that hints that there was Median-Assyrian conflicts at this time, and they could have been allied with Babylon. But these specific details on the Medes' relationships with the Assyrians at this time, or their geographical positioning relative to the Assyrian heartland, remains a little sparse. Now, by 616, the Babylonians had scored significant victories against the Assyrians, whether they had help from the Medes or not, but it does suggest, and it looks fairly obvious, that they had coordination with them. The mention of the Medes near Arapa in 615 hints at a collaborative stance between the Medes and Babylonians, implying a strategic approach towards the Assyrian strongholds. And they were big. There were some serious fortresses for the time, but give them the credit that was due. Now the pivotal moment came in 614, when the Medes under Xerxes launched a successful campaign against Assyria, capturing key cities before a joint effort with the Babylonians aimed at Assur. This period of cooperation included a formal alliance between Nabopolassar and Cyaxares, reportedly sealed by the marriage of Cyaxares' daughter Amytis to Nebuchadnezzar II, who was Nabopolassar's son. The narrative from 613 to 612 shows fluctuation in the mentions of the Medes in historical records, but it does culminate in a significant role during the siege and fall of Nineveh in 612. Post-Nineveh, while the Medes did return to their land, the Babylonians weren't done partying yet, and they continued the campaigns, eventually even securing a defensive victory against the Assyrians and the Egyptians at Carchemish in 605 BC. Once again, the extent of Median involvement in this final defeat remains unclear, and if there was anyone saying that there was Median involvement, it is perhaps due to a little bit of speculation. So what happened when Assyria fell? Well, the aftermath saw most of its territories immediately come under Babylonian control, challenging earlier views that the Medes and Babylonians divided Assyrian lands equally. There is evidence, including the Babylonian Chronicle, suggesting that the Medes did take control of the regions primarily in Zagros, with subsequent narratives indicating possible Median dominance in Haran. And by the late 7th century, the Medes had evolved into a formidable political entity, underscored by their joint conquest with Babylon. The nature of the Median political organization during this period still remains a little bit debatable. We don't quite have enough evidence to really say for sure. While some argue for a sophisticated empire modeled after Assyrian imperial structures, others suggest that the Medes were a significant military force, without much of a development for state institutions. This debate centers around the time from the fall of Nineveh in 612 up to the Persian conquest of Ecbatana in 550. Sorry about the spoilers. A period where the Median Empire's existence is inferred, but once again, poorly documented. Now, despite the lack of these detailed records, which is of course a real shame, evidence from Babylonian and biblical texts confirms the Medes' critical political influence in the post-Assyrian Near East. Putting them aside, Lydia, Egypt, and Babylon as one of the four dominant powers. Their expansion established a direct border with Lydia in central Anatolia, indicated by hostilities traced back before a solar eclipse in 585, suggesting Median conquests of Mycenae and Urartu prior to 590. The possibility that the Medes, rather than the Babylonians, attacked Urartu around 609 is supported by some interpretations of the Babylonian Chronicle, and hints at a coordinated effort with Babylon to extend Median influence into Anatolia itself. The destruction of Urartu, often attributed to the Medes, alongside the decline of the Cimmerian power in Cappadocia, facilitated their expansion into Asia Minor. This expansion set the stage for conflict with Lydia, leading to a war punctuated by a notable solar eclipse during the battle, prompting peace negotiations mediated by influential figures from both Babylon and Cilicia. The resulting treaty established the boundary of the Halys River between Media and Lydia, solidifying a new regional power balance through strategic marriages and alliances. Herodotus suggests that under Xerxes' leadership the Medes extended their control across a vast region, conquering territories as diverse as Cappadocia and Urartu, along with various peoples and tribes in the area, potentially including the Tiberani, Macrones, Mushki, and the Mares, along with a few other smaller tribes. Now, following Xerxes' death and the peace treaty with Lydia, Astyages ascended to the throne. His reign is even less documented than his predecessors. Sorry, what do you want me to tell you? It's marked, though, by significant family alliances through his marriage to Aryenis and his sister Amytis's marriage to Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon. These connections, however, did not preclude tensions with Babylon, as suggested by expectations of a Median invasion in the 590s reflected in Jeremiah's speeches. Old Testament stuff, yeah. Now, Astyages' reign also saw the significant marital alliance with the Achaemenid dynasty, through the marriage of his daughter Mandane to Cambyses I, potentially connecting him to Cyrus the Great. We'll get back to him later. Efforts to consolidate and centralize Median power during Astyages' rule might have faced opposition from the tribal nobility, contributing to the kingdom's vulnerability. And furthermore, Astyages' military campaigns, including those against the Caduceans and the Sacae, underscore this ongoing challenge from both nomadic and settled adversaries, and it suggests the Medes had maintained a defensive posture along their northern borders near the Caspian Sea. Despite a relatively stable reign, Astyages eventually faced internal and external pressure, and it culminated in conflicts such as the Armenian king Tigranes, although these accounts are considered a little less reliable. Herodotus and Ctesias present the conflict between the Medes and the Persians as an extended uprising, with Cyrus II leading Persia against Median dominance, a portrayal not directly corroborated by contemporary sources, mind you. The Nabonidus Chronicle, a closer to the event account, records that in 550 Astyages launched a campaign against Cyrus specifically for conquest. But his troops were not having it, and I think this is rather hilarious. Apparently, while he was trying to rouse them up and say, guys, we're going to war, we are going to take out Cyrus and we are going to take the spoils, the troops revolted, captured him, bailed him up, and delivered him straight to Cyrus. I mean, talk about disobeying orders, right? Of course, all of this led to the capture of Ecbatana by Cyrus. Well, and it certainly also suggests this sudden end to Median rule in this rather sad and embarrassing manner. Now, Babylonian records, focusing on titles and identities, distinctly recognize Cyrus as the king of Anshan and Astyages as the king of the Medes, without hinting at familial connections that Herodotus sometimes attributes to them. And this discrepancy raises a few questions about the historical accuracy of Herodotus's version, particularly his portrayal of Cyrus as both Astyages' vassal and grandson. Yeah, Herodotus's proofreading is a little bit strange, but it's fun. Leave him alone, it's okay. Now, this revolt of the Median army, which was pivotal in the transition of power, may have stemmed from a lot of broader societal changes within the Median and Persian realms. By the 6th century, Iranian tribes were increasingly adopting more settled lifestyles, as in they weren't nomadic anymore, and their leaders were taking on more regal roles and behaviors distinct from the traditional tribal chiefdom customs. Astyages' punitive actions against these emerging leaders likely fueled more than a little bit of discontent, setting the stage for a rebellion that facilitated the ascent of Cyrus and the establishment of a Persian supremacy over Media. So, Cyrus, following the victory over Astyages and the seizure of Ecbatana, transferred all of its wealth back to Anshan, stripped the whole city. The true breadth of territories that came under Cyrus's control through conquest is something that we're not really sure, especially around Media, but it did potentially encompass vassal states like Armenia, Cappadocia, Parthia, Aria, and Drangiana. The legitimacy of Cyrus's rules could partly be attributed to his familial ties with Astyages, a connection that may have been fabricated or exaggerated to justify the Persian dominance over the Median territories. Further narratives, such as the ones from Ctesias, introduce another layer of complexity by suggesting that Cyrus married a daughter of Astyages, possibly named Amythis, to solidify his claim to the throne. No other reason but that. A strategic alliance. Well, it certainly is a recurring theme in the consolidation of power, especially in Near Eastern politics. Well, Cyrus, he didn't stop at Media. He soon confronted Croesus of Lydia, extending Persian control even further west and eventually even conquered Babylon. The rapid succession of conquests sort of lends to his namesake, and it highlights his formidable leadership and a good deal of military skill. He was not messing around. In the aftermath of all of these conquests, the Medians were still around, and they enjoyed a pretty prominent status within the Achaemenid Empire, albeit not as independent as they used to be. They weren't just a major province, but they were also the favored residents for the Persian kings. But all the privilege of that position didn't prevent the internal unrest. The beginning of Darius the Great's reign was marked by widespread revolts across the empire, including a significant one in Media led by a pretender also named Phraortes, who claimed descent from Xerxes. Despite all the initial successes, Phraortes was quelled by Darius, and it culminated in his rather violent execution. This, of course, discouraged other people from having any bright ideas of their own. But it was this revolt that was among the last major challenges to Achaemenid authority. The final frenzied swing from the Medians. Canaan, an ancient region located in the Levant, corresponding to modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and parts of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. Historically, it was the land bridge between the ancient civilizations of the Near East and Egypt, making it a melting pot of cultures, peoples, and religions. During the second millennium BC, Canaan was composed of various city-states and culturally diverse populations, including the Amorites, the Hittites, and later the Phoenicians, who were renowned for their maritime trading and development of the alphabet. Thus, the region was strategically significant due to its location and resources. Of course, this led to frequent conquests and influence by dominant empires of the time, such as the Egyptians, the Assyrians, Babylonians, and of course, eventually, the Romans. Come back with me to the Bronze Age. We'll start right from the beginning. But first, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, then it's a pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it is a pleasure to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, just by enjoying the content at your own pace is the best way to do it. A like and subscribe certainly does go appreciated, but if you want to go above and beyond, there are a few links in the video description. But before any of that, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our history of Canaan. The so-called Gasulian culture, which emerged in Canaan around 4500 BC, give or take, marks the beginning of the Chalcolithic period in the region. This culture is notable for its advanced metalworking skills, particularly in copper smithing, which were among the most sophisticated of the ancient world. The Gasulians are believed to have migrated from an unspecified homeland, bringing with them a highly developed tradition of craftsmanship. Their technological expertise is evidenced by the high quality of their metal artifacts, some of which scholars do suggest that they share similarities with those produced by the later Maycop culture. And this has led to speculation that both cultures might have descended from a common metalworking tradition. Now, the main source of copper for the Gasulians was the Wadi Feinan area, where they mined malachite from the Cambrian Burj Dolomite shale unit. The extracted copper was then smelted at various sites within the Beersheba culture, indicating a well-established network of production and distribution. Genetic studies have shed light on the origins of the Chasulians, linking them to the West Asian haplogroup TM184. This genetic marker supports the theory that they were part of a broader migratory pattern from West Asia to Canaan. But the end of the Chalcolithic period in Canaan saw significant developments, including the rise of urban settlements like En-Esur on the southern Mediterranean coast. During the early Bronze Age, significant developments occurred in the ancient Near East, including the rise of prominent cities such as Ebla, in what is now the modern country of Syria. Around 2300 BC, Ebla became part of the expansive Akkadian Empire under Sargon the Great and his successor Naram-Sin. This period marked a high point in the cultural and political integration of the region, with Eblaite, an East Semitic language, becoming a prominent language of administration and culture. Thus, Ebla's incorporation into the Akkadian Empire illustrates the connections that existed across Mesopotamia and the broader Levant. Historical references from Sumerian sources, even before the Akkadian expansion, such as mentions of Enshakushana of Uruk, highlight the long-standing interactions between these civilizations. Although some ancient texts, like those attributing regional control to the Sumerian king Lugal-an-Mundu, are viewed with a little bit of skepticism due to their much later creation. They do underscore, however, the region's importance in early Mesopotamian imperial ambitions. Well, the geographical reach of the Amorites, another influential group, extended into areas around Hazor, Kadesh, yes, the same Kadesh, the site of the famous battle, and throughout the region known as Amuru, adjacent to Canaan, in the north and northeast. The political landscape during this time was dynamic, as evidenced by the eventual collapse of the Akkadian Empire around 2154 BC, which coincided with the arrival of new populations using Khirbet Kerak wares, identified archaeologically with groups from the Zagros Mountains. This era also saw substantial migratory movements, as genetic studies indicate significant population shifts from the Chalcolithic Zagros and the Bronze Age Caucasus into southern Levant regions between 2500 and 1000 BC. These movements contributed to the ethnic and cultural mosaic of the region, fostering extensive trade networks and cultural exchanges that included Egypt, Asia Minor, and of course, Mesopotamia. Significant urban centers like En-Esur and Megiddo emerged, marking the rise of what would be known as the Proto-Canaanite cities. These cities were integral in maintaining trade and cultural links with neighboring regions through the Iron Age. However, the end of this period saw a notable shift, as many of these urban centers were abandoned in favor of a return to agrarian village life and semi-nomadic herding, although specialized crafts and trade routes persisted on. And now the city-state of Ugarit, another important site from the late Bronze Age, epitomizes the Canaanite cultural and political milieu. Despite its language, Ugaritic not being classified within the Canaanite language group. a controversial reference to a Lord of Ganana in the Ebla tablets, suggests early recognition of Canaan as a distinct entity, all the way back to 2500 BC. But do remember that this interpretation remains a topic of debate. Perhaps we'll find some more tablets under the ground that shed further light on it. Now, by the time of the Middle Bronze Age, the Levant, particularly the region known as Canaan, had developed into a landscape dotted with burgeoning city-states, and among them, notably significant, was Hazor. This era witnessed a pronounced Mesopotamian influence on Canaanite material culture, indicative of the region's integration into an expansive international trade network that connected it with the broader ancient Near East. During the reign of Naram-Sin of Akkad, which was around 2240 BC, the concept of Amuru was recognized as one of the 4 quarters that surrounded the Akkadian Empire, along with Subartu, another name for Assyria, Sumer, and Elam. Now the term Amuru later evolved in Assyrian and Akkadian language usage to refer not only to the interior regions of the south, but also to parts of Canaan to the north. During this period, Canaan was likely split between 2 major confederacies, one centered around Megiddo in the fertile Jezreel Valley, and another based around the northern city of Kadesh on the Orontes River. The Amorites, a significant West Semitic-speaking people, played a role in the political landscape of Mesopotamia. Notably, an Amorite chieftain named Sumu Abum established Babylon as an independent city-state in 1894 BC. This marked the beginning of a dynamic period in which Babylonian culture flourished under Amorite influence, culminating in the reign of the great Hammurabi from 1792 to 1750 BC. I'm sure that you have heard the name, but if you haven't, you should know that Hammurabi is renowned for his legal code and for founding the first Babylonian empire, though his empire did dissolve very quickly after his death, leading to the displacement of the Amorites from Assyria and their continued role in Babylonia until their overthrow by the Hittites in 1595 BC. Oh, the Hittites. Well, their capital was Hattusa, depending on the pronunciation. Think of the Anatolia region, Turkey. That was their rough neighborhood. Now, Canaan and its interaction with Egypt during this time is also well documented. Fortunately, the Egyptians were kind enough to keep some records for us. The semi-fictional story of Sinuhe, from around 1950 BC, recounts the adventures of an Egyptian officer in Canaan, providing insights into the military engagements of Egypt in the region. More concretely, the Sebek-Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, which was circa 1862 BC, offers the earliest solid evidence of an Egyptian military campaign into Canaan, targeting locations like Shechem, illustrating the ongoing strategic significance of the region as a contact zone between major civilizations of the ancient Near East. The prevailing theme with Canaan is that it is pretty much constantly the meat in the sandwich between any Near East or Anatolian kingdom that wants to have any conflict with the Egyptians or pretty much anybody else. If you want to do anything, you have to go through Canaan. The connections between Canaan and the broader Mesopotamian and Syrian regions during the Middle Bronze Age are highlighted by various historical and archaeological sources. One such instance is a letter from one Mutbisir to Shamshi-Adad I of the old Assyrian Empire, which mentions the presence of brigands, Habatum, and Canaanites, Kinanum, in a place called Rahisum. It was found in the ruins of Mari, an Assyrian outpost in Syria. Now, the use of this term, Kinahum, in the Mari letters has sparked a bit of debate regarding whether it refers to the people from a specific region or simply denotes people of foreign origin. The statue of Idrimi from Alalak, 16th century BC, which references Canaan directly, narrates the tale of Idrimi, whom, following a popular uprising and his subsequent exile, sought refuge in the land of Canaan. This statement is crucial, as it provides early evidence of Canaan being recognized as a distinct geographical and cultural entity. Around 1650 BC, the eastern Nile Delta saw the arrival of the Canaanites, who later came to be known as the Hyksos. These groups became the dominant power in the region, marking a significant period in the history of ancient Egypt and its interactions with neighboring cultures. The terms Amar and Amuru, Amorites, found in Egyptian inscriptions from this period typically refer to the mountainous regions east of Phoenicia, stretching to the Orontes, and this underscores the geographic and cultural complexities of the ancient Near East. Archaeological findings from various sites identified as Canaanite, such as the city of Hazor, indicate that this area was a peak of prosperity for Canaan. Hazor's prominence is particularly noted, with its status as a tributary to Egypt for much of the Middle Bronze Age. The cities of Yamkat and Katna in the north and Hazor in the south each played central roles in major confederacies. During the early and late Bronze Age, Canaan was not a unified political entity, but instead was made up of various city-states and confederacies, notably those centered around Megiddo and Kadesh. These entities had fluctuating allegiances and levels of independence before becoming more directly involved with the major empires of the period, such as Egypt and, later, the Hittite and Neo-Assyrian empires. The dynamics of these relationships were, of course, complex, often involving military campaigns, tribute payments, and diplomatic marriages. And, of course, there was always the to and fro. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Such is the Bronze Age. The Amorites, a significant Semitic-speaking group mentioned extensively in the Hebrew Bible, were integral to the social and political fabric of Canaan. Initially dominant in Babylonia, the Amorites are depicted in biblical texts as having significant settlements in Canaan as well. Verses from various books such as Genesis, Joshua, and Deuteronomy describe them primarily in the southern mountain regions and the eastern territories beyond the Jordan River. Notably, the cities of Heshbon and Ashtaroth are cited as major centers under Amorite control. The term Amorite, this word in particular in biblical usage, sometimes appears synonymous with Canaanite, although it is specifically not used for populations along the coast. Egyptian influence in Canaan fluctuated over the centuries, with periods of direct control interspersed with phases of more hands-off oversight, which allowed for local power struggles and, of course, rebellions. Egyptian dominance in Canaan was most pronounced during the reigns of pharaohs Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, who led several campaigns into the region to quell rebellions and secure loyalty among the Canaanite city-states. A particularly intriguing aspect of this period is the mention of the Habiru, or Apiru in Egyptian sources. These groups are first noted during the reign of Thutmose III and appear to have been a mixture of mercenaries, brigands, and a mishmash of displaced peoples with nowhere else to go. Thus, their presence in the region is indicative of the socio-political instability that certainly could arise from economic hardships or the breakdown of societal structures. The Habiru were a kind of wild card in the power dynamics of the region, often serving as mercenaries for hire to the highest bidder, which could include local city-state rulers or even foreign powers seeking to influence Canaan. During the period of the New Kingdom in Egypt, particularly under the reigns of Amenhotep III and his successor Akhenaten, the political landscape of Canaan was dramatically influenced by the movements and activities of various groups known as the Habiru. And these groups were not so much defined by ethnicity as they were a social class or status, often associated with a disruptive, outsider presence in the regions they inhabited. Of course, they were noted in various ancient texts, including Egyptian and Mesopotamian sources, and their activities spanned across a wide area, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, and everywhere in between. They are often identified with disenfranchised elements of society, those rebels and mercenaries. In Canaan, their association with the Indo-Aryan ruling aristocracy of the Hurrians, known as the Mitanni, further complicates their identity, suggesting a blend of cultural and ethnic backgrounds, including Hurrian, Semitic, Kassite, and Luwian elements. The political activities of the Habiru, while they became particularly notable during the reign of Amenhotep III. This pharaoh's reign, which had initially seemed stable and prosperous, began to experience turmoil due to the actions of local chieftains in Canaan, who, like Aziru, son of Abdi Ashirta, sought to extend their power with the backing of neighboring kingdoms such as the Hittite Empire. Aziru's maneuvers in the region, particularly around the plains of Damascus, posed a direct challenge to Egyptian authority. Reports from local governors like Akizi of Katna and Ribhadar of Byblos, who remained loyal to Egypt, highlighted these challenges, but failed to elicit a strong response from an increasingly indifferent Egyptian throne under Amenhotep and later Akhenaten. Now, Akhenaten's reign, if you know a little about Egyptian history, was of course quite an interesting one. I made an old video about him, but I want to make a new one, and particularly Artanism. But yeah, we'll get to that later. We'll just briefly go over it today. Well, you see, his reign was characterized by religious innovations, if we could say so, and a neglect of foreign affairs, which saw a further decline in Egyptian influence in Canaan and, well, pretty much everywhere else. The political vacuum, of course, allowed the Hittites under Suppiluliuma to advance into Syria, further complicating the regional dynamics. Aziru and his father initially feared the Hittite advance, but they eventually formed an alliance with them. This alliance enabled them to seize control of territories that had remained loyal to Egypt, and effectively sidelined Egyptian authority in the region. Oh, how the mighty fall! Well, the correspondence from Rib Hada, filled with desperate pleas for assistance, begging almost, illustrates the decline of Egyptian power and the shifting allegiances in Canaan. Now these communications, largely ignored by Akhenaten, who had other things to worry about, just show the broader shifts in Near Eastern geopolitics during this period, where major powers like Egypt and the Hittites continued to vie for control, and local rulers like Aziru maneuvered between these giants for their own advantage. Well, the Amarna letters provide a more vivid snapshot of the political and military turmoil in Canaan during this period of the Late Bronze Age, particularly dealing with the interactions between local city rulers and those encroaching Habiru. These letters sent to the Egyptian pharaoh reveal the anxieties and shifting allegiances of Canaanite rulers as they dealt with both internal and external threats. In these letters, Etekama of Kadesh and Zimrida of Sidon express their concerns about the territories lost to the Habiri. Etekama's letters show his commitment to recovering these lost cities and reaffirming his loyalty to the pharaoh, showing once again the strategic importance of these areas near Kadesh and Ubi. His declaration of readiness to bring back these cities, and I quote, "If thy gods and thy son go before me," shows again his reliance on divine support and Egyptian military backing to regain control. Zimrida's situation in Sidon illustrates a similar plight, where the loss of the cities of the Habiri threatens his rule and his relationship with Egypt as a whole. His plea indicates the critical role Egyptian military support played in maintaining the stability of these vassal states, who simply could not stand on their own. Abdi Hebi of Jerusalem provides another layer to this complex political landscape. His reports detail the internal strife and alliances with the Habiri, pointing to a widespread destabilization of the region. His mention of Liliki and the sons of Labaya suggest a network of local power struggles, where familial and political alliance could shift the balance of power. Abdi Hebi's desperate call for Egyptian troops shows once again his precarious position, caught between external invaders and internal betrayal. Namyawaza's defense to the pharaoh and attempts to counter accusations of disloyalty by affirming his readiness to support Egypt with his forces shows his loyalty, despite the accusations from other local rulers like Etekama. Now, during the New Kingdom, Egypt established a strong presence within the Levant, achieving its peak under the 18th dynasty. However, this control wavered during the 19th and 20th dynasties, partly due to external pressures, and of course the shifting priorities of the Egyptian pharaohs. Ramesses II, despite his vast building projects and portrayal of power, faced challenges in maintaining Egypt's foothold in the region. His battle at Kadesh in 1275 against the Hittites, while tactically indecisive, was framed as a victory in the Egyptian records. However, the Hittites eventually gained control over significant parts of the northern Levant, illustrating the limits of Egyptian influence and Ramesses' diminishing focus on Asiatic affairs. Merneptah, Ramesses' successor, continued the tradition of military campaigns in the Levant, as reflected in the Merneptah stele. This stele, while claiming victories over various groups, including the Israelites, is considered largely propagandistic, as archaeological evidence does not corroborate such widespread destruction. This indicates that Merneptah's campaigns may have been more about projecting power than any actual military success. The gradual Egyptian withdrawal from the Levant, spanning approximately a century from the late 13th to the end of the 12th century BC, reflects a broader internal issue within Egypt rather than just the impact of the Sea Peoples, whose invasions around 1200 BC are often highlighted in historical accounts. Thus, this period saw a reduction in Egyptian administrative and military presence, with many sites being abandoned peacefully rather than through conflict. Specific sites like the Egyptian garrison at Afek were destroyed through warfare, indicating localized conflicts during this period of decline. The gate complex in Jaffa and partial destruction at Beth Shean, possibly due to an earthquake, show the varied reasons for the decay of Egyptian structures in the region. Now, the historical context that surrounds the ancient Middle East, specifically within the southern Levant, showcases a dynamic shift in the importance and fortifications of cities like Jerusalem. During the Middle Bronze Age and the later Iron Age period, Jerusalem stood as a significant fortified city. In contrast, the intervening periods, namely the late Bronze Age and the early to Middle Iron Ages, saw Jerusalem as comparatively minor and unfortified, indicating a fluctuation in political and economic stability. Post-Amarna period, 1353 to 1336 BC, presented substantial challenges for Egyptian control over southern Canaan. The pharaoh Horemheb's campaigns against Shasu, nomadic tribes identified as wanderers in the Egyptian texts, show the constant military efforts required to secure Egyptian trade routes through regions such as Galilee and the Jezreel Valley. Seti I, around 1290 BC, further extended these military campaigns to consolidate control from the fortress of Taru to Kan-Na, areas south and east of the Dead Sea, demonstrating the strategic necessity of subduing nomadic disruptions to ensure overall regional stability. The era following the contested Battle of Kadesh under Ramesses II further necessitated vigorous Egyptian military presence in Canaan, culminating in the establishment of permanent military installations, such as the fortress garrison named Ramesses, for obvious reasons, in territories like Moab and Ammon. Now, the term Habiru that we have discussed is indicative of a broader socio-political complexity of the region, and it refers to various nomadic groups, and among those groups we can indeed include the Hebrews. The term itself encapsulates a range of ancient Semitic-speaking peoples who might include Moabites, Ammonites, and Edomites, though its specific application often varied, and this ambiguity highlights the fluid identities and alliances of the period, shaped by the exigencies of survival and power dynamics in the Near East. Now, in the context around the fall of the Bronze Age and the historical narratives surrounding the southern Levant, around those times of 1200 BC, the picture is a little bit complex and challenges those traditional notions of a widespread societal collapse due to external invasions. You can't blame everything on these so-called sea peoples, because despite widespread assumptions of catastrophic destruction and a collapse of trade systems, the archaeological evidence suggests a continuity and resilience in several major urban centers and their economic activities. At Lakhnish, notable for its strategic and cultural significance, there is evidence of a localized fire, specifically adjacent to two ovens, which suggests a domestic incident rather than a widespread destruction layer. Interestingly, following this event, the city witnessed substantial reconstruction, hinting at a robust recovery rather than a prolonged decline. This pattern of resilience is mirrored in Megiddo, where despite the absence of widespread destruction, some ambiguity remains about the fate of a palace in the complex area AA, suggesting selective rather than a general catastrophe. Well, the city of Hazor, as we've mentioned a few times, did experience significant destruction. But this destructive event is dated to the mid-13th century BC, well before the presumed crisis at the end of the Late Bronze Age, indicating that its downfall was part of a separate and earlier sequence of events. In contrast, many other cities in the region, such as Ascaluna, Astudu, and Tel Dor, among others, show very little archaeological signs of being destroyed around 1200 BC, which of course complicates that narrative of a region-wide collapse. Trade relations, contrary to the decline hypothesis, appear to have remained robust beyond 1200 BC. The cessation of trade in Cypriot and Mycenaean pottery occurred before the traditional date of collapse, with Cypriot pottery trade ending around 1300 and Mycenaean around 1250. And this suggests that the changes in trade patterns were not a result of the alleged widespread destruction at all. Furthermore, ongoing trade with Egypt post-1200 BC and continued importation of metals such as tin and lead, of course critical commodities for Bronze Age economies, indicate a still functioning network of trade and cultural exchange. Archaeometallurgical studies underscore that the tin trade, vital for bronze production, did not diminish as might be expected in a scenario of general economic breakdown. Well, by the early Iron Age, a complex tapestry of political entities had emerged in southern Levant. It was a period characterized by the establishment of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, flanked by the Philistine city-states along the Mediterranean coast. To the east of the Jordan River, the kingdoms of Moab, Ammon, and Aram Damascus marked their territories, while Edom lay to the south. The northern Levant was divided among various petty kingdoms, including the Syro-Hittite states and the Phoenician city-states along the coast. This diverse and fragmented region came under the sway of the Neo-Assyrian Empire during the 10th and 9th centuries BC. The empire, with its aggressive expansionist policy, dominated the region for about 300 years, up to the end of the 7th century. Assyrian emperors such as Ashur-narsipal, Adid-Ninari, Sargon II, and Tiglath-Pileser III exerted considerable influence over the affairs of the Canaanite states as well as the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. During this Assyrian dominance, the Egyptians attempted to reclaim influence in the region during the 25th dynasty, but were eventually defeated by the Assyrians, cementing Assyrian control over Egypt itself. However, the Neo-Assyrian Empire began to unravel due to internal strife and a series of civil wars around 616 to 605 BC. This decline was hastened by the combined attacks from a coalition of Babylonians, Medes, Persians, and of course the Scythians. Following the collapse of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Babylonian Empire rose to prominence, inheriting much of the former Assyrian territories, and that of course includes all the lands in Canaan and Syria. The Neo-Babylonians managed to defeat the Egyptians and exerted their control over the region, maintaining the administrative structures and influence previously established by the Assyrians. This Neo-Babylonian rule lasted until its defeat by the Achaemenid Empire in 539, and subsequently the region became part of that vast Achaemenid Empire, marking a period of relative stability, until of course the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332. Alexander's campaigns brought Hellenistic influences to the region, which later came under Roman control by the late 2nd century BC. This transition marked the beginning of a long period of Roman and subsequently Byzantine rule, which continued until the Arab Islamic invasions and conquests of the 7th century AD. Now, back in the 2nd millennium BC, this term Canaan was used by the ancient Egyptians to denote an area that functioned essentially as an Egyptian colony, aligning closely with the geographic delineation of Canaan, which is described in the Hebrew Bible. This region was bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, the vicinity of Hamath in Syria to the north, the Jordan Valley to the east, extended to a line from the Dead Sea to around Gaza in the south. However, you must remember that the Egyptian use of the term was broader than the biblical description, as it sometimes included the coastal city of Kadesh in northwestern Syria near Turkey. Consequently, the Egyptian usage sometimes extended the concept of Canaan to encompass what was pretty much the entire Levantine coast, synonymous with another term used by the Egyptians, Retjenu. Lebanon, in particular, referred to by the Egyptians as Upper Retjenu, was part of the northern Canaan region and was bordered by the Litani River to the watershed of the Orontes River. The term Dahi, referring to the watershed of the Jordan River, appears in Egyptian campaign records, indicating military engagements in the region. These accounts highlight the significance of Canaan as a strategic and contested territory, but it also makes it a little bit confusing, because if you have the Hebrew Bible showing the territory as one thing, and then you have the Egyptians showing it as another. So what exactly is Canaan? Or rather, was Canaan? Well, I suppose it depends who you ask. But what we do know is that Canaan is mentioned in several Egyptian texts starting from the 18th dynasty onwards, and a few notable references include inscriptions from Amenhotep II, listing Canaanites among prisoners of war. Bad luck for them, I suppose. There is also a few papyrus describing them. For example, Anastasi Papyrus, describing routes from Seal to Gaza as passing through the foreign countries of the end of the land of Canaan. There's also the Merneptah stele and other documents like the Papyrus Anastasi 3a and 4, referring to Canaanite slaves from Huru. Also, Papyrus Harris and other texts that describe Ramesses III's interaction with the region, including the construction of a temple in what is known as Pa Canaan, after the turmoil caused by the peoples of the sea exist. Of course, these references show Egypt's administrative engagement with Canaan, a constant theme among around that 18th dynasty and onwards. But still, the term remains a complex one. Now, in terms of the Phoenicians, the term Phoenicia first appears in Western literature in Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, seminal works from the 8th century BC, which are kind of required reading if you ask me. If you've not read them, turn off the video and go read them now. Anyway, now this designation for the region, however, is not found in the Hebrew Bible, but it is mentioned in the New Testament, specifically in the book of Acts. The name Phoenicia itself derives from the Greek term phoenix, which, according to Hecataeus of Miletus, 6th century BC, and later Philo of Byblos, originally referred to as Yavah. Now, Philo incorporated this into his mythology, suggesting that it was the ancient name given by the mythical figure Kronos during the era when cities like Byblos, Berytus, and Tyre were among the earliest to be established. These cities are credited with pioneering many of the civilization's key aspects, such as fishing, hunting, agriculture, shipbuilding, and even the development of writing. Of course, the Phoenicians, certainly famous for that. Now, the significant renaming of the region to Syria Palestina by the Romans post the Bar Kokhba revolt around 135 AD, possibly under Emperor Hadrian, aimed to sever the Jewish connection to the region, kind of like a punishment. But once again, this reasoning behind it remains a subject to scholarly debate, and I'm sure will definitely continue to be so for quite a long time. A little bit of a sensitive topic, let's just say that. I'm sure you're well aware. Well, the last known Egyptian reference to Canaan appears on the statue of Patiset, dating back to between 900 and 850 BC, indicating the envoy's ties to both Canaan and Peliset. But after this, references to Canaan simply aren't there. It fades away, with neither the dominant Neo-Assyrian nor the Achaemenid empires mentioning it in their records either. So I suppose, until we find something else, that for now, the story of Canaan is over. The Minoans were an ancient civilization that flourished on the island of Crete during the Aegean Bronze Age, approximately 2600 to 1100 BC. Renowned for their vibrant cities and palaces, such as the famous Knossos, the Minoans are considered Europe's first advanced civilization. They developed a sophisticated society with impressive artistic achievements, characterized by intricate frescoes and pottery, which depict a deep connection with nature and also maritime activities. They were also known for their unique writing systems, nowadays referred to as Linear A and Linear B, with the latter being deciphered as an early form of Greek. Their civilization gradually declined under mysterious circumstances, including possible natural disasters or perhaps invasions, leading to the eventual rise of the Mycenaean civilization on mainland Greece. Do you want to learn more about them? Well, you are in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, if you think YouTube should show my videos to more people, clicking the like button will push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, let's begin our exploration into the Minoans. Before we do begin, much of our references will be archaeological ones. And do keep in mind that there is a lot of speculation involved, particularly since we are talking about a civilization that existed around 4,000 years ago. So, please bear that in mind. The Minoan civilization of Crete is categorized using two primary systems of chronology. The first is based on pottery styles and divides Minoan history into three main periods. There's a few abbreviations, so we'll go through them. The first is EM, Early Minoan. That's from around 3100 to 2100 BC. MM is Middle Minoan, from around 21 to 1600 BC, and LM being Late Minoan. That's from 1600 to 1100 BC. Now each period is further divided using Roman numerals and letters, such as EM1, so Early Minoan 1, EM2, EM3, and then, of course, LM1, MM2, and so on. Do you get it? Great. Well, there's another system that was developed by Nikolaos Platon, and it organizes Minoan history into four broad periods, those being pre-palatial, proto-palatial, neo-palatial, and post-palatial. Now, both of these systems are okay to use, but we'll generally be using the former one around the EM, MM, and LM. Though if you do hear mentions of the one from Nicholas Platon, that is completely fine too. Now, establishing an absolute chronology for Minoan civilization has always been complex, due to many discrepancies between the historical synchronisms and scientific dating methods, such as carbon dating. For instance, the volcanic eruption at Terra, a crucial event in the LM1A period, remember, late Minoan, is dated around 1600 BC by carbon dating. But it is placed about a century later when aligned with Egyptian historical records, which we have a few more of and we tend to understand a little bit better. Now, we have mentioned the early Minoan periods being from 31 to 2100 BC. Of course, that is true. However, the origins of the Minoans trace all the way back to around 7000 BC, with the first anatomically modern humans on Crete. Evidence points to significant cultural influences and possibly migrations from Anatolia or the Levant, both rather close by. So, early Minoan periods saw the development from Neolithic farming, Neolithic being New Stone Age, New Stone, farming communities to more structured urban settlements. EM1 around 3100 to 2650, introduced the first painted ceramics, and by EM2 being from 2650 to 2200, Minoans engaged in significant trade with not only Egypt but also Syria, and this is marked as well by the emergence of masted ships. The period also saw the start of monumental building projects that prefigured later palaces, and indeed the Minoans were very famous for their palaces. Now, the Middle Minoan period is defined by the emergence of proto-palatial society, using Nicholas's terminology. MM1, around 2100 to 1875, seems to have witnessed a rapid population growth, and along with it, major construction, including the initial palace structures at famous sites like Knossos. MM2, 1875 to 1700, introduced Minoan writing systems, such as Cretan hieroglyphic and Linear A. MM3, running from 1700 to 1600, continued these developments, and also included the rebuilding of palaces after seismic destructions. Indeed, we have plenty of evidence for earthquakes. Now, the Neo-Palatial period, from 1750 to 1450, is characterized by architectural innovations and widespread adoption of Linear A writing system, indicating the peak of Minoan cultural influence across the Aegean and also on mainland Greece, and that will become very important. During the late Minoan period, that was from 1700 to 1075 BC, so quite a broad time spectrum, Minoan civilization experienced significant developments and upheavals that culminated in profound social changes. This era is particularly renowned for producing some of the most iconic Minoan artifacts, such as the snake goddess figurines, the La Parisienne fresco, and the vibrant marine-style pottery, and there's plenty of it. Now, late Minoan 1, that's 1700 to 1470, marked a continuation of the prosperous Neo-Palatial culture. Yet it was also defined by the catastrophic eruption of the Terra volcano, which happened around 1600 BC. This eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, devastated the Cycladic settlement of Akrotiri and impacted several sites in northeastern Crete. Despite these disruptions, other regions, notably around Knossos, witnessed a flurry of construction, flourishing trade, and cultural flowering post-eruption during the LM1B period, circa 1625 to 1470. Now, late Minoan 1B ended with widespread destructions across Crete, signaling the collapse and breakdown of Neo-Palatial society. These destructions, however, appear strategic, targeting specific areas while sparing others, such as the preservation of the palace at Knossos amidst the burning of the town. The reason behind these destructions has been widely debated, and there's no real solid theory. But between the contemporary, well, not contemporary, but somewhat later Bronze Age sources and our modern sources, all speculation, but making an educated guess to Mycenaean invasion, internal conflict, or perhaps simply the residual effects of the Terra eruption. We're yet to find anything really conclusive, but one of those three. I suppose it's a roll of the dice. Now, late Minoan II, that was from 1470 to 1420, is less well represented in archaeological findings, and is generally perceived as a period of decline, with fewer records of substantial achievements or any real developments at all. Well, of course, that changes in late Minoan III from 1420 to 1075, which witnessed dramatic shifts, including the rise of the Mycenaean Greek as the administrative language, and increased influence from the Greek mainland, indicating the ascendancy of a Greek-speaking elite ruling class. This period saw the systematic decline of Minoan palatial centers, with only Knossos remaining active until its final destruction in LM3B2. The societal collapse continued into LM3C between 1200 and 1075, part of the broader Late Bronze Age collapse, during which the Minoans retreated from coastal areas to more easily defensible mountainous locations. These communities maintained elements of Minoan culture into the early Iron Age, despite the overall fragmentation of their civilization. Crete's diverse climate zones and varied elevations provided a range of natural resources, but the island's lack of metal deposits likely propelled the Minoans to establish extensive trade networks. Seismic activity is, of course, a notable feature of the island, with many archaeological sites showing very strong evidence of earthquake damage. The distribution of Minoan sites is primarily concentrated in central and eastern Crete, with fewer sites in the less accessible western parts. Now, speaking of sites, there was more than just the main city of Knossos. In fact, there's quite a lot of different sites that are of interest, but I'm just going to mention the top 5. The first, of course, being the city of Knossos, if we may use that terminology. It is the largest Bronze Age archaeological site on the island of Crete, notable for its size and historical significance. Its population varied significantly over time, and of course it peaked during the height of Minoan civilization. The next is Hyksos. It's known as the second largest palatial structure on the island, and it gives us some valuable insights into Minoan architecture and society, along with Hagia Triada, an important town and administrative center not far from the aforementioned Hyksos, renowned for the substantial number of Linear A tablets that are discovered there. Next up is Komos, a harbor town serving Hyksos and Hagia Triada, featuring civic buildings that reflect palatial architectural styles. And then, of course, Malia, known for its palatial ruins, providing us with a glimpse into the proto-palatial period of Minoan civilization. Of course, as I said, there's many more, but this was where the bulk of the activity was going on. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. Why will I not go through every one? Because I just won't. Anyway, moving on. The Minoans, primarily based on Crete, were heavily engaged in trade, establishing cultural contacts across the Mediterranean. This, of course, included all the big players of the time, You're talking Egypt, Cyprus, the Levant, and Anatolia. That's kind of central Turkey. Their influence is evident in the discovery of Minoan-style frescoes in elite residences at Avaris in Egypt and Tel Kabri, reflecting a far-reaching scope of their trade and cultural exchange. Minoan ceramic styles and techniques varied in their impact on Helladic Greece, showcasing a dynamic interplay of different cultural influences. And beyond Crete, Minoan settlements or trading outposts extended to several key locations, first being Castri or Kythera. This island near the Greek mainland saw Minoan influence from the mid-3rd century BC, until it was overtaken by the Mycenaeans in the 13th century BC. The transition here represents a significant cultural shift from mainland-derived cultures to Minoan dominance, and then, of course, the later Mycenaean occupation. Cyclades. This group of islands was within the cultural orbit of the Minoans, further emphasizing their maritime capabilities and the spread of their influence. Next up was the 3 islands of Carpathos, Saria, and Khasos, which hosted Middle Bronze Age Minoan colonies or settlements, although most were abandoned by the LM1 period. Carpathos notably continued Minoan cultural practices all the way until the end of the Bronze Age. And last is probably one you may have heard of, being Rhodes, specifically the settlement at Ialissos on Rhodes serves as a evidence of Minoan expansion and also colonial activity. The presence of Minoan culture and its artifacts in places like Thebes, that's in Egypt, around the 15th century BC, where paintings depict Minoan-appearing individuals, suggest active and possibly official interactions, with inscriptions referring to them as coming from Keftiu, a term which we believe to indicate Crete or just the Cretans in general. Now on Crete itself, the Neopalatial site of Kato Zakros is exemplary of Minoan outward-looking societal structure. Positioned near the modern shoreline, its numerous workshops and rich site materials suggest that it functioned as an entrepot, a hub of trade and commerce. This interpretation is supported by artistic depictions such as the flotilla fresco from Ankratiri, which illustrates the Minoans' extensive maritime activities and their integration into the broader Mediterranean world. Now, Minoan art, celebrated for its lively and imaginative qualities, especially for the time, is a cornerstone of Aegean art and exerted a significant influence on the contemporary Cycladic art, even maintaining its dominance after Crete's occupation by the Mycenaeans. Due to the perishable nature of the materials like wood and textiles, the surviving examples of Minoan art primarily include pottery, intricately carved seals, frescoes, small sculptures, jewelry, and quite a good bit of metalwork. The subject matter in Minoan art, of course, varies widely, often recurring across different media. Iconic scenes such as bull leaping, which likely held religious significance, are depicted in both paintings and sculptures. The portrayal of animals, particularly marine life, is also prevalent, exemplified by the marine-style pottery from the Middle Minoan III and Late Minoan I periods, which features sea creatures like octopuses enveloping the pottery, inspired by similar fresco scenes. Minoan art also includes representations of hunting, warfare, and equestrian scenes, especially in later periods, and was likely to cater to Mycenaean tastes, or perhaps simply just under Mycenaean influence. Unlike the precision of Egyptian art, Minoan depictions are a lot less naturalistic, often sacrificing accuracy for dynamism, resulting in figures that are vibrant, yet sometimes anatomically vague. One notable aspect of Minoan art is its frequent depiction of female figures, a contrast to the predominantly male representations in many other ancient cultures. However, this brought about the notion that Minoan religion was solely matriarchal, but this is not really the case. Of course, that was believed for a while, but it's been somewhat revised. Perhaps we'll find something that makes us think again about that. Well, figures typically adhere to the Egyptian convention of portraying heads and legs in profile, while presenting torsos frontally, though Minoan art exaggerates certain features like male waists and the female chest. Landscape painting in Minoan art generally involves floral and faunal elements, framing or interspersed within a scene. There is a distinctive stylistic convention where environments are depicted as viewed from above, yet individual elements are shown in profile. This unique perspective is also evident in the seascapes that accompany scenes of fish and boats, providing expansive backdrops that are unusual for the time. The Heraklion Archaeological Museum near Knossos hosts the most extensive collection of Minoan art, offering a comprehensive view of the artistic achievements of this ancient civilization. And if it's not on your list, well, it's certainly on mine. Throughout the history of Crete, a variety of pottery styles and production techniques can be observed, reflecting changes in taste and also power structures. Early Minoan ceramics were distinguished by their decorative patterns, including spirals, triangles, and fish bones, with regional variations pointing to shifts in societal dynamics. Accompanying these ceramics were numerous small terracotta figurines. As the Middle Minoan period unfolded, the designs of pottery began to become more naturalistic, featuring motifs like fish, squid, birds, and lilies. However, depictions of human figurines remained extremely rare throughout Minoan ceramics, contrasting sharply with later ancient Greek vase painting, where human portrayals were very common. Minoan jewelry, predominantly found in graves, initially had a focus on hair ornaments and diadems for women, crafted primarily from hammered gold. As time progressed, gold began to become a little bit more hard to come by, and jewelry designs included necklaces, bracelets, and rings, often incorporating beadwork and intricate designs seen in frescoes. Notably, the Minoans excelled in granulation. That's a technique exemplified by the Malia pendant, which depicts bees on a honeycomb. Therefore, metalwork in Crete was fairly sophisticated for the time, with the Minoans creating elaborate weapons and tools from imported gold and copper. Although fine bronze weapons like swords and daggers have been found, they are less common than in Mycenaean Greece, where warrior burials frequently included richly decorated weapons. Minoan daggers, often with gold hilts and decorative inlays, showcase the height of their metalworking skills. The production of metal vessels in Crete spanned from the early Minoan II period to the late Minoan III B and C period, with early examples likely made exclusively from precious metals, and later items from bronze. These vessels, which ranged from cups to large cauldrons, and even elaborate lamps, suggest a continuity in craft that extended into the Mycenaean culture, evidenced by the presence of Minoan-style metalwork in Mycenaean contexts. This implies either direct imports from Crete or the influence of Minoan craftsmen on the mainland. Well, it wasn't all just artwork. I had to do a little bit of quote-unquote real work from now and then. Thus, the Minoans had a diverse agricultural system, raising cattle, sheep, pigs, and goats, and of course cultivating crops like wheat, barley, vetch, and chickpeas. They grew a variety of fruits, including grapes, figs, and olives, and possibly used poppies for seed and opium. Bee domestication highlights their versatility in farming and food production. The island's native flora included vegetables like lettuce, celery, asparagus, and carrots, along with native pear, quince, and olive trees. The Minoans introduced date palms and cats from Egypt, enhancing their agricultural and environmental management. Pomegranates were adopted from the Near East, enriching their diet, although citrus fruits like lemons and oranges were not incorporated. Now, the Minoans practiced polyculture. That's a sustainable farming method that supports soil fertility and reduces crop failure risks. This diet, of course, led to population growth, supported by a robust agricultural system evidenced by linear B tablets that documented the management of orchards and secondary products like olive oil and wine, which were central to their diet but also their economy. Of course, they live on an island, so seafood played a big role in their diet too. But the primary focus was on the agriculture on land, as suggested in the presence of marine life in art and poetry. Like the LM3C octopus stirrup jar. The importance of seafood is further indicated by the remains of edible mollusks found at sites, although it seems to have been secondary to staple foods, which I would have thought the main food was seafood on an island like Crete, but maybe they didn't like it as much, I don't know. Of course, wild game, such as deer and boar, were also popular, but their role in the diet is debated, especially concerning the use of now extinct Cretan megafauna. Artistic representations, like the Harvester's Vase and the Sacred Grove fresco, possibly depict agricultural festivals and celebrate soil fertility. Storage facilities in palace compounds, such as those at Hyksos and Knossos, suggest these sites also served as redistribution centers for produce, supporting a class of administrators, craftsmen, and religious officials who were not involved in direct agricultural labor. This specialization indicates an advanced societal structure capable of supporting various professional and administrative roles. Of course, if you're going to be farming, you're going to need tools. And Minoan tools evolved from simple wood or bone to more sophisticated bronze implements with oval-shaped holes in tool heads to prevent spinning on handles, showing innovation in tool making. These tools, including axes, sickles, and chisels, facilitated their agricultural practices and contributed to the efficiency of their farming and craft production. Thriving from their strategic position in the Mediterranean, they developed a robust network for international trade that extended across Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Cyprus, Syria, and even all the way to the Iberian Peninsula, that's over in Spain and Portugal. This extensive trade network was pivotal for the exchange of goods such as ceramics, copper, tin, gold, and ivory. Minoan craftsmanship in pottery, particularly the distinctive Kamares ware and the later marine-style pottery, was highly valued and widely distributed across these regions. Now on to a little bit about religious practices in Minoan culture, which prominently featured female deities, with numerous frescoes and sculptures depicting priestesses or goddesses, which indicates significant roles for women in both religious and potentially political spheres. This, of course, is one of the reasons why scholars consider the possibility of a primarily matriarchal society, or at least one where women held considerable power, or at least they had the opportunity to. The concept of a palace economy is central to the understanding of Minoan society. The palaces, such as those at Knossos, Hyksos, and Malia, were not just royal residences, but also administrative hubs where agricultural produce and goods were collected for redistribution. These palaces were integral to managing the internal economy and possibly played roles in coordinating trade and crafts. The political structure of Minoan Crete remains less understood due to the undeciphered linear A script, which keeps many of its aspects of the administrative and ceremonial life pretty obscure. Well, while earlier theories posited a monarchical system, possibly centered at Knossos, more recent interpretations suggest a more complex scenario involving powerful elite families or clans who might have controlled different regions of Crete through their respective palaces. This shift from a singular monarchical system to a more distributed power structure may explain the absence of clear kingly figures in Minoan iconography, which of course contrasts with the explicit representations of rulers in contemporary civilizations like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Indeed, I think that this may be the explanation. Now what about women? What do we know about them in Minoan society? Well, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. What we have primarily comes from art and some of the deciphered linear B tablets. Of course, we have plenty of linear A tablets, but we don't know how to read them, which leads one to think that perhaps there is some kind of Rosetta Stone-like tablet underground somewhere that perhaps holds the key to unlocking those secrets. But as of the 13th of April 2024, we are yet to find one, so keep looking, I suppose. Now, in artistic depictions, men and women were distinguished by skin color, actually. Men were shown with darker skin, and women were shown with lighter skin. Women's clothing evolved to become more elaborate over time as represented in the art, emphasizing on displaying the more sexual characteristics. This is evident from the portrayal of women's garments that often featured low necklines to expose cleavage, or even give away the whole show. Both genders were of course depicted with slim waists, a feature accentuated in the attire of the time. Now, Minoan art categorizes women into different societal roles, as the following were elite women, common women, and servants. And, of course, there were those who were engaged in religious activity who were a category unto their own. Elite women were portrayed as significantly larger than those of lower status, highlighting their higher social standing. Women's roles in society were primarily centered around household management and childcare, with older men possibly taking on responsibilities of managing the household and mentoring the younger women. There is also evidence that women participated in crafts, such as ceramics and textiles, not just your normal weaving and pottery sort of thing. Now, interestingly, while women were often depicted in roles associated with childcare, pregnant women and scenes of childbirth are conspicuously completely absent in Minoan art, at least what we have discovered so far, suggesting that these aspects of women's lives were either considered socially sacred or somewhat sensitive topics, and thus kept predominantly as private affairs. Archaeological findings indicate that childbirth was, of course, a perilous ordeal, with numerous skeletal remains of pregnant women suggesting high mortality rates during pregnancy and childbirth. Of course, this was not something that was unique to the Minoans, but just generally the kind of situation you would face in the Bronze Age. The remains often include fetal bones, highlighting the commonality of death during childbirth, with mothers buried alongside their newly born and quickly diminished children. Do not want to say those two words in the same sentence. Now, additionally, evidence suggests that nursing women also faced significant health risks due to the intense nutritional demands of breastfeeding, which of course could lead to malnourishment and death. Well, moving away from that, let's think about what kind of clothing the Minoans would dress themselves in. The Minoans made extensive use of sheep wool for their textiles, which were likely a significant part of their economy, possibly even a major export. Now, linen was there as well, but it was considerably less common, and it was possibly imported from Egypt or perhaps cultivated locally on Crete. There is no definitive evidence for the use of silk, though it cannot be completely ruled out, at least not yet. Minoan clothing styles, as depicted in art, show a distinct fashion sensibility. Men, if they were poor, typically wore loincloths or more elaborate robes or kilts, which could actually be quite long. Women's attire consisted of long dresses with short sleeves and layered flounced skirts, designed to emphasize a slim waist, a style detail often exaggerated in artistic depictions. Both men and women wore thick belts or girdles around the waist to highlight this feature, kinda like those weightlifting belts you see when you're doing deadlifts. You know the ones, the gym belt. Women might also wear a strapless, fitted bodice, and both genders favored symmetrical, geometric patterns in their garments. Regarding grooming, Minoan men usually are shown as clean-shaven with short hair, except for some long tresses, reserved for perhaps the elite youth. Women typically had long hair styled in flowing tresses down their backs, as exemplified by the figure known as La Parisienne, named so for its perceived resemblance to the early 20th century Parisian fashion. Children are often depicted with shaved heads, save for a few locks, until they approach the years of maturity, as seen in artistic representations like the Akhenaten boxer fresco. Now onto Minoan jewelry. It included many intricate gold hair ornaments and thin gold plaques that were sewn onto garments. Floral decorations were also popular, both worn in the hair and depicted on clothing, indicating a rich tradition of decorative arts that extended to both textile production and personal adornment. Now before we go, of course we have to talk a little bit about what we know about Minoan religion, which was characterized by its complexity and the ambiguity surrounding its deities and rituals. It remains particularly obscure due to the undecipherable Linear A script and the non-textual nature of much of the archaeological evidence. Originally, scholars like Arthur Evans suggested a monotheistic worship centered around a mother goddess. However, more recent analysis suggests a diverse pantheon, including a young male god among others, indicating a more structured polytheism rather than a singular divine focus. Deities in Minoan culture were often depicted alongside symbols and attributes, such as snakes, doves, and double axes, which could signify various religious or mythological roles. Peak sanctuaries, frescoes, and votive figures suggest worship practices that included both male and female goddesses, with significant roles possibly for a mountain goddess, a snake goddess, and a dove goddess. Of course, these figures may have represented or been associated with nature, fertility, household protection, and animal husbandry. The line between deity and clergy seems to be somewhat blurred in Minoan art, at least depending on your interpretation, which often depicts figures in ritualistic attire that could either denote priests, priestesses, or the deities themselves. Religious practices likely involve significant ritual activities as suggested by artifacts such as the labrys, and ceremonial structures like the horns of consecration. The labrys, by the way, is those double axes that we've mentioned, the ones that are often depicted, the symbols alongside the deities in the artworks. Bull leaping, a prominent ritual depicted in numerous frescoes, may have also been a religious or perhaps a social rite, potentially connected to elite status or perhaps a rite of passage. Now, late Minoan artifacts, such as the Hagia Triada sarcophagus, illustrate complex funeral rituals and possibly sacrifices of bulls, hinting at beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. Also, the use of saffron in ceremonies depicted in frescoes suggests it had a ritualistic importance, possibly in purification or as an offering. Minoan sacred symbols, the bull's horn, those double-headed axes, pillars, serpents, and sun discs found across Crete and as far off as Cyprus, point to a religion that integrated natural and celestial elements together, perhaps influenced by or influencing contemporary Near Eastern and later Greek religious practices. Burial customs were varied. There wasn't a one-size-fits-all for the Minoans, with regional differences in practices such as circular tombs in southern Crete and house tombs in the north and the east. The use of tholoi and complex burial structures, like those at Malia, indicates that burial rites were an important aspect of Minoan culture, possibly involving rites of passage, ancestor worship, or even, disturbingly, human sacrifice, as suggested by some archaeological evidence at sites like Anem Soplia and Forno Coryphi. That being said, it's hard to know for sure, as, well, the dead tell no tales. The Hittites, an ancient Anatolian people, emerged as a powerful empire in the late Bronze Age, around the 17th to the 12th centuries BC. Centered at their ancient capital, Hattusa, their empire at its peak covered parts of modern Turkey, Syria, and Lebanon. Known for their advanced skills in metallurgy and military innovation, they were among the first to use iron and developed a chariot corps that significantly enhanced their warfare capabilities. They are also notable for their complex legal and administrative systems and the extensive use of cuneiform script, which they adapted from the Mesopotamians to create an official archive of clay tablets. And diplomatically, they were engaged in both conflict and cooperation with neighboring states, including, of course, Egypt, with whom they signed one of the earliest known peace treaties in history, following the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, a treaty that still hangs in the United Nations offices today. It was a treaty with Pharaoh Ramesses II of Egypt, which ended years of hostilities and began a period of mutual cooperation, which included marital alliances. Of course, the Hittite Empire had to go into the pages of history like everyone else, and thus their decline in the 12th century is attributed to internal strife, compounded by invasions, and was part of the larger pattern of collapse observed in several Bronze Age civilizations. But despite their fall, the Hittites left a lasting mark on the region's history, captivating historians to this very day. After all, that is why you're here, isn't it? Welcome to the channel, friend. If you are new here, it's good to finally welcome you. It's great that you found me. And for those returning, it's great to have you back. Off we go on another adventure. If you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by just enjoying the content. The like and subscribe is also 2 clicks away, and those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. You'll find a few links that may be relevant to you. And why not say hello in the comments? Tell me where you're watching from. I'm recording this from Melbourne, Australia, and I'd like to know where you are. But without further ado, let's begin. The origins of the Hittites trace back between 4400 and 4100 BC, when the Anatolian language family diverged from the Proto-Indo-European language family. Subsequent genetic and archaeological findings suggest that Proto-Anatolian speakers may have migrated to Anatolia between as early as 5000 and 3000 BC. And thus, we may conclude that the evolution of the Proto-Hittite language around 2100 BC led to the emergence of the Hittite language proper, which was prevalent in central Anatolia from the 20th to the 12th centuries BC. The earliest records tie the Hittites to the kingdom of Kusara before 1750. During the Bronze Age, the Hittites, along with the native Hartians and the Hurrians, either conquered or gradually assimilated into one another's cultures. Scholars have examined their links to the Balkan Ezero culture and the Caucasian Maykop culture as part of these migration patterns. Around 4200 to 4000 BC, steppe herders, speakers of early Indo-European dialects, seem to have moved into the lower Danube Valley, possibly triggering or exploiting the collapse of old Europe. And it's suggested that these languages, precursors to those found in Anatolia, might have led their speakers to migrate to Anatolia around 3000 BC. Anatolians likely migrated to the Near East from the north, either via the Balkans or the Caucasus, during the 3rd millennium BC. This movement aligns with the modern views of Ascoparpola, connecting the arrival of Indo-European speakers in Anatolia with migrations from the Yamnaya culture into the Danube Valley around 2800 BC. It supports the widely held belief that the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European languages was introduced to Anatolia during the time of the 3rd millennium. Further research indicates that Hittite language incorporated many agricultural terms from neighboring Eastern cultures, which also suggests a migration route through the Caucasus. Now, the primary indigenous groups in central Anatolia during this period were the Hurrians and the Hartians, who spoke non-Indo-European languages. The affiliation of the Hartic language is a subject of debate, with some suggesting it might be related to the Northwest Caucasian languages, while the Hurrian language was part of the small Hurro-Urartian family. The region also hosted Assyrian colonies during the Old Assyrian Empire, 2025 to 1750 BC, from whom the Hittites adopted their cuneiform script, which we are fortunate enough to still be able to have and hold today. Well, following the collapse of the old Assyrian Empire in the mid-18th century BC, the Hittites took their time to establish their presence in the region. Initially, Hittite groups were localized around various cities. Eventually, it was only natural that strong rulers came about, and they centralized their power in Hattusa, which is modern-day Boğazkale in Turkey, consolidating these groups and conquering large parts of central Anatolia to form what was recognizable at this point in the mid-18th century as the Hittite Kingdom. The Hittite state emerged during the Middle Bronze Age, which is around 1900 to 1650 BC in north-central Anatolia, particularly around the Kızılırmak River. This region saw the amalgamation of several small polities into what would become a significant Bronze Age empire, a key player that stood up just like the others did, until it eventually fell down, just like the others did. Well, the formation and early history of the Hittite kingdom are documented through several ancient sources, including 4 cushion-shaped tablets, likely originating from Kusara, Nesha, or another Anatolian site rather than Hattusa itself. These tablets, possibly first inscribed in the 18th century BC, were written in the Old Hittite language, using the Old Script. Later copies of these documents, mostly in Akkadian, date from the 14th and 13th centuries BC. These early texts outline a rivalry between 2 branches of the royal family, a northern branch initially based in Zalpoa, later moving to Hattusa, and a southern branch in Kusara and the former Assyrian colony of Kadesh. The northern branch retained Hattian names, indicative of the region's indigenous language isolate, while the southern branch adopted Indo-European Hittite and Luwian names. Significant early conflicts included Zalpoa's attack on Kadesh under King Una in 1833 BC, during a time when Kadesh served as a vibrant merchant colony of the old Assyrian Empire. Thankfully, we know all about these events from the tablets that have been left. Turns out when you write on clay, it tends to last a long, long time. Well, several local kings ruled Kadesh during this era, including Hurmili before 1790 BC, Pahanu briefly in 1790, Inar around 1790 to 75, and Warshama circa 1775 to 1750. Now on to a critical text that we have, which is known as the Anita text. It begins by describing Pitana, the king of Kusara, and his conquest of neighboring Nesha, also known as Kadesh, around 1750 BC. Anita, Pitana's son, continued these conquests by taking over several northern cities, including Hattusa, of which he famously cursed, likely as propaganda against the northern branch of the royal family. Anita's reign lasted from roughly 1745 to 1720 BC. Following Anita, Zuzu reigned from around 1720 to 1710, until Kadesh was ultimately destroyed between the years of 1710 and 1705, which will also devastated the Assyrian trading system there. A noble family from Kusara survived the destruction of Kadesh and continued to contest the Zalpuan or Hattusan rulers, although it is unclear if they were direct descendants of Anita. The Zalpa lineage persisted, with Hosea I, a descendant from Zalpa, eventually taking complete control of Hatti. His son-in-law, Labarna I from Hurma, usurped the throne, but ensured his lineage by adopting Hosea's grandson, Hattushili, as his son and heir, setting the stage for the emergence of the powerful Hittite kingdom centered in Hattusa. We are rather fortunate to have an ancient record from a work titled The Edict of Telepinu, dated to the 16th century BC, which vividly portrays the vigorous and expansive nature of Hattusili's reign. And the translation that we have goes like this. Hattusili was king, and his sons, brothers-in-laws, family members, and troops were all united. Wherever he went on campaign, he controlled the enemy land with force. He destroyed the lands, one after the other. He took away their power, and made them borders of the sea. When he came back from campaign, however, each of his sons went somewhere to a country, and in his hand the great cities prospered. But when the later prince's servants became corrupt, they began to devour their properties, conspired constantly against their masters, and began to shed their blood. Well, that's quite a review, don't you think? It's a passage that doesn't only underscore the unity and military success of Hattusili's regime, but it also shows the subsequent internal strife and corruption among his descendants, a tale as old as time, it seems. The apple falls far from the tree. Well, this period of prosperity was marred by the prince's servants' corruption, which led to this significant internal conflict, as pointed out in the Edict of Telepinu we just read. But the details of how these issues were resolved remain a little unclear. Unfortunately, more sources about the resolution to these conflicts are, at the moment, nowhere to be found. But that's the great thing about cuneiform. You never know where the next clay tablets are going to show up. I imagine there's so many more of them, just waiting underground somewhere, waiting to be discovered. One day. Well, as for Hattusili, at the end of his life, he named his grandson Mursili I as his successor, ensuring the continuation of his lineage and the dynastic rule of the Hittite Empire. Mursili, following in the footsteps of Hattusili, expanded the Hittite Empire significantly. Around 1595 BC, or around 1587, depending on whether you're following middle or low middle chronology, he launched a major campaign along the Euphrates River. This campaign was notable for its audacity, bypassing Assyria to sack Mari and even Babylon. That's right, that great old city. The raid resulted in the overthrow of the Amorite rulers of the old Babylonian Empire, marking a high point in Hittite military prowess. But rather than annexing Babylonia into his empire, Mursili handed control over to the Kassites, setting the stage for their 4-century-long rule. Mursili's return to Hatti was urgent, prompted by his concern over potential revolts at home, which reflected the precarious nature of his reign. The long military campaign had also drained Hati's resources and destabilized the capital to a point of near anarchy. Upon his return, Mursili was not very well welcomed. In fact, they immediately killed him, assassinated, before he could even take a look to see who was doing the revolting. It was either during his journey back, or pretty much as soon as he walked into the city. In fact, as with betrayal in all these great stories is a running theme, his assassin was his own brother-in-law, Hantili I, who then took the opportunity to jump into his shoes and ascended the throne, which is more than a bit cheeky if you ask me. Once again, a prevailing theme. Well, Hantili himself survived multiple assassination attempts as he was not too popular, but his family was less fortunate. His wife, Harapsili, and her son were murdered. It was a period that marked the beginning of a violent sequence of murders within the royal family, culminating in further assassinations involving other royal family members, including Siddhanta I and his son Amunna. Of course, one can imagine that all of this internal turmoil had weakened the Hittite state significantly. It's hard to do anything when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. And the Hurrians noticed. Their opportunity may have just come along. And thus, they capitalized on the Hittite instability to expand their territory, seizing Aleppo and the coastal region of Adenia, which they renamed Kisuatna, later known as Cilicia. Throughout the latter part of the 16th century BC, the Hittites were largely confined to their core territories due to the ongoing dynastic disputes and conflicts with the Hurrians. And thus, they then entered a phase characterized by weak kings and scant historical records, making it rather difficult to reconstruct the events of this period accurately. A very long way from the days of Hattusili and those great victories. Well, the political landscape was inherently unstable due to the nature of Hittite kingship, which, unlike the kingship of Egypt, which was divine, treated kings as merely primus inter pares, or as we know in English, first among equals. Succession was not strictly hereditary, leading to frequent power struggles, quite similar actually to the later Wars of the Roses in England. Many parallels. Well, this pattern of expansion under strong rulers, followed by contraction under weak ones, reported throughout the 500-year history of the Hittite kingdom. The political situation did begin to stabilize somewhat under King Telepinu, around 1500 BC. Telepinu managed to secure some military victories by allying with one Hurrian state, Kisuatna, against the other Hurrian state, Mitanni. Well, he also took significant steps to stabilize the royal succession and mitigate the internal strife that had plagued his predecessors. Telepinu was the last ruler of the old Hittite kingdom, with his reign ending around 1500 BC. His tenure marked the transition to the Middle Kingdom, a period characterized by a significant decline in power and a paucity of historical records. The 15th century BC in particular remains largely mysterious due to scant surviving evidence. The decline during the Middle Kingdom was exacerbated by constant attacks from the Scythians, a non-Indo-European group settled along the Black Sea shores. In response to these pressures, the Hittite capital was relocated twice. First to Sapinua, and subsequently to Samuha. Although an archive exists in Sapinua, its contents have not been fully translated or understood. Once again, just throwing more mystery to the era. This period eventually gave way to the Hittite Empire phase, beginning with the reign of Tudhaliya around 1430 BC. Come on, you didn't think they were going to stay down forever. Well, the early Hittite rulers, including those of preceding periods, are credited with pioneering the practice of forming treaties and alliances, positioning the Hittites as early innovators in international politics and diplomacy. During this time, the Hittite religious pantheon also expanded significantly, incorporating numerous deities and ritual practices from the Hurrian culture, reflecting a broader trend of cultural assimilation and adaptation. With the reign of Tudhaliya I, who may not have been the first to bear that name, the Hittite kingdom emerged from obscurity and entered what is now known as the Hittite Empire period. This was an era marked by significant transformations, notably the strengthening of the monarchy. During this time, the Hittites primarily settled in the older regions of southern Anatolia, rather than expanding into Aegean lands. It was a period that also saw the consolidation of power as kingship finally became hereditary, and the king was revered with a kind of superhuman aura, and often addressed as "my son" by the Hittite citizens, and that's S-U-N, not S-O-N, by the way. The monarchs of this era not only ruled as sovereigns, but also acted as high priests, annually touring the Hittite holy cities to lead festivals and oversee the maintenance of sanctuaries. These tours once again showed the religious role of the king, intertwining governance and religious duties, which helped fortify the king's status within the empire. So, back to Tudhaliya. During his tenure around 1400 BC, he reinvigorated old alliances, particularly with Kisuatna. He successfully conquered the Hurrian states of Aleppo and Mitanni, and made significant gains to the west, at the expense of Arzawa, a Luwian state. After the reign of Tudhaliya, the Hittite kingdom entered another period of weakness, during which its enemies advanced all the way to the capital Hattusa, and rather unfortunately destroyed it. Yet, under the leadership of Suppiluliuma around 1350 BC, the kingdom not only recovered, but expanded, and significantly. Suppiluliuma reconquered Aleppo and imposed vassalage on Mitanni, which had already been weakened by the Assyrians. He also achieved victories over Carchemish, an Amorite city-state. Suppiluliuma cleverly installed his sons as rulers over this new territory, solidifying his control. During his reign, Babylonia was also under the allied Kassites, positioning Suppiluliuma as a dominant power alongside Assyria and Egypt. This influence was so significant that Egypt, seeking an alliance, proposed a marriage between one of Suppiluliuma's sons and the widow of Tutankhamun. But tragically, the son was murdered en route to Egypt, and the alliance was never realized. Well, around the same time, the Middle Assyrian Empire began to rise in power, with the ascension of Ashur-uballit I in 1365. He quickly attacked and defeated Matiwazir of Mitanni, despite Suppiluliuma's attempts to support the Mitanni king to counterbalance Assyria's growing influence. The Assyrians expanded their territory, seizing lands from the Mitanni and the Hurrians, and eventually encroaching on Hittite territories in eastern Asia Minor. Adad-nirari I, succeeding Ashur-uballit, further annexed territories including Carchemish and northeast Syria from the Hittites. During the reign of Suppiluliuma, the Hittite Empire was also struck by a devastating epidemic, reportedly of tularemia, which afflicted the kingdom for decades and even claimed the lives of Suppiluliuma himself and his successor, Arnuwanda II. This disease significantly weakened the Hittites, affecting their military and political stability. Well, following Suppiluliuma, that eldest son, Arnuwanda, had a brief reign until his death, after which another son, Mursili II, took the throne around 1330 BC. Inheriting a strong eastern front, Mursili II could focus on the western threats. So he addressed the challenges from Arzawa by deploying an early instance of biological warfare, sending infected rams to their lands. Mursili II also dealt with threats from Milawanda, also known as Miletus, which was influenced by Ahiawa, a term that recent scholarship has linked closely to Mycenaean Greece, or at least a significant part of it, suggesting an active Mycenaean involvement or even interference in that region of Anatolia. The prosperity of the Hittite Empire was heavily reliant on its control of critical trade routes and access to metal resources. A key strategic region was northern Syria, which connected the Cilician Gates with Mesopotamia. This area's defense became crucial as the Hittites faced Egyptian expansion under Pharaoh Ramesses II. One of the most significant confrontations between the Hittites and Egyptians was the Battle of Kadesh, which occurred around 1274 BC, during the 5th year of the reign of Ramesses II. Now, the battle's outcome remains unclear, but it appears to have been indecisive. While the Hittites initially had the upper hand, the arrival of Egyptian reinforcements prevented a total Hittite victory. The Egyptians managed to force the Hittites back into the fortress of Kadesh. However, despite this tactical advantage, the Egyptians could not fully capitalize on their position due to their own substantial losses, which made it impossible for them to lay a prolonged siege of the fortress. Thus the battle ended without a definitive victor, serving more as a testament to the resilience and military capabilities of both empires, rather than a conclusive engagement. If you want to learn more about it in detail, I have a video on Ramesses II, and also a video on the Battle of Kadesh. Feel free to go and have a look at them. Well, after the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, The geopolitical landscape saw both the Hittites and Egyptians decline in power, completely overshadowed by the rising might of Assyria. The Assyrian king Shalmaneser I capitalized on this regional instability, conquering the Hurrian and Mitanni kingdoms, which had previously been under some Hittite protection, and expanded Assyrian territory up to the head of the Euphrates. Of course, this expansion threatened the crucial Hittite trade routes, previously endangered by Egyptian influence. During this turbulent period, Mu'attali's son, Urhi-Teshub, ascended the Hittite throne as Mursili III and reigned for 7 years. His reign ended following a civil conflict with his uncle Hattusili III, who succeeded him. Recognizing the growing threat from Assyria, Hattusili III sought to stabilize the region through diplomacy. He formed an alliance with Ramesses II of Egypt, who was also concerned about Assyrian ambitions. Old rivalries put to rest to face the greater foe, it seems. This alliance culminated in the Treaty of Kadesh around 1258 BC, which is notable for being one of the oldest surviving treaties. It established defined borders in southern Canaan and included the marriage of a Hittite princess to Ramesses, cementing their diplomatic ties. Hattusili III's successor, Tudalia IV, managed to maintain some resistance against Assyrian advances into Hittite territories, though he ultimately lost significant lands and suffered a major defeat by Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria in the Battle of Neriah. Tudalia IV also briefly extended Hittite influence to Cyprus, before it, too, fell to the Assyrian forces. Better luck next time. Now, onto the reign of Suppiluliuma II, the last Hittite king, which saw fleeting military successes, a little spark in the dark in those final days, including a naval victory, actually, which was fought off the coast of Cyprus. However, the Assyrians under Ashur-resh-ishi I continued to encroach on Hittite territories, eventually annexing large portions of their land and overpowering other regional players, like the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I. Concurrently, the migration of the Sea Peoples exerted additional pressure on the Hittite Empire. This group moved through the Mediterranean, disrupting trade routes and conquering key regions like Cilicia and Cyprus, previously under Hittite control, and established the state of Philistia in Canaan. By around 1180 BC, multiple threats culminated in the destruction of Hattusa. The Hittite capital was burned down by a coalition of invading forces, including the Kaskians, Phrygians, and Bregers. It was an event that marked the end of the Hittite kingdom, contributing to this broader pattern of chaos seen across the eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age. Environmental factors, such as a prolonged drought, indicated by tree ring studies around this period, also played a role in the destabilization and eventual decline of the Hittite state. And so, by 1160 BC, significant shifts had transformed the political landscape of Asia Minor. During this period, Tiglath-Pileser I, the king of Assyria, was actively combating Mushki, identified with the Phrygians, who were advancing into southern Anatolia from the Anatolian highlands. Additionally, the Kaska people, long-standing adversaries of the Hittites from the northern regions between Hatti and the Black Sea, aligned with the Mushki. The Phrygians, having migrated from the Balkans, where they were known as the Bryges tribe, displaced the Macedonians and had overrun Cappadocia to the west. Following the collapse of the Hittite kingdom, a series of Syro-Hittite states emerged in Anatolia and northern Syria, which effectively continued the legacy of Hittite civilization. Notably, Carchemish and Melid were prominent among these states, with Carchemish's royal family believed to be a cadet branch of the Central Hittite royal line. These Syro-Hittite states were progressively subdued by the expanding Neo-Assyrian Empire, eventually becoming vassal states under Shalmaneser III, who lived from 858 to 823 BC, and were fully integrated eventually into the empire during the reign of Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC. At the same time, a potent entity known as Tabal dominated much of southern Anatolia, referred to by the Greeks as Tibarenoi and by the Romans as Tibareni, and mentioned by Josephus and Thobeles. The people of Tabal possibly spoke Luwian, as suggested by inscriptions in Anatolian hieroglyphs found in the region. This state, like its neighbors, was eventually annexed also by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. This period also marked significant linguistic changes, with the advent of the alphabet overshadowing older writing systems like Luwian hieroglyphs and cuneiform. The alphabet was introduced into Anatolia through two conduits, from the Aegean region by the Byrges, who would also become known as the Phrygians, and the Phoenicians and adjacent groups in Syria. Ever wondered why we call it phonics and the phonetic alphabet? Well, there's your answer. No, we can't leave it there. Such a negative note. I think it's negative, at least, seeing the Hittites crushed into the dustpan of history. Let's talk about a few interesting aspects about their religious practices, because I think that's particularly fun to talk about. I always like the old religions and those old gods, with all their little eccentricities. They're exciting. I think they're pretty cool. Well, the religious beliefs of the Hittites and Luwians, while deeply rooted in ancient Mesopotamian traditions, also show strong ties to reconstructed Proto-Indo-European mythology. This is evident in the figure of Tarhunt, the Hittite god of thunder, whose myth involving the serpent Iluyanka mirrors similar tales from the other Indo-European mythologies. For instance, Tarhunt's struggle with Iluyanka is reminiscent of the Vedic god Indra's battle with the serpent Vritra, as well as Thor's encounters with Jormungandr in Norse mythology. Additionally, this motif parallels the daily battle between Re and Apophis in Egyptian mythology, highlighting a common theme of cosmic struggle across various ancient cultures. Copying the homework, but just changing it up a little bit, I think. Now, Hittite mythology also heavily incorporates elements from their neighbors, the Hurrians. The closeness of their mythologies has led them to being jointly categorized under Hittite Hurrian mythology in scholarly works, such as those published by the Oxford University Press. However, the primary sources on Hittite mythology are mostly artistic in nature, with textual records being scarce and mostly confined to the later periods of the Old Hittite Kingdom. These texts often take the form of cult inventories that provide insights into the integration of mythological figures and narratives into daily religious practices. The pantheon itself is a syncretism of Hattian, Hurrian, and Hittite elements, with additional influences from Mesopotamian and Canaanite through Hurrian intermediaries. The Hittites, you see, lacked a clearly defined creation myth in their recorded texts, leading scholars to speculate about the roles and relationships within their pantheon. It is believed that the Hattian mother goddess, potentially linked to the Neolithic great goddess of Catlahoyok, might have been considered a consort to the Anatolian storm god, thereby connecting Hittite religious narratives to those of other Indo-European traditions, such as those involving Thor, Indra, and Zeus. A synthesis of mythologies, a complex cultural interaction in ancient Anatolia. It shows the Hittites' role as both recipients and transmitters of religious ideas. And thus their religious practices were characterized by their responsive nature, rather than adherence to a regular ceremonial schedule. They conducted rituals primarily during challenging times, or significant events, closely intertwining myth with ritual by reenacting mythological stories during these ceremonies. These practices were largely focused on pit rituals, believed to foster a connection with the chthonic deities, gods of the underworld. These necromantic rituals aim to summon these gods from the world of the dead to the world of the living, show the Hittites' deep engagement with the divine forces governing death and the earth. Arena, located a day's march from the Hittite capital of Hattusa, was a major cult center, particularly for the worship of the sun goddess Arena, a key deity in the Hittite pantheon. Despite the central role of such major cult centers, local traditions, of course, varied significantly, as evidenced by records from cult inventories. The fluidity of these local practices was due to the absence of standardized national ritual practice, allowing for flexibility in smaller, local festivals and worship activities. Of course, if you've watched my videos about the ancient Greek religious practices, it's generally the same thing. It's not always a standardized form of ritual. Each little village and little city-state has its own opinions on how the gods should be worshipped, and that makes it interesting. Now, the Hittite king, who also served as a high priest, played his own role in maintaining the religious order, making it his duty to visit every cult site and temple within his domain. And upon his death, the king was deified, reflecting his dual role as both a temporal leader and spiritual intermediary. A reciprocal relationship between the gods and the king, which was mirrored in the broader societal expectation that the gods would provide for the people if they were properly worshipped. King Mursili II's plea during a time of agricultural hardships illustrates the practical implications of this belief system. He lamented the devastation of the land and the consequent inability to perform rituals, highlighting a crisis where the gods were seen as holding humans accountable for lapses in worship due to circumstances completely beyond their control. In fact, we have an account from an old tablet of the time that talks about this, and it goes like this. All of the land of Hatti is dying, so that no one prepares for the sacrificial loaf and libation for you gods. The plowman who used to work the fields of the gods has died, so that no one works or reaps the fields of gods any longer. The miller woman who used to prepare sacrificial loaves of the gods has died, so that they no longer make the sacrificial loaves. As for the corral and the sheepfold from which one used to cull the offerings of sheep and cattle, the cowherds and shepherds have died, and the corral and sheepfold are empty. So it happens that the sacrificial loaves, libations, and animal sacrifices are cut off. And you come to us, O gods, and hold us culpable in this matter. It's within this invocation that we find that it not only underscores the dependency of divine favor on successful harvests, but it also shows the informal yet crucial communication between the Hittites and their gods. You didn't have to do it the same as everybody else, but by God, you better be doing something. The Hittites often interacted with their deities directly through personal appeals that could bypass elaborate rituals or priestly mediation, especially in casual or urgent contexts. Think about how people cross their fingers while they're scratching that lottery ticket. Things like this. This pragmatic and direct approach to divinity also involved using the divine will to justify human actions, much like the ancient Egyptians, integrating religious justification into the fabric of societal and political life. And what about the Hittite pantheon? Well, it was known for its 1,000 gods, and it reflects a complex and frankly fragmented divine landscape, with numerous deities recorded in inscriptions who are today now known only by their names and not their functions. An extensive array of gods, which is partly due to the Hittites' resistance to syncretism, the blending of gods and religious practices into a unified structure. Each Hittite town often revered its own distinct storm god, and local deities were not commonly merged into singular national deities. This practice points to a significant degree of local autonomy and cultural diversity, suggesting a social and political structure that was decentralized and varied across different regions. By the 13th century BC, however, there seem to have been concerted efforts to harmonize this sprawling religious landscape. The queen and priestess Puduhepa played a key role in these efforts, seeking to organize and rationalize the Hittite religious practices. In one of her inscriptions, she illustrates the process of syncretism by aligning the sun goddess of Arena with Hebat, a deity associated with another region, indicating a shift towards creating a more unified religious identity. Hittite mythology often features a broad ensemble of gods and goddesses, with narratives that typically revolve around a complex issues affecting the entire cosmos or community. These myths usually involve a collective effort to resolve crises. Unlike simple moral tales, these stories are dynamic and they're action-packed, drawing in multiple characters, each with a vested interest in the outcome. In Hittite mythology, the storm god of Nerik, worshipped in the Bronze Age cold center north of the Hittite capitals Hattusa and Suppinuwa, is considered sacred and a son of Urusemu, the sun goddess of Arena. This deity, connected to Mount Zalianu near Nerik, played a crucial role in controlling the weather and ensuring rainfall for the region's agriculture. And of course, that's pretty damn important. Well, during times when the Kaskar people seized control of Nerik, Rituals to appease the storm god were conducted from Hattusa, involving offerings such as thick breads, libations, sheep and oxen. Kumarbi, another significant figure in Hittite mythology, mirrors the role of Kronos in Greek mythology. Known as the father of Tarhunt, the god of thunder, Kumarbi's narrative includes fathering Ulikumi, a stone monster reminiscent of the Typhon from Hesiod's works. This mythological context shows a complex family of deities, with Tarhunt linked closely to his son Telipinu, the god of agriculture and fertility, and his daughter Inara, a protective deity associated with the Puruli Spring Festival. A major temple at Hattusa likely served as a central worship site for this divine family. Now, the Telipinu myth explores the theme of dereliction when Telepinu's disappearance leads to a catastrophic cessation of all fertility, causing widespread despair across the land. The resolution involves a bee sent by the goddess Hanahana, finding and awakening Telipinu with a sting, though this initially enrages him further. Eventually, the goddess Kamrusepa calms him with a magic restoring balance and fertility. Similarly, the slaying of the dragon myth, recited during New Year rituals aimed at ensuring agricultural prosperity, depicts a battle between the storm god and a malevolent serpent. Inara, a goddess, devises plans involving a human, Hupashia, to overcome the serpent. The story emphasizes the cooperative yet complex relationship between gods and humans, where divine conflicts often require mortal assistance for resolution, and goddesses play crucial roles in strategizing and restoring order, a dynamic that reflects a broader theme in Hittite mythology, where the divine order relies on both inter-god cooperation and human involvement to maintain balance and address crises. The Hyksos were a group of mixed Semitic Asiatic peoples who rose to power in Egypt, establishing the 15th dynasty around 1650 to 1550 BC. Originating from the Near East, they settled in the eastern Nile Delta and brought with them significant technological advancements, such as the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow. Their rule, often referred to as the Hyksos invasion, is a period known as the Second Intermediate Period in ancient Egyptian history. They governed northern Egypt from their capital, Avaris, and maintained Egyptian customs and administrative practices, which of course helped legitimize their rule and integrate their culture with that of the natives. Their influence extended beyond military innovations, as they also introduced new tools and agricultural techniques. But the end of the Hyksos reign eventually came when Ahmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, successfully waged a war against them, eventually driving them out of Egypt and initiating a new era known as the New Kingdom. Well, today, we're going to get well and truly into it and learn all about the Hyksos. Welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you back again. Now, as always, if you'd like to support the channel, surprise, you're already doing it. Just by enjoying the content at your own pace, that's enough support. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go above that, refer to the video description. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Historical interactions between the Semitic peoples and the Egyptians spanned throughout ancient Egypt's history and was never a new idea. An early artifact, the McGregor plaque dating to about 3000 BC, depicts the pharaoh Den in a scene labeled the first occasion of striking the East, where he is shown smiting a Western Asiatic enemy. This tableau represents one of the earliest recorded conflicts between Egypt and its eastern neighbors. Further evidence of these early contacts is found in the tomb paintings from the 12th dynasty, specifically those of the official Khnumhotep II during the reign of Senusret II around 1890 BC. These paintings vividly depict Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites or nomadic groups, presenting gifts to the pharaoh. These visitors are identified as Amu, with their leader marked as Abisha the Hyksos, representing the earliest recorded mention of the Hyksos, a group that would later play a more significant role than the Egyptians knew. Additionally, the Sebek Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, 1878 to 1839 BC, provides further insights into Egyptian military campaigns in the Levant, marking Egypt's aggressive interactions with its Asiatic neighbors. The stele describes a victorious campaign headed northwards by Senusret III, aiming to overthrow the Asiatics. It mentions the conquest of a foreign land named Sekhmem, now identified as Shechem, and the subjugation of Retenu, associated with ancient Syria. Now, the ancient Hyksos period is primarily chronicled through the works of Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian from the Hellenistic period. But unfortunately, his original writings have not survived, and our understanding of his accounts comes through citations by later historians, notably the Jewish historian Josephus. Manetho's narrative, as recounted by Josephus, vividly describes the sudden and brutal invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, this mysterious group from the east and of, according to Josephus and Manetho, ignoble origin. Now, according to Manetho's writing, this invasion was unexpected and overwhelmingly successful, achieved without significant resistance or battle. Thus the Hyksos swiftly dominated the Egyptian rulers, leading to a violent occupation characterized by the destruction of cities and religious temples. Manetho's account details the Hyksos' harsh treatment of the Egyptian population, involving mass killings and the enslavement of women and children. The full text, as written in the account, goes like this. A people of ignoble origin from the east, whose coming was unforeseen, had the audacity to invade the country, which they mastered by main force without difficulty or even battle. Having overpowered the chiefs, they then savagely burned the cities, razed the temples of the gods to the ground, and treated the whole native population with utmost cruelty, massacring some and carrying off the wives and children of others into slavery. This traditional narrative of a violent Hyksos invasion, as presented by the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho, has largely been reassessed and therefore rejected by contemporary scholars. You see, Manetho's accounts, which describe this sudden and brutal conquest, are now thought to be influenced by his experiences of later foreign invasions, rather than accurate depictions of Hyksos' ascendancy. Modern archaeological and isotype analyses suggest a more gradual and peaceful integration of the Hyksos into Egyptian society. Archaeological evidence, particularly on the site of Avaris, reveals a continuous presence of Asiatic people in the region for over 150 years prior to the establishment of Hyksos rule, with signs of Canaanite settlement dating back to 1800 BC. That's before Egypt's 12th dynasty. This suggests that the Hyksos' rise to power was a result of a migration and integration, rather than a bloodthirsty war and invasion. Strontium isotype analysis supports this, indicating a higher proportion of non-local females in the population, which contradicts the typical invasion model dominated by male warriors. Some scholars emphasize that the presence of Western Asiatic groups in Egypt was a long-standing phenomenon, driven by Egypt's allure as a land of opportunity, particularly in the fertile Nile Delta. This region, especially in the city of Avaris, became a magnet for immigrants due to its pivotal role in international trade and seafaring. Historical records from Egypt's earlier dynasties, such as the 6th and 12th, show that the Asiatics were integrated into various societal roles, whether they be shipbuilders, soldiers, or temple workers. They were everywhere. Now, the politics of Egypt before the Hyksos ascension was admittedly fragmented, particularly after the decline of the 13th dynasty around 1725 BC. This period saw multiple regional kingdoms, including a West Asian-dominated 14th dynasty based at Avaris. The transition from the 14th to the Hyksos-controlled 15th does not appear to have been marked by any significant conflict at all, contrary to the earlier narrative from Manetho. But the exact nature of the 15th dynasty's rise to power does remain a subject of debate among historians. While some suggest a possible invasion or displacement of the 14th dynasty by the 15th, others simply find the evidence for such an event inconclusive. There are certain archaeological findings, such as the stela of Neferhotep III, which possibly indicates disruptions caused by mercenary activities rather than a structured military campaign. Well, the duration of the Hyksos rule in Egypt is another topic of scholarly debate, due to the fragmentary nature of the historical records of the 15th dynasty. The Turin king list, a key but incomplete source, indicates that 6 Hyksos kings ruled for a collective total of 108 years. However, recent studies by modern scholars have proposed longer durations, suggesting that the Hyksos may have governed for as much as 149 to 180. These estimates point to a more extended Hyksos presence during that second intermediate period, coexisting with the native Egyptian dynasties, specifically the 16th and 17th dynasties that came after. Geographically, the Hyksos control was primarily concentrated in the eastern Nile Delta. We've already made mention of their capital, Avaris, strategically located at the junction of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which in our modern times is unfortunately well and truly dry. While Memphis is thought to have possibly served as an important administrative center during their reign, there remains a lack of concrete evidence of Hyksos activity. Could have happened, but at the moment we're yet to find anything solid. So any suggestion of activity in Memphis is somewhat ambiguous. But archaeological findings do suggest a notable presence of Levantine populations throughout the Delta region in general. Sites such as Tel Farasha, Tel al-Magud, and El-Qatana, and Inshaz show signs of Levantine influence or habitation. Of course, avarice benefiting from increased prosperity likely drew more Levantine settlers to the area. At Kom el-Hisin, located at the edge of the western delta, artifacts reveal Near Eastern goods, and burial practices show a mix of Egyptian and Levantine traditions, suggesting a population of, well, I suppose we can say Egyptianized Levantines. Another significant site, Tel Basta, or in the old tongue, Bubastis, contains monuments dedicated to Hyksos kings, Kian and Apepi, but it lacks any substantial evidence of a Levantine residential community. Meanwhile, Tel al-Habwa, positioned near a Nile branch close to Sinai, also displays signs of a non-Egyptian presence, predominantly Egyptian or Egyptianized Levantines, reflecting a blend rather than a displacement of cultures. The site would have been crucial in supporting Avaris with grain and trade goods, facilitating the Hyksos' economic and administrative activities. Now, within the Wadi Tumilat, Tel el-Mushkuta is a particularly notable settlement for its abundance of Levantine pottery and its occupational history that aligns more closely with the 15th dynasty, showing once again the Hyksos' cultural connections to the Levant. And nearby, Tel al-Rataba and Tel al-Sahaba also provide archaeological evidence suggestive of Hyksos-style burials. Tel el-Yahudia, positioned strategically between Memphis and the Wadi Tumilat, is remarkable for its large earthwork, which may have been constructed by the Hyksos, and its Levantine burial practices that date back to the 13th dynasty. Now, it's these sites that collectively highlight the Hyksos' strategic positioning to control access routes towards Sinai, the southern Levant, and potentially the Red Sea, enhancing their ability to manage trade, but also military movements. Now, there are other sites such as Tel al-Kabir, Tel Yahud, and Tel Fazia that have been noted by scholars to exhibit elements of what could be recognized as Hyksos culture. However, there is a lack of published archaeological data for these sites, which makes it difficult to conclusively ascertain their roles or the extent of Hyksos' influence there. Although the Hyksos had claimed sovereignty over both Lower and Upper Egypt, the actual control was likely more circumscribed, with their southernmost boundary around Hermopolis and Kusei. The presence of Hyksos-related objects in Upper Egypt, such as Thebes, has been suggested to reflect either Theban war booty or evidence of trade, diplomatic engagements, or possibly short-term raids rather than direct control. The broader impact of the Hyksos, initially believed to be indicative of a vast empire due to the distribution of goods bearing Hyksos rulers' names as far as Baghdad and Knossos, is now more commonly interpreted as a result of extensive diplomatic gift exchanges and a rather strong trade network, rather than direct imperial rule or military ambition abroad. This reassessment aligns with a more nuanced understanding of the Hyksos as integrative rulers who engaged in and facilitated complex webs of international relations and commerce, rather than just rolling in with the swords and bows. Now, we come to the conflict between Thebes and the Hyksos, and as recorded, the conflict is predominantly derived from pro-Theban sources, so keep that in mind, because pretty much all of those sources cast the struggle in terms of a war of national liberation against a horrible oppressor. This narrative was once widely accepted by scholars, just as Manetho once was, but in the modern day, with a little bit of introspection, it's shifted somewhat, and the characterization of the conflict as a nationalistic uprising is also now viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Hostilities likely began in the reign of Seqenenre-Ptah, a Theban king. Intriguingly, the cause of his death determined from his mummy, which shows multiple axe wounds to the head, suggesting that he died in battle against the Hyksos. And multiple axe wounds, I said, not just one. So they wanted to make sure he was certainly dead. And that's a very efficient way of doing it. Well, the exact reasons for the outbreak of hostilities are admittedly not clearly documented, but there is one tale, a satirical one at that, titled The Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, which suggests that the conflict was sparked by a demand from the Hyksos ruler Apepi, now known as Apophis, that Seqenenre silence a group of noisy hippopotamuses near Thebes, which were reportedly preventing Apepi from sleeping. Well, nobody likes being woken up. This narrative, however, is considered part of the King's novel genre, blending the entertainment factors with political allegory rather than providing a factual account. It's still a funny story, though. Well, approximately 3 years after Seqenenre's death, his successor, Kamose, aggressively resumed military actions against the Hyksos. His campaigns are well documented through inscriptions on 3 stelae at Karnak. The first of these, known as the Carnarvon tablet, poignantly expresses Kamose's frustration with Egypt's divided state. And we have the primary text here, which I will read now. To what effect do I perceive it, my might, while a ruler is in avarice and another in Cush, I sitting joined with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing the land with me. There is no passing him as far as Memphis, the water of Egypt. He has possession of Hermopolis, and no man can rest, being deprived by the levies of the Setiu. I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his body, for my intention is to save Egypt, striking the Asiatics. Of course, this text not only shows the desperation of Kamose to reclaim and unify Egypt under native rule, but it also shows the complex political landscape at the time, with foreign rulers controlling significant territories within Egypt himself. You see, he mentioned a Nubian as well, so it wasn't just the Asiatics that were taking their territory. It was just a bad time. I suppose that's why they call it an intermediate period. In one vivid dramatization, quite typical of Egyptian royal narratives, Kamose's advisors are depicted urging caution, but the king boldly proceeds with his military campaigns. He describes his assaults on Nephrusi and other cities aligned with the Hyksos. In a notable account on a second stele, Kamose asserts that he captured Avaris, though he subsequently returned to Thebes after intercepting a messenger between Apepi, the Hyksos ruler, and the king of Kush. Kamose's reign ended shortly thereafter, around 1540 BC. The conflict continued under Ahmose, Kamose's successor, who launched early and effective campaigns, likely including the conquest of Memphis, Taru, and Heliopolis, as referenced in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. A detailed account of Ahmose's military actions comes from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, providing a first-hand testimony of the sack of Avaris, and it goes like this. Then there was fighting in Egypt to the south of this town, Avaris, and I carried off a man as a living captive. I went down into the water, for he was captured on the city side, and crossed the water carrying him. Then Avaris was despoiled, and I brought spoil from there. It's suggested that Ahmose's definitive conquest of Avaris occurred in the 18th year of his reign. However, archaeological investigations at Tel el-Daba, the site of the ancient Avaris, indicate that the city was not destroyed, but rather gradually abandoned. Little by little, the Hyksos simply left. The peaceful departure of the Hyksos is captured in the writings of Manetho, as quoted by Josephus, highlighting an arranged treaty that ended the siege. And I'll read that from Josephus, now retelling from Manetho. Tomosis invested the walls of Avaris with an army of 480,000 men, and endeavored to reduce the Hyksos to submission by siege. Despairing of achieving his object, he concluded a treaty under which the Hyksos were all to evacuate Egypt and go whither they would unmolested. Upon these terms, no fewer men than 240,000, entire households with their possessions, left Egypt and traversed the desert to Syria. End of the account from Josephus quoting Manetho. While Manetho's historical account suggests a large-scale expulsion of the Hyksos to the Levant, contemporary archaeological evidence does not seem to support this narrative. Instead, findings suggest that many Asiatics were likely resettled throughout Egypt, particularly as artisans and craftsmen. Can't have any of that brain drain after all. Now this is supported by an analysis by Manfred Pietak, which points to continued production of Hyksos-style pottery and scarabs in the eastern delta region, particularly around Avaris, even after this supposed expulsion. And furthermore, the persistence of Canaanite cults at Avaris indicates that the Asiatic population and their cultural practices continued in Egypt, rather than being entirely displaced. In addition to reconfiguring the demographic landscape of Avaris, Ahmose's military campaigns extended into Canaan. Ahmose, the son of Ebanna, a key military figure during this time, provides his own record of these exploits. He notes that following the takeover of Avaris, Ahmose led a successful campaign against one Sharuhen, who is identified by some scholars as Tel el-Aljul, a significant stronghold in Canaan that was under Hyksos' influence. This victory further shows the territory and military reach of Ahmose's new regime. He secured regions beyond Egypt's traditional borders and mopped up the remnants of Hyksos' influence in the region. Now, what exactly set the Hyksos apart from the rest? Were they just like the Egyptians? Or were they different? Well, in some ways they were alike, of course. But, of course, there were some divergences in culture. Let's have a little talk about what it was like under the Hyksos. Well, the period is marked by significant diplomatic and military interactions that influenced the politics of Egypt and its neighboring regions. The discovery of a cuneiform letter in Avaris highlights the Hyksos' involvement in international diplomacy, with evidence of relations extending to Crete and the Near East. Notably, artifacts bearing the name of Hyksos king Kian, such as those found in Knossos and Hattusa, that was the Hittite capital, suggest active diplomatic engagements with both Minoan Crete and the Hittite Empire. Additionally, a sphinx with Kian's name found in Baghdad, the modern capital of Afghanistan, indicates possible ties with the Babylonian Kassite dynasty. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities that characterized the end of the Hyksos rule, there are indications of cooperative relations between the Hyksos and the Theban 17th dynasty, and they possibly involved a marital alliance, which was of course not uncommon. This period of peace, well, relative peace at least, contrasts sharply with the later violent conflicts documented during the reigns of Seqenenre-Tar and his successors. One significant diplomatic correspondence is the intercepted letter between the Hyksos king Apepi and the Nubian king, which suggested a formal alliance against Thebes. This is supported by archaeological finds, such as seals from Avaris that have been found at Kerma, which attest to ongoing interactions and even possible military collaboration between the Hyksos and Nubia. The strategic position of the Hyksos in the north and the Nubians in the south, of course, posed a considerable threat to Thebes, which was right in the middle. Now, during the sieges led by the Theban pharaohs Kamose and Ahmose I, both rulers faced threats from Nubian forces, who were potentially allied with the Hyksos. Ahmose's campaigns are particularly notable for his military successes, which included defeating the Nubian forces and killing their leader, a victory that is proudly recorded in his tomb at Thebes. The depiction of the Hyksos as overlords to other Egyptian dynasties, particularly in later Egyptian texts like the Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, suggests a more complex relationship of tribute and vassalage. However, this depiction has been challenged by some modern scholars, who argue against the assumption of vassalage as baseless. Instead, relationships were likely maintained through diplomacy and strategic alliances, rather than direct subjugation. The Hyksos rulers, despite their significant influence in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, left behind very little in the way of original court art. But they are noted for repurposing the Egyptian monuments that they already had, notably inscribing their own names on them. This appropriation is well illustrated by the actions of Hyksos king Canaan, who left his mark on numerous artifacts originally created for earlier pharaohs. Similarly, other Hyksos kings followed suit, reinscribing monuments such as the so-called Hyksos sphinxes and the Tanite sphinxes. These sphinxes, originally depicting the 12th dynasty pharaoh Amenemhat III, and noted for their distinctive features such as prominent cheekbones and a lion-like mane rather than the traditional Nemes headcloth, were later claimed by the Hyksos rulers, who engraved their own names onto the statues, which, in my opinion, is a little bit rude. While a substantial architectural discovery in Avaris reveals a large palace constructed in Levantine style, predominantly under King Canaan, indicating a departure from traditional Egyptian architectural norms in favor of styles native to Hyksos origins. Additionally, King Apepi is known to have engaged with Egyptian cultural practices, notably commissioning the copying of the Rhind mathematical papyrus, suggesting a level of integration and respect for the Egyptian scholarly traditions. Hyksos burial customs also diverge significantly from those of the Egyptians. The Hyksos buried their dead within their settlements, which is of course contrary to the Egyptian custom of burials outside of living areas. Certainly a clash of cultures, it seems. Some tombs included Egyptian-style chapels, yet others featured the interment of young females, potentially sacrifices, placed directly in front of tomb chambers. Additionally, infants were occasionally buried in imported Canaanite amphorae, and the burial of horses and other equids was practiced, perhaps reflecting a fusion of Egyptian and Near Eastern cultural practices regarding status and the divine. The Hyksos are often credited with the introduction of the horse and chariot to Egypt, which was of course a significant military development. Indeed, when we think of an Egyptian pharaoh going to war, we never think of him riding a horse or charging in on foot. Indeed, he's always on the back of that chariot, right at the back of our subconscious when we make our little images of the ancient world in our minds. Well, it turns out that perhaps the Hyksos may or may not have used these. The archaeological and historical evidence directly linking the Hyksos to the use of chariots in warfare is a little ambiguous. While horse burials suggest an early familiarity with horses, there's no evidence that the Hyksos used chariots in battle. That being said, the Hittites up north were certainly doing so. Watch my video on the Battle of Kadesh. You'll find out. In fact, the first documented use of chariots in Egyptian warfare comes from the Egyptian sources describing battles against the Hyksos at the end of their rule. So perhaps if the Hyksos did introduce chariots to Egypt, they may have regretted telling the Egyptians about it a little later. Now, the question of whether the Hyksos introduced other military technologies, such as the sickle sword and the composite bow, is also debatable. While these weapons are indeed associated with the Hyksos period, it remains a little unclear whether they originated from the Hyksos themselves, or were simply adaptations from contact with other cultures during their rule. Similarly, advancements in bronze-working techniques attributed to the Hyksos could reflect broader technological advances, rather than direct innovations by them especially. Beyond military technologies, because of course there is more to life than war, the Hyksos are credited with bringing significant improvements in non-military domains as well. They introduced new weaving techniques, and even musical instruments, which enriched the cultural landscape of Egypt. Their influence on viniculture also suggests a broader impact on agricultural practices. The introduction of full-body armor, well, that is another area where the Hyksos may have diverged from Egyptian traditions, which typically did not include armor or helmets until the New Kingdom period. This possible introduction of more advanced protective gear could indicate a significant shift in military tactics and personal protection during combat. Now, during that time, Avaris emerged not just as the political capital, but as the new commercial hub in the Nile Delta. The city played a key role in establishing and maintaining wide-ranging trade relations that extended across the eastern Mediterranean and far into the old world of the Near East. The Hyksos had intensive trade relationships, particularly with Canaan and Cyprus, reflecting likely origins and strong cultural ties with Canaanite regions. And trade with Canaan was characterized by significant imports of Canaanite goods, indicating robust economic and possibly familial connections. Relations with Cyprus towards the end of the Hyksos period were also critical, which perhaps involved the exchange of luxury goods and raw materials that were pivotal for the survival of both regions. But culturally, the Hyksos appeared to integrate their native Levantine practices with those of the native Egyptians. Temples in Avaris were built in both Egyptian and Levantine styles, serving as a clear sign of cultural amalgamation. Even the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, alongside the Egyptian god Set, who was particularly venerated in Avaris, exemplifies the syncretism that defined Hyksos' religious life. Baal's association with Set may also reflect an attempt by the Hyksos to legitimize their rule by aligning their deity with a recognized Egyptian god. The material culture during the Hyksos period included significant imports listed in the Kamose stele, such as chariots, horses, precious metals, and luxury items like incense and honey, which showed their sophistication in their trade networks and dealings. Moreover, the era saw an export of Egyptian artifacts to Canaan and Syria, often as loot, which suggests a complex interaction where the Hyksos utilized Egyptian resources to consolidate power in foreign lands. Well, despite these flourishing trade and cultural integrations, evidence suggests a trade boycott between Upper and Lower Egypt during their rule. It may have contributed to some limited economic interactions between the two regions of Egypt, which of course potentially weakened the Hyksos economically by curtailing their access to Mediterranean trade. Despite later narratives that portrayed the Hyksos as antagonistic towards Egyptian religious practices, Archaeological finds, including votive objects dedicated to traditional Egyptian gods by Hyksos rulers, indicate more of a level of respect and reverence, and even integration into the Egyptian religious custom. In fact, Josephus's interpretation and the later association of the Hyksos with the Jews have shaped a considerable part of historical discourse on the subject. In his work, Contra Apion, Josephus cites the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho to connect the Hyksos with the Jews, suggesting that upon their expulsion from Egypt, the Hyksos founded the city of Jerusalem. But this account raises significant questions regarding its authenticity, and of course, the motives of the author, as the original works of Manetho do not survive independently, but are known only through quotations by later authors, including Josephus himself. Thus, we must know that perhaps his use of Manetho is strategic. He aims to counter Greek and Egyptian historiographical slurs against the Jewish people by appropriating the story of the Hyksos, that formidable force in ancient Egypt, and integrating them into a Jewish history. But it does not explicitly name the Hyksos as Jews or Hebrews. The conflation might be Josephus's interpretation or just an addition, aimed at defending the antiquity and nobility of the Jewish people in a context where they were often marginalized. The narrative becomes even more complex when the mention of Osarseph, a priest whom Josephus equates with Moses. According to Josephus, after being expelled, Osarseph and a group of lepers ally with the Hyksos in Avaris and rule Egypt oppressively for 13 years before being driven out. Post-expulsion, Osarseph supposedly adopts the name Moses. This account mixes elements of the Hyksos story with aspects of biblical exodus, possibly reflecting later historiographical accounts to synthesize various traditions and historical memories into a more coherent narrative that serves specific theological and cultural purposes. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, emerging in the 10th century BC and becoming the dominant power in the ancient Near East, reached its height through aggressive expansion and cultural achievements under kings like Tiglath-Pileser and Ashurbanipal. It boasted unprecedented territorial gains, administrative sophistication, and left us with notable contributions to art and science, most notably the Library of Ashurbanipal. However, by late 7th century BC, a combination of internal discord, economic challenges, and external pressures from emerging powers like the Babylonians and the Medes spelled its decline. So, if you want to learn all about the Neo-Assyrian Empire, you're in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. And for those who are returning viewers, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, the links to Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, like and subscribe. That helps YouTube push me out to a broader audience. Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Make yourself comfortable, will you? Imperialism and the aspiration to establish a universal empire were fundamental aspects of ancient Near Eastern royal ideology long before the emergence of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. In the early dynastic period, around 2900 to 2350 BC, Sumerian rulers engaged in conflicts to create small hegemonic empires and gain dominance over neighboring city-states Over time, these conflicts evolved into a broader ambition for universal rule, fueled by the belief that Mesopotamia represented the entire known world. One of the earliest world conquerors, as they were called, was Xerxes, the king of Uruk, who conquered Lower Mesopotamia in the 24th century BC. The Akkadian Empire, founded around 2334 BC by Sargon of Akkad, is considered the first great Mesopotamian empire. Following the Akkadian Empire, various imperial estates emerged and declined in Mesopotamia and the Near East. Although most early empires and kingdoms controlled core territories, the desire for universal rule persisted in the royal ideologies of Mesopotamian kings for centuries, inspired by the memory of that great lost Akkadian empire. Grand titles, such as King of the Universe or King of the Four Corners of the World, exemplified this ambition, evident also in the rulers of Assyria. The Middle Assyrian Empire, rising in the 14th century BC, transformed from a city-state centered around Assur into one of the dominant powers of the Middle East, Near East rather. Under rulers like Adad-nirari I and Tukulti-Ninurta I, Assyria reached its zenith, subjugating Babylonia and extending its influence. However, the empire later experienced decline, despite brief revivals under kings like Tiglath-Pileser I. The decline was reversed in the reign of Ashur-dan II, marking a resurgence in Assyrian power through campaigns in the northeast and northwest. Over an extensive period, characterized by relentless military expeditions, the early Neo-Assyrian monarchs dedicated themselves to reversing this protracted decline that had befallen their realm, and reclaiming the territories that once constituted their empire. While some historical interpretations have posited the Neo-Assyrian Empire as a distinct entity, separate from earlier Assyrian epics, a re-evaluation of royal inscriptions alongside the nature and scope of military campaigns brings us to a more nuanced perspective. It appears that the Neo-Assyrian kings were primarily driven by a desire to restore Assyria's preeminence, echoing the zenith of the Middle Assyrian Empire. This continuity is further reinforced by the unbroken lineage of the ruling dynasty. Moreover, the impulse for expansion was often framed as a liberation, underpinned by the notion of freeing Assyrian populations residing beyond traditional borders from foreign dominion. Material evidence gleaned from reconquered sites during the waning years of the Middle Assyrian Empire corroborates the enduring influence of Assyrian culture and territories, even beyond its immediate control. Initially, the efforts in the early stages of the Neo-Assyrian rulers were concentrated on consolidating authority within the region stretching up to the Kabul River in the western reaches. The conquest of Katmahu by Ashur-dan II, which was subsequently incorporated as a vassal kingdom, shows the resource constraints faced by the nascent empire, necessitating a virtual restart of the imperial reconquest initiative. Building upon that foundation laid by Ashur-dan II, Adad-nirari and Tukulti-Ninurta II pursued an aggressive agenda of territorial expansion. Adad-nirari II's strategic campaigns targeted territories southeast of the Little Zab River, which had hitherto been under Babylonian hegemony. These military endeavors yielded substantial gains. With the acquisition of key cities such as Arapa, thereby establishing pivotal launching points for subsequent Assyrian campaigns in the east. In addition to his eastern exploits, Adad-nirari II extended Assyrian influence to the west, subjugating numerous small kingdoms and forging alliances with local rulers to solidify Assyrian power. Tukulti-Ninurta II, during his brief reign, continued the ambitious agenda of his predecessors. His expeditions mirrored those of his father, with a notable march along the Euphrates and Kabul rivers, where he extracted tribute from cities historically aligned with Babylon. Militarily, Tukulti-Ninurta II further bolstered Assyrian hegemony in the east, engaging in campaigns against regional powers such as Kiruri, Habushkia, and Gilzanu. The latter, renowned for its equine resources, would later become a vital asset in sustaining Assyrian military power. The commencement of the second phase of the Assyrian reconquest occurred during the reign of Tukulti-Ninurta's successor, Ashur-Nasirpal II, who ruled from 883 to 859 BC. Under his leadership, Assyria ascended to a position of preeminence in the Near East, though it did not yet attain the pinnacle of power it would achieve in subsequent centuries. Ashur-Nasirpal possessed a multifaceted personality. While renowned as a formidable warrior, he also displayed concern for the welfare of his subjects, undertaking initiatives to enhance their prosperity and comfort, especially during times of crisis. Inheriting a substantial reservoir of resources from his predecessor's successful campaigns, Ashur-Nasirpal embarked on a series of military expeditions aimed at reasserting the Assyrian dominance. His initial campaign in 883 targeted the rebellious cities of Suru and Tela along the northern banks of the Tigris River. At Tela, he employed brutal tactics to quell dissent, inflicting severe punishments such as disfigurement, mutilation, and execution upon the uncooperative populace. Subsequent campaigns under Ashur-Nasirpal's reign encompassed conflicts with the kingdom of Zamua in the eastern Zagros Mountains, repeated engagements with Nairi and Urartu in the north, and protracted hostilities with Aramaean and Neo-Hittite kingdoms in the west. These western adversaries, having evolved into well-organized entities, posed a significant challenge to the Assyrian hegemony. Notably, Ashur-Nasirpal confronted fierce resistance from the Aramaean king Ahuni, whose forces repeatedly breached Assyrian territory across the Kabur and Euphrates rivers. After many years of warfare, Ahuni eventually capitulated to Ashur-Nasirpal's suzerainty, excuse me, marking a pivotal victory for Assyria and granting access to territories beyond the Euphrates for the first time in 2 centuries. So you can see how Ashur-Narsapal is one of those very well-respected conquerors. Now, exploiting this newfound opportunity, Ashur-Narsapal conducted a campaign that extended to Lebanon and the Mediterranean coast. Although formal incorporation into the Assyrian Empire was limited at this juncture, many kingdoms along the route paid tribute simply to avoid conflict. This included Carchemish, Patina, and even several Phoenician cities, who thought that fighting the Assyrians was simply not worth the trouble. Ashur-Narsapal's triumphant inscriptions proudly attest to this symbolic act of cleansing his weapons in the waters of the Mediterranean, symbolizing Assyrian dominance over these territories. Utilizing the wealth amassed from tribute and spoils acquired through previous campaigns, as well as his own military conquest, Ashur-Narsapal embarked on extensive construction projects across key Assyrian cities, such as Nineveh, Assur, and Balawat. However, the most ambitious undertaking was the revitalization of the ancient town of Nimrud, situated on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, within the very heartland of Assyria. In 879, he designated Nimrud as the new imperial capital, initiating a monumental effort involving thousands of laborers to erect new fortifications, palatial structures, and temples within the city. The decision to relocate the capital left Assur, the long-standing religious center of the empire, as more of a ceremonial city. Nimrud, adorned with colossal walls stretching over 7.5 kilometers, now boasted grand palaces, temples, administrative buildings, and swaths of residential quarters. Ashur-Narsapal also introduced botanical gardens, showcasing exotic plants acquired during his extensive military campaigns, alongside what is believed to be one of the earliest large-scale zoos in history. While scholars have proposed various theories to explain the shift in capital, ranging from Ashur-Narsapal's desire to leave a lasting legacy to Nimrod's strategic position within local trade networks or its certain location within the empire. To commemorate the completion of Nimrod's construction in 864 BC, Ashur-Narsapal hosted a lavish celebration, purportedly one of the biggest parties in history. This event, spanning 10 days, was attended by over 69,000 guests, and it featured extravagant feasting and revelry, including vast quantities of food and drink. Under the reign of Ashur-Narsapal's successor, Shalmaneser III, Assyria's aggressive expansionist policies continued unabated. Shalmaneser oversaw the consolidation of Assyrian control over territories along the Kabul and Euphrates rivers in the west, subjugating resistant kingdoms such as Beit Adine. The defeat of Ahuni, remember him, led to the establishment of Kar Salmanu, Ashared, as a new administrative center, which further strengthened Assyrian authority in that region. Despite formidable adversaries, such as Urartu in the north, whose kings emulated Assyrian autocracy and military prowess, Shalmaneser expanded Assyrian influence through bold military campaigns, often against the wishes of his advisors. Notably, in 856, he launched a daring expedition deep into Urartian territory, which culminated in the sack of Arzakashtun, the Urartian capital, and the complete devastation of its heartland. Despite Shalmaneser's notable successes in compelling tribute from small states in northern Syria after his campaign against Urartu, his attempts to fully exploit the situation faced challenges. In 853, a formidable coalition of western states convened at Tel Karkur in Syria, led by Hadadezer, the king of Aram Damascus, with the sole aim of countering Assyrian expansion. The coalition included various kings from different ethnic groups, including the earliest historically Israelite and Arab rulers. Shalmaneser confronted the coalition in the same year, purportedly receiving a significant victory at the Battle of Kadesh, according to Assyrian records at least. Either way, the battle's outcome remains a little ambiguous, with no substantial political or territorial gains secured. Following the engagement at Kadesh, Shalmaneser shifted his focus to the south. In 1851 or 1850, he intervened in Babylonian affairs, aiding King Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in suppressing a revolt led by his brother, Marduk-bel-Ushadi. Subsequently, Shalmaneser provided further assistance to Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in quelling Chaldean unrest in southern Mesopotamia. The alliance between Assyria and Babylon was celebrated, with surviving artwork depicting the two rulers engaging in a handshake. Not bad. Now, in the 840s and 830s BC, Shalmaneser resumed campaigns in Syria, exploiting and capitalizing on the collapse of the coalition against him following Hadadezer's demise in 841. Although Assyrian forces repeatedly attempted to capture Damascus, their efforts proved to be futile. Shalmaneser's ambitious military endeavors, extending into Cilicia and Anatolia and reaching Hubushna, near modern-day Erigli, in 836, showcased Assyria's expansive reach. However, despite instilling fear among neighboring kings, Shalmaneser struggled to stabilize and consolidate Assyrian control over the newly acquired territories, leading to somewhat tenuous imperial authority in many regions. In the later years of Shalmaneser III's reign, Urartu resurged as a formidable adversary, posing a significant threat to the stability of Assyria. Despite campaigns against Urartu in 830, the restored kingdom remained a rather annoying challenge. Notably, the 830 campaign against Urartu was not led by the king himself, but by the influential Dayan Asur, indicating potential challenges to Shalmaneser's leadership. The shift suggests Shalmaneser's possible advanced age, or perhaps simply waning authority, with Dayan Ashur emerging as a prominent figure in Assyrian politics, which was a notable departure from the usual hierarchical structure. Moreover, Shalmaneser faced internal troubles as his son, Ashur-danin-pal, rebelled in a bid for the throne, possibly due to resentment over his younger brother Shamshi-Adad being designated heir. Shalmaneser's death in 824 occurred amidst all of this unrest, leaving Ashur-danin-pal in rebellion, supported by a substantial portion of the country, including the former capital Assur. Shamshi-Adad V then ascended to the throne, initially perhaps a figurehead under Dayan-Assur's influence. Despite Dayan-Assur's demise in the early civil conflict, Shamshi-Adad ultimately prevailed, possibly with support from the Babylonian king Marduk-Shakir-Shume, or perhaps his successor, Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi. The reign of Shamshi-Adad V marked the onset of a new phase in Neo-Assyrian history, known as the Age of the Magnates. During this period, Assyrian magnates wielded considerable political influence and even overshadowed the kings, whose power diminished notably. Although the exact implications of this power shift are debatable, it is often regarded as a period of general decline for Assyria, characterized by limited territorial expansion and weakened central authority. But regardless, many magnates capitalized on this era to fortify military and economic structures across the empire, which did enhance its resilience in general, so it wasn't all bad. Shamshi-Adad's early campaigns focused primarily on Urartian fortresses in western Iran, but with limited success. Several campaigns were led by officials rather than the king himself, suggesting challenges in consolidating authority. Despite initial setbacks, Shamshi-Adad's fortunes shifted from 815 BC onwards, as he redirected efforts towards Babylonia. In 813, he defeated Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi, capturing him and annexing northern Babylonian territories. However, Assyria's weakened state hindered full exploitation of these victories, leaving southern Mesopotamia unsettled and the Babylonian throne vacant for several years. Upon the death of Shamshi-Adad V in 811 BC, his son Adad-Ninari III ascended to the throne, though he was likely very young at the time. During the early years of his reign, real political power was probably held by the Turtanu, Nergal-Ila'i, and Adad-Ninari's mother, Shamuramat, one of the most influential women in Assyrian history. Shamuramat's remarkable authority extended to military campaigns, as she participated in a campaign against Kumu in Syria, a very rare feat for ancient Assyrian women, so credit for that. And together with her son, she's credited for expanding Assyrian territory, a task that was typically reserved for kings alone. While following Shamuramat's death, Adad-Nirari's authority remained limited, with figures like the eunuch Nergal-Eresh exerting significant influence. Despite his constrained authority, Adad-Ninari III's reign witnessed some military successes, with Assyrian armies conducting numerous campaigns in western Iran. Although the western territories had gained autonomy, Adad-Nirari managed to defeat Aram Damascus in 790. Additionally, he launched the first Assyrian campaign against the Aramaic tribes along the Assyro-Babylonian border around 787. During his reign, Adad-nirari appointed Shamshi-Ilu as the new Tertanu, a position that would see him as one of the most influential political figures in Assyria for approximately 40 years. After Adad-nirari's death in 783, his sons ruled successively, that being Shalmaneser IV, Ashur-dan III, and Ashur-nirari V. This period marked a decline in Assyrian royal power, evident in the scarcity of royal inscriptions from their reigns. Under Shalmaneser IV, Shamshi-Ilu's influence grew to the extent that he ceased crediting the king in his inscriptions. That's one way to assert your autonomy. Assyrian military efforts, mainly directed against Urartu, intensified during this period. Shamshi-Ilu achieved a notable victory against Argishti I of Urartu in 774. However, he failed to decisively defeat Urartu. In 773, Damascus was captured under Shamshi-Ilu's leadership, further showcasing Assyrian dominance in the region. Ashur-dan III's reign was marked by significant challenges, including widespread revolts, which were possibly triggered by plague epidemics, and a solar eclipse in 763, interpreted as signs of divine disfavor. This wasn't unique to the Assyrians, by the way. Pretty much everybody thought that back then. Though Assyria stabilized under Ashur-dan III's brother, Ashur-nirari V, his reign was characterized by a relative inactivity. He didn't really do much. Well, despite a successful campaign against Arpad in northwestern Syria in 754, Assyrian forces suffered a crucial defeat against Sarduri II of Urartu, underscoring the waning strength of Assyria during this period of internal and external troubles. Which leads us to 745 BC, when Tiglath-Pileser III ascended to the throne. Things were about to change up a little bit. He likely succeeded his father, Ashur-nirari V. The circumstances of his rise are unclear, with evidence suggesting that he may have actually usurped the throne from Ashur-nirari. But nevertheless, Tiglath-Pileser's ascension marked a pivotal moment in Neo-Assyrian history, initiating a new era characterized by significant military conquests and administrative reforms. He implemented reforms aimed at consolidating royal authority and centralizing the administration. He curtailed the influence of powerful magnates, dividing their territories into smaller provinces governed by royally appointed officials. Additionally, he withdrew their privileges, such as the right to commission building inscriptions. Notably, Tiglath-Pileser also erased all the names and titles of Shamshi-Ilu, a prominent figure from the preceding era, from some inscriptions, suggesting a deliberate effort to diminish the influence of former power brokers. During his 18-year reign, Tiglath-Pileser conducted extensive military campaigns in all directions. He conquered territories east of the Tigris River, expanded Assyrian influence in the Zagros Mountains, and dealt decisive blows to Urartu and northern Syria. Notably, he captured the strategically significant city of Arpad after a 3-year siege in 740. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests extended as far as the Levant and the Egyptian border, where he forced several states to become Assyrian vassals. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests were accompanied by large-scale resettlement policies, whereby tens of thousands of foreigners were relocated to various parts of the empire. In his later years, he turned his attention to Babylonia, and he captured Babylon in 729, assuming the title King of Babylon, alongside King of Assyria. His direct rule brought significant changes to the Assyrian state, transitioning from reliance on tribute to taxation collected by provincial governors. Upon his death in 727, he was succeeded by his son, Ululayu, who assumed the regnal name Shalmaneser V. Despite a lack of surviving inscriptions and sources from his reign, Shalmaneser V managed to maintain stability in the empire. He is credited with conquering Samaria, thereby ending the ancient kingdom of Israel, and annexing territories in northern Syria and Cilicia. Sargon II ascended to the throne in 722, likely through a palace coup, marking the beginning of the Sargonid dynasty. While claiming divine selection for his ascension, Sargon's rise led to more than a little internal unrest, with revolts and challenges to his authority across the breadth of the empire. Notably, the Chaldean warlord Marduk-apla-iddina II seized control of Babylon, allying with the Elamite king Huban-Nekas I. Initially, Sargon attempted to suppress the revolts, but he faced setbacks, particularly against Marduk-apla-iddina and the Elamites. However, his early reign saw successes in the west, where he quelled movements seeking independence from Assyrian rule, because we just can't have that, can't we? Sargon waged campaigns both east and west, securing victories against all adversaries, including Sinitu in Anatolia and Manaya in western Iran, and in 717 he captured Karkemish and initiated the construction of Dur-Sharukin, a new capital for the empire. As construction progressed, Sargon continued his military campaigns, expanding Assyria's influence significantly. Notable victories include the defeat of Urartu in 714, leading to the plunder of its heartland. One of Sargon's significant conquests was the absorption of Cyprus into the Assyrian Empire in 709, commemorated with a stele near present-day Larnaca. Later in his reign, Sargon turned his attention back to Babylon, where he encountered little resistance upon marching south in 710. After negotiations, Sargon made peace with Marduk-apla-iddina II, allowing him to dismantle the walls of Dur-Yakin. Sargon resided in Babylon between 710 and 707, participating in local traditions and receiving foreign delegations. However, some Assyrian kings, including his own son Sennacherib and grandson Esarhaddon, questioned his pro-Babylonian leanings. Sargon inaugurated Dur-Sharukin as the new capital in 706, but he met his demise in 705 during a campaign against Tabal in Anatolia, where he was killed in battle, providing quite a shock to the Assyrian army. Well, after the shocking and traumatizing death of his dad, Sargon II, in battle, Sennacherib ascended to the Assyrian throne with a daunting array of challenges. His father's demise prompted theological concerns and internal unrest, leading some vassal states to assert their independence, notably the ones in the Levant, where several had simply stopped paying tribute. Additionally, Marduk-apla-iddina II, remember him? Well, he managed to reclaim Babylon with the support of the Elamites behind him. Sennacherib faced immediate threats upon his accession, necessitating military campaigns to stabilize the empire. He sent forces to Anatolia to avenge Sargon's death and waged war against Marduk-apla-iddina II in Babylonia. Despite years of conflict, Sennacherib eventually recaptured Babylon, installing his son Ashur-nadin-shumi as a vassal king. The most famous campaign of Sennacherib's reign occurred in 701, when he invaded the Levant, aiming to re-establish Assyrian dominance and extract tribute. While Assyrian accounts depict victory, biblical narratives suggest a different outcome, albeit with Judah eventually paying tribute to Assyria. Sennacherib's efforts to maintain control over Babylonia also faced challenges, including invasions by Elam and internal strife. Despite capturing Babylon in 689, resistance continued, culminating in the destruction of the city and suppression of its political identity. Towards the end of Sennacherib's reign, succession disputes also emerged. His eldest son, Arda-Malusu, vied for the throne against Esarhaddon, leading to a regicidal plot. Arda-Malusu murdered Sennacherib in 681 BC, but his rule was short-lived as Esarhaddon swiftly seized power, solidifying his authority over the empire. I suppose Sennacherib probably should have just murdered Esarhaddon. But don't take that advice if you're out there, Sennacherib. Now, Esarhaddon's reign was characterized by a very delicate balance of power between the northern and southern regions of the empire. He undertook the ambitious task of rebuilding Babylon, while ensuring the preservation of the Assyrian temples and cults, of course. However, his personal struggles, including deep distrust of his officials and his own family, I wonder why, and also his frequent bouts of illness and depression, certainly made his rule a little bit difficult. Despite all the personal challenges, he led numerous successful military campaigns, expanding the empire's borders further than any previous ruler did. He conquered territories in Anatolia, Phoenicia, and the Arabian Peninsula. He even had a significant victory in Egypt in 671, and that brought the empire to its greatest extent ever. But he faced those internal threats, with several conspiracies emerging against his rule. People wanted him out, and they were willing to do anything to get him out of there. The challenges stemmed partly from the perception of his illness as a sign of divine disfavor, like God was striking him down. Yet, Esarhaddon effectively countered these threats through surveillance and punitive measures, and managed to maintain his authority. In a bid to secure the succession, Esarhaddon designated his sons Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin as heirs to the Assyrian and Babylonian thrones respectively. He enforced oaths of allegiance across the empire to ensure a smooth transition of power. Upon his death in 669 BC, Ashurbanipal ascended to the Assyrian throne, followed by Shamash-shum-ukin as the king of Babylon, marking the culmination of Esarhaddon's efforts to stabilize the empire's leadership. Ashurbanipal's reign marked the culmination of Assyrian military expansion and imperial power in the Near East. He led successful campaigns in Egypt, defeating pharaohs Taharka and Tandamani, and he even captured Thebes, amassing significant wealth for Assyria. In Babylonia, he faced challenges from his brother Shamash-shum-ukin, culminating in a devastating revolt in 652, which led to the destruction of Babylon and the death of Shamash-shum-ukin. The conflict with Elam also marred Ashurbanipal's rule. Despite defeating the Elamite king Teoman in 653, Elam remained a persistent adversary. They were not going away. Well, Ashurbanipal's decision not to annex Elam, leaving it vulnerable to Persian incursions, foreshadowed a few future conflicts in the region. While Ashurbanipal's inscriptions portrayed Assyria as an unassailable hegemon, internal fissures had begun to emerge. Loss of control over Egypt and failure to subdue Arab tribes significantly weakened the Assyrian authority. Furthermore, the brutal treatment of Babylon fueled anti-Assyrian sentiments in Mesopotamia. Ashurbanipal's reign witnessed the rise of the eunuchs to power as well, highlighting a growing disconnect between the king and traditional elites. Despite his military successes, these internal challenges contributed to the gradual decline of Assyrian power, foreshadowing the empire's eventual collapse after Ashurbanipal's death. The reigns of Ashur-etil-ilani and Sin-sharishkun marked a tumultuous period in Assyrian history. Did I say remains? I meant the reigns. Well, either way, the reigns of these two were certainly characterized by a lot of external threats and internal troubles, particularly from Babylon. Now, Ashur-etil-ilani's rule was overshadowed by the influence of the chief eunuch, Sin-shumu-lishir, suggesting a lack of assertiveness on the part of the king. His reign was relatively inactive, and there was actually no recorded military campaigns, and a smaller palace at Nimrud compared to his predecessors was his main residence. After just 4 years, Ashur-etil-ilani's death in 627 paved the way for his brother Sin-sharishkun to ascend the throne. And ascend he did, facing immediate challenges to his rule, including a rebellion led by Sin-shumu-lishir. Despite successfully quelling the rebellion, he struggled to maintain control, especially in Babylonia. The death of the long-reigning Babylonian vassal king Kandalanu further destabilized the region, leading to the emergence of Nabopolassar as a prominent figure advocating for Babylonian independence. Nabopolassar's rise marked a turning point in the struggle for Babylonia's sovereignty. Despite initial setbacks, including the recapture of Sippar and Uruk by Sin-Sharishkun's forces, Nabopolassar's determination and the opportunity presented by the internal turmoil within Assyria allowed him to consolidate his power. The rebellion of a usurper in the empire's western territories further weakened Sin-Sharishkun, enabling Nabopolassar to finally take control of Babylon in 620. Of course, the loss of Babylonia dealt a significant blow to the Assyrian authority. Yet, initially, there was little indication of the long-term consequences. Assyrian rulers had previously quelled Babylonian uprisings, and the loss was perceived as just another one of those little setbacks. However, this time was different. Nabopolassar's consolidation of power really did signal the beginning of the end for Assyrian dominance in the region, and it set the stage for the eventual fall, the complete collapse. The events following Nabopolassar's incursions into the Assyrian heartland marked the rapid decline of the once mighty empire. His assaults on Assyrian border cities in 615 showed a significant shift of power. The involvement of Psamtik I of Egypt on Assyria's side highlighted the strategic importance of Assyria as a buffer state between Egypt and the rising Babylonian threat. However, the real turning point came with the intervention of the Median power under King Cyaxares. United under Cyaxares' leadership, the Medes launched a devastating campaign against Assyria, capturing key cities and preparing for a final assault on Sin-Sharishkun's forces. In a swift and brutal series of attacks in 614, the Medes seized Ashur, leading to its sack and the complete massacre of its inhabitants. This marked, of course, a pretty severe blow to Assyrian morale, and it paved the way for the eventual fall of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire. In 612, after a 2-month-long siege, a desperate, starving people, those of Nineveh, fell to the combined forces of the Babylonians and the Medes. Sin-Sharishkun perished in the defense of the city. Following this fall of Nineveh, remnants of the Assyrian army rallied under the leadership of a prince who established himself at Haran. However, despite efforts to revive Assyrian rule, Haran also fell to the Babylonian Median forces in 610. The final defeat of Ashur-uballit II at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 marked the definitive end of the ancient line of Assyrian kings, and the collapse of the final remnants of Assyria as a state. Though Assyrian culture persisted beyond its mere imperial era, the fall of Haran marked the conclusion of Assyria's political and military influence in the region. But if you look pretty hard, you can still find traces of it around. Just ask those successor kingdoms, whose artwork and architecture looks eerily familiar. The Scythians, also known as The Scyths, or the Pontic Scythians, were an eastern Iranian nomadic people who migrated from Central Asia to the Pontic steppe in modern-day Ukraine and southern Russia during the 9th to 8th centuries BC. They established themselves in the region and remained dominant until the 3rd century BC. Skilled in mounted warfare, the Scythians became the dominant power on the western Eurasian steppe in the 8th century, supplanting groups like the Agathyrsi and the Cimmerians. They were especially known for their expertise in horseback riding and warfare tactics. During the 7th century BC, the Scythians expanded their influence further by crossing the Caucasus Mountains and conducting raids into West Asia, often alongside the Cimmerians. These incursions into West Asia were frequent and contributed to their reputation as formidable warriors and raiders. Haven't heard of them? Well, if you don't know who they are, you're about to learn a whole lot about them. Hello everyone and welcome to ASMR Historian. If it's your first time to the channel, welcome, and if you're coming back, thank you for your continued patronage. Speaking of patronage, if you'd like to support the channels, then how about you go over to Patreon? Take a look. You can get all of the videos ad-free and gain my eternal gratitude. Other than that, help me out in the algorithm. I'm trying to grow the channel right now, and a like, a comment, and a subscribe goes a very long way. With that being said, without further ado, let's get busy with today's topic, a history of the Scythians. The history and origins of the Scythians are largely pieced together from accounts provided by external sources, such as the Assyrians, the Persians, Greeks, as well as archaeological studies of the burial sites. Due to their mainly nomadic lifestyle and complete lack of a writing system, direct historical records from the Scythians themselves are very scarce. Initially, it was believed that the Scythians originated in the region of the Volga-Ural steppes of western Central Asia around the 9th century BC. They were thought to be descended from the Srubnaya culture, which emerged as one of the first nomadic pastoralist groups in the Central Asian and Siberian steppes during this time. The Srubnaya culture was heavily influenced by the Siberian Andronovo culture. However, more recent archaeological evidence suggests that the eastern Central Asia and Altayan region may have been the initial homeland of the Scythians' material culture. It is believed that the Scythian culture later spread westward, possibly through the migration of Saka-like groups. These Saka themselves were formed from a mixture of earlier Eastern Iranian peoples with local Siberian groups. This indicates that the emergence of Scythian cultures was not a direct continuation of the Bronze Age Srubnaya culture, but rather a later development influenced by various populations. Genetic studies have indicated that the Western Scythians may have been closely related to the Srubnaya culture. However, this does not necessarily imply direct continuity from the Srubnaya, as the Western Scythians also had ancestry from other populations. A little complicated, I know. During the 9th to 8th centuries BC, the Scythians experienced significant movement and interaction with neighboring nomadic tribes on the Eurasian steppe. This period saw the emergence of another Iranic tribe, possibly the Masagate or the Isidones, from eastern Central Asia. This tribe's westward migration pushed the early Scythians across the Araxes River, leading them to migrate into the steppe regions adjacent to the Black Sea. The Scythians settled in these areas alongside the Cimmerians, who were also a nomadic Iranic people, closely related to the Scythians. Archaeological findings, such as arrowheads discovered in the Arjan burials, suggest that Scythians began developing their characteristic socketed arrows made of copper alloy during this time. Over subsequent centuries, the Scythians undertook further migrations into the Caucasian and Caspian steppes. They assimilated many aspects of the Cimmerian culture and conquered their territory. This assimilation was facilitated by shared ethnic backgrounds and lifestyles between the Scythians and the Cimmerians. They were pretty much the same kind of people, except with a few minor differences. The migration of the early Scythians from Central Asia into the Caspian steppe represented the latest wave of expansion of the Srubnaya culture. During this period, the Scythians continued to refine their skills in goldsmithing and developed a very distinct material culture. Materially, the transition from Chernogorovka Novo-Cherkassk culture, that was very hard to say, to Scythian culture was a gradual process. The Scythians incorporated influences from the east, including Central Asia and Siberia, as well as from the Kuban culture of the Caucasus. The archaeological record shows similarities between artifacts associated with the Scythians and those of the Cimmerians during this transitional period. Some groups of Scythians settled in Kiskorsia and the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains, where they began to integrate with the local populations. The displacement of the Cimmerians by the Scythians led to southward migration of the Cimmerians along the Black Sea coast. While the Cimmerians were on their way out, the Scythians expanded further southward along the Caspian Sea coast into Transcaucasia and Iran. This expansion influenced Scythian culture, with elements such as the Akhenaten's sword, a special kind of weapon that they had, and the aforementioned socketed bronze arrowheads, having originated in Transcaucasia. And you don't want to be shot by one of them Good luck getting that out. Furthermore, contact with civilizations in West Asia, particularly Mesopotamia, played a significant role in shaping Scythian culture. As the Scythians expanded into West Asia, they transitioned from a Bronze Age society to an Iron Age one, adopting iron smelting and forging techniques from neighboring regions. Of course, around this time and around this area, really anywhere near Iran, you were essentially at the forefront of human development, the cradle of civilization. And if you wanted to learn agriculture, metallurgy, really anything, the closer you were to Mesopotamia, the more opportunity you had to learn. Moving on. During the 8th to 7th centuries, the Scythians expanded their territory from the Caucasian steppe into the Pontic and Crimean steppes north of the Black Sea, reaching as far as the Danube River, which marked the western boundary of Scythian territory. This expansion was a significant achievement for the Scythians, solidifying their dominance over the Pontic steppe by the 7th century BC. Archaeologically, the movement of the Scythians into the Pontic steppe is evidenced by the westward migration of the Srubnaya-Khvalynsk culture into Ukraine, which is referred to as the late Srubnaya culture. As Scythians advanced westward, they introduced elements of their material culture into the region, including distinctive swords, daggers, and even horse harnesses. Imagine so early. But then again, these were the famed horse masters of pre-antiquity, the Bronze Age masters of the reins. These artifacts, characteristic of early Scythian archaeological culture, were influenced by the Siberian Karasuk culture and ultimately by Chinese artistry. Indeed, they did have contact. Look at a map. It's not that far from China, isn't it? Well, at least not as far as the rest of the known world, quote unquote. It took Rome a very, very long time, same as the Greeks, to make contact with China. And whenever they did, it was always somewhere out in the far, far eastern reaches of the empire, where many Romans dared not tread. The Scythian migration into the Pontic steppe led to the destruction of earlier cultures in the region. Settlements associated with the Sabatinivka culture in the Dnipro Valley were largely destroyed by around 800 BC, while the center of Cimmerian bronze production ceased to exist during the 8th to 7th centuries BC. The arrival of the Scythians also disrupted other neighboring cultures, including the Chernogorovka-Novocherkassk culture. I need to stop with these Russian names, huh? If there are any Russians or Ukrainians in the comments, I do apologize for butchering your beautiful language. It's not my fault. The migration of the Scythians had broader impacts on the populations of southeastern Europe. Many smaller groups were forced to migrate to more remote regions due to the Scythian incursions. Now, some North Caucasian groups, such as the Cygani, retreated westward and settled in Transylvania and the Hungarian plain. Transylvania, yes, it's the one you're thinking of, modern-day Romania. It used to be its own country, but, well, it's a little bit too cool for school, isn't it? These displaced populations introduced elements of the Novocherkassk culture into their new territories, including swords, daggers, those horse harnesses that were highly sought after, and of course other artifacts that everybody no doubt found quite interesting. Of course, not everybody was pleased with the arrival of the Scythians. The expansion of the Scythians had rather significant consequences for peoples in the Pontic steppe region. Among those displaced were the Galonians and the Agathyrsi, both of whom were nomadic Iranic people related to the Scythians. The Agathyrsi, one of the oldest Iranic populations dominating the Pontic steppe, were pushed westward by the Scythians from their original homeland, which was around Lake Maeotis. The displacement led to hostile relations between the Agathyrsi and the Scythians. I wonder why. Additionally, some Scythian tribes intermarried with sedentary Thracian populations, giving rise to new tribes, such as the nomadic Scythians and the Alazones. As the Scythians established themselves as the ruling class in the North Pontic region, they exerted control over various sedentary populations, including the Thracians in the east and the Maeotians on the eastern shore of Lake Maeotis. Later, they exerted their power over the Greeks on the north coast of the Black Sea. During the 7th and 6th centuries BC, the Pontic Scythians came into contact with the Greeks, finally, who were establishing colonies in the areas that were already under Scythian control. Perhaps somebody should have put a sign up to let them know. Greek colonies such as Borysthenes on Lake Maeotis, Pantisippium, Pontic Olbia, Phanagoria, and Hermomensana on the Taman Peninsula thrived commercially and maintained peaceful relations with the Scythians. Well, it seems like the Scythians were pretty cool with having Greeks around. The large rivers of Eastern Europe flowing into the Black Sea provided access routes to these northern markets, facilitating trade between the Greeks and the sedentary peoples of the forest steppe. Although there were instances where Scythians might have destroyed Greek settlements, such as Pantisippium, overall, everyone was pretty chill. The relations between the Greek colonies and the Scythians remained pretty peaceful during this period. What? Were you expecting a massacre? Sorry to disappoint you, friend. It's not always bad news. Well, sometimes there's a little bad news. Using the Pontic steppe as their base, the Scythians conducted numerous raids into adjacent regions during the 7th to 6th centuries BC, with Central Europe being a frequent target. Their incursions reached as far as Podolia, Transylvania, and the Hungarian plain. As a result of these raids, new objects, including weapons and horse equipment, originating from the steppes and associated with early Scythians, began to appear in Central Europe, particularly in regions corresponding to present-day Transylvania, Bessarabia, Slovakia, and modern-day Hungary. The Lusatian culture, characterized by their fortified settlements, suffered extensive destruction due to Scythian attacks, ultimately leading to the collapse of culture itself. So, the Scythians weren't always chilled and laid back. They gotta do some raiding, don't they? Scythian raids into southern Germania, and possibly even Gaul and the Iberian Peninsula, leaving a trail of destruction reminiscent of a later migratory movements by groups like the Huns, Avars, and Mongols. These activities were recorded in Etruscan bronze figurines depicting mounted Scythian archers, as well as in Scythian influences observed in Celtic art. Now, don't we all think about mounted archers as the Mongols? I know that when I was a little bit less well-read, that I thought the Mongols were the first ones to come up with the idea of taking shots at people from on top of a horse. Well, it seems the Scythians were at least around 2,000 years ahead of them. I don't know. I'm a historian, I'm not a mathematician. I can't quite work that out. It'll be something. Definitely not 2,000 years. Maybe 1,200 years. We'll go with that, okay? Make fun of me in the comments. Well, specific sites in Central Europe, such as Smilonesia Mulpir, were targeted by the Scythians. Archaeological evidence, including the discovery of Scythian-type arrows and fortified hill forts, like the aforementioned one, attests to the extent of Scythian incursions and their impact on local settlements. The attacks led to the adoption of the Scythian style of art, called animal style. Pretty unique. And, of course, everybody had realized at this point that mounted archery was the way to go. After getting such a beat down from the Scythians, a lot of these tribes decided, we better learn how to do this whole mounted archery thing. At least we can fight fire with fire, should the need arise again. To which it most certainly would. So, as part of their expansion into Europe, a section of the Scythian Sindhi tribe migrated westward from the region of Lake Maeotis to Transylvania, and eventually settled in the eastern Pannonian basin. There, they coexisted with the Tsigane, and gradually blended in so much that they lost contact with the Scythians of the Pontic steppe. Another faction of the Sindhi established themselves on the Taman Peninsula, where they became a ruling class over the indigenous Maeotians, who were of Caucasian origin. During their earliest presence in West Asia, the Scythians, led by their king Ispachiah, formed an alliance with the Cimmerians, together with the Medes and the Minoans, who were also Iranic peoples, distinctly related to the Scythians. They posed a threat to the eastern frontier of the Urartian kingdom during the reign of King Argishti II. In response, Argishti II's successor, Rusa II, constructed fortresses in eastern Urartu to defend against attacks by the Cimmerians, Minoans, Medes, and Scythians. The Scythians first appear in the records of the Neo-Assyrian Empire between 680 and 679, and 678 and 677. Oh, and by the way, they kept very precise records, so we can pretty much confidently say these dates. They appeared when King Ispachiah forged an alliance with the Minoans and Cimmerians to attack the Assyrians. These allied forces, including Scythians under Ispachiah, raided as far south as the Assyrian province of Zamua, but were ultimately defeated by the Assyrian king Esarhaddon. Subsequently, the Minoans, aided by the eastern Cimmerians and the Scythians, expanded their territories at the expense of Assyria, capturing key fortresses. Esarhaddon launched a military campaign against Mycenae in 676 BC, during which Ispachiah was killed. Rest in pieces to Ispachiah. Bartatua succeeded him and sought reconciliation with the Assyrians. He even proposed marriage to Esarhaddon's daughter, indicating a significant diplomatic shift. Although the marriage may not have occurred, the close alliance between the Scythians and Assyria, particularly under Bartatua and his son Madies, was pretty evident by this time. Bartatua's alliance with Assyria required him to pledge allegiance and accept Assyrian suzerainty, effectively making him an Assyrian viceroy. This arrangement solidified the Scythian presence in West Asia as an extension of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Bartatua helped the Assyrians by defeating Mycenae and establishing Scythian hegemony over the region. The Scythians also likely provided assistance to Urartu in guarding its western borders. The marital alliance between the Scythian king and the Assyrian ruling dynasty led to the assimilation of Assyrian cultural practices by the Scythians. Concepts such as the divine origin of royal power, and unfortunately the practice of human sacrifices during royal funerals, were also adopted by the Scythian kings, reflecting the influence of West Asian civilization on the Scythian culture. They assimilated various cultural elements from the populations of Urartu and Transcaucasia, particularly in terms of new weaponry and art styles. They adopted weapons like the Akhenaten's sword and the socketed bronze arrowheads from the Transcaucasian regions, incorporating them into their military arsenal. The emergence of distinct Scythian art, influenced by West Asian styles, is evident from the Ziwiye horde, and later examples found in Ciscaucasia and other regions. Initially limited to the Scythian elite, this art style gradually spread among upper-class Scythians, while the lower classes retained simpler designs. Still finger-painting stick figures, it seems. Gotta start somewhere. In their religious beliefs, the Scythians integrated deities influenced by Mesopotamian and Syro-Canaanite regions, which I have videos on Mesopotamian religion in my Bronze Age section, if you want to go have a look at that. I'm sure you do. For example, Artimpasa and the snake-legged goddess absorbed elements from Astarte Ishtar Aphrodite and Artagatis Dersico respectively. During the reign of Ashurbanipal, the Scythians, under the leadership of Bartatua, and later his son Matthias, extended their hegemony over Mycenae, Urartu, and Media. Bartatua aided Ashurbanipal in suppressing a revolt in Babylonia, and Matthias imposed Scythian dominance over Media for 28 years on behalf of the Assyrians. This period, known as the Scythian rule over Asia by Greek authors, saw Media, Mycenae, and Urartu existing as kingdoms under Scythian suzerainty. The Scythians' influence extended beyond military conquests, however. They introduced their superior archery techniques and equipment to the Medes, and facilitated trade routes, possibly even contributing to the early trade of silk into Western Eurasia. And certainly possible, it is in their neighborhood. This demonstrates the significant impact of Scythian presence and influence in West Asia in this period. During the 7th century BC, the Cimmerians, led by their king Tugdami, posed a significant threat to the Assyrian Empire and its allies, including Lydia and the Greek city-states of Ionia and Aeolis in Anatolia. Tugdami's success against Assyria led him to being recognized with the title King of the Universe, highlighting the extent of its power and the concern it raised for Assyria's security. In 644, the Cimmerians decided to attack Lydia, capturing the capital city of Sardis and defeating King Gagis. They then expanded their campaign to the Greek city-states in Anatolia. However, around 640 BC, Tugdami faced a revolt and sought an alliance with Assyria, acknowledging Assyrian overlordship. Despite this, Tugdami later broke the oath and decided it was a good idea to attack Assyria again. It was not a good idea. After Tugdami's death, his son Sandaksatru succeeded him. In 637 BC, the Thracian Treres, allied with Sandaksatru's Cimmerians and the Lycians, attacked Lydia and captured Sardis. This prompted Assyrian-approved intervention from the Scythians under Matthias, who expelled the Treres and defeated the Cimmerians in Anatolia. This defeat marked the end of the Cimmerian threat, with the Scythians extending their dominance over central Anatolia. The joint efforts of Madyes and the Lydian king Alyattes led to the final defeat of the Cimmerians. Alyattes, possibly aided by Scythian warriors, symbolically referred to as war dogs, expelled the Cimmerians once and for good from Asia Minor. Under Madyes, Scythian power in West Asia reached its zenith, with their territory spanning from Anatolia to the eastern borders of Media, and from Transcaucasia to the northern borders of the Assyrian Empire. Additionally, during this period, a group of Scythians may have migrated from Media to the region between the Don and Volga rivers, merging with the Maeotians to form the Sauramatian tribe. Of course, it couldn't all be good times. Eventually, it was somebody else's turn on the Xbox, so to say. The decline of the Scythians began in the 620s BC, with significant events leading to their weakening and eventual downfall. Let's just list off a few of those events, go through them. First was the Revolt of Media. In 625 BC, Cyaxares, the son of Phraaortes and the new ruler of the Medes, orchestrated a revolt against the Scythian rulers. He invited these Scythian leaders to a banquet and then murdered them all. No dessert? Including Madyes. Of course, he got them all extremely drunk first. It's a lot easier to murder extremely drunk people. This marked the end of Scythian dominance over the Medes and contributed to their decline. Honestly, I can't believe they fell for it. The next one was the Raid of Egypt. Following the assassination of Madyes, the Scythians exploited the power vacuum left by the weakening of their former Assyrian allies. Between 623 and 616 BC, they launched a raid into the Levant, reaching as far south as Palestine. Although initially predicted to threaten Jerusalem by the Judite prophets, the Scythians were halted at the borders of Egypt by the marshes of the Nile Delta. Pharaoh Psamtik I came out and negotiated with them, offering gifts to persuade them to withdraw. Well, they weren't getting past the marshes, so this whole thing was kind of a waste of time. Well, the next event was the war against Assyria. Now bear in mind, Assyria was huge at this time. By around 615 BC, the Scythians allied with Cyaxares and the Medes in their war against Assyria, and this marked a crucial shift in alliances. They participated in the conquest of Assyrian cities, such as Ashur in 614, Nineveh in 612, and Haran in 610, which led to the permanent destruction of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Surprised they got through. First they had the Assyrian Empire, and that was great. And the Neo-Assyrian Empire, well, the sequel has to be better, right? Of course it was bigger, but not as glorious as everybody thought it was going to be. During these conflicts, Scythian-style arrowheads were found at locations associated with Neo-Babylonian military campaigns, suggesting Scythian, or at least Scythian-trained Median contingents fighting alongside the Babylonians. They participated in battles such as the Battle of Kadesh in 605, where their presence contributed to the Neo-Babylonian victory over the Egyptians. Additionally, Scythian or Scythian-style mercenaries played a role in the Babylonian annexation of the Kingdom of Judah in 586. These engagements in West Asia marked the final phase of Scythian influence in the region, as they became increasingly entangled in conflicts and alliances that ultimately became so complicated and troublesome that it led to their decline. The rise of the Medes and their empire marked the end of Scythian dominance in West Asia during the 600s BC. Most of the Scythians migrated from Ciscaucasia to the Pontic steppe, which became the new center of their power. The incursions of the Cimmerians and Scythians into West Asia during the 6th to 8th centuries BC disrupted the political balance in the region, leading to the downfall of Assyria, Urartu, Mycenae, and even Elam. New powers, of course, emerged in the form of the Lydians and the Medes. Despite the migration of the majority of Scythians to the Pontic steppe, some splinter groups remained in West Asia, particularly in eastern Transcaucasia, which is modern-day Azerbaijan, by the way. The Medes annexed this region to their empire, calling it Saka Sayana, or land inhabited by the Scythians. One group of Scythians actually joined the Medes and participated in the Median conquest of Urartu. We know that because Scythian artifacts have been found in the destruction layers of the fortresses conquered by the Medes around 600 BC. Another Scythian group formed a kingdom in Azerbaijan under Median overlordship, but later clashed with Xerxes, prompting them to flee to Lydia. By the middle of the 6th century BC, the Scythians remaining in West Asia had assimilated culturally and politically into Median society, all but ceasing to exist as a distinct group. Meanwhile, other Transcaucasian Scythian splinter groups migrated northward to join the West Asian Scythians in the Kuban steppe. Well, it seems that the Scythians went out with a whimper rather than a bang, fading into the pages of history very slowly, but very surely. That's how you lose your identity, isn't it? Mycenaean Greece represents the final stage of the Bronze Age in ancient Greece, spanning from approximately 1600 to 1100 BC. It's named after the archaeological site of Mycenae, one of the major centers of Greek civilization during this period. The Mycenaeans are renowned for their advanced engineering, sophisticated palatial architecture, and the development of Linear B script, which was an early form of Greek recorded on clay tablets. Their society was a warrior aristocracy, and they made significant achievements in art, as evidenced by the richly decorated pottery, frescoes, and goldwork they left behind. And of course, we can't forget about their epics and mythology, particularly tales involving the Trojan War, which were immortalized by later Greek poets like Homer. And if you want to learn about them, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, then it's good to have you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description. And if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a broader audience, clicking the like button will nudge them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can begin our history of Mycenaean Greece. The origins of the Mycenaeans are still a subject of various scholarly theories and debates. One theory suggests that the Mycenaean civilization was influenced by archaic Indo-Europeans that came down from the Eurasian steppe. But this connection is somewhat tenuous due to minimal material and cultural ties between the Aegean and northern steppe populations during the Bronze Age. Another theory suggests that Indo-European migrants may have entered Greece around 3000 BC, potentially into an underpopulated area, with other scholars proposing earlier or later dates tied to agricultural spread or even chariot technology advancements. Genetic studies in our modern era reveal that while Mycenaeans and Minoans were genetically similar, Mycenaeans had additional ancestry from Eastern European and Siberian hunter-gatherers, possibly via the Eurasian steppe, but also there's a chance they could have came down from Armenia. This genetic input seems to distinguish them from the Minoans, but it doesn't conclusively resolve the questions about their specific origins. Well, archaeologically, Mycenaean civilization is generally understood to have begun around 1750 BC, evolving from the early and middle Bronze Age cultures of mainland Greece, with substantial influence from Minoan Crete. By around 1700 and 1675 BC, there was a significant population increase, and the emergence of popular centers in southern Greece characterized by elite warrior societies and early forms of megaron buildings. Defensive structures and advanced burial practices, including shaft graves rich with various luxury items of all sorts, became prevalent around this time. Now these shaft graves in particular, especially noted at Mycenae's grave circles A and B at the site, signify the rise of a rather wealthy and Greek-speaking royal dynasty that made the use of leveraging the business of long-distance trade. And it seems that they did quite well for themselves. In fact, gold-adorned burials were rather typical for the elite, with men often buried in golden masks along with golden armor, and women in gold crowns and ornamented clothing. Now, Mycenaean interaction with external regions, including the Cyclades, Crete, and even the broader Mediterranean and Near East, seems to have been very extensive. Mycenaean artifacts and pottery reached places as far away as Egypt, Asia Minor, and Cyprus, indicating a robust trade network. Art and cultural elements during this period show very clear Minoan influence, yet retain distinctive Helletic traits, and of course some recognizable Western Asian features. Now, in terms of architecture and art, Mycenaean works were simpler, yet more monumental than their Minoan counterparts, suggesting a blend of local and also foreign artistic traditions. Over time, though, Mycenaean civilization seems to have grown in sophistication, and it eventually surpassed the Minoan achievements. Of course, I've done a full video on the Minoans if you're interested in that. May help you understand this one a little bit better. Now, the transition from the shaft grave period marked the adoption of tholos tombs, kind of grand circular burial structures with vaulted roofs, showing an evolution in elite burial customs, and continuing the trend of increasing social complexity and architectural sophistication. By the 15th century BC, Mycenaeans had expanded their influence across the Aegean and into western Anatolia, establishing dominance over the region and marking the beginning of the Mycenaean coin era, a period of widespread cultural uniformity across mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. This era emerged after the Mycenaeans took control of the Minoan palace at Knossos. That was around 1450 BC. Then they went on to blend Minoan culture with their own to form a kind of hybrid civilization. The Mycenaeans utilized the collapse of Minoan power to extend their trade networks extensively. By the early 14th century BC, they reached as far as Cyprus, the Near East, Italy, and Spain, exploiting new commercial opportunities. This period also saw the introduction of the Linear B script at Knossos, which was an adaptation of Minoan Linear A, spreading across Mycenaean palatial centers and providing crucial data on their administrative systems. Though the records are a little bit too fragmented to fully reconstruct the politics of Bronze Age Greece, so we can only do what we can and fill in the gaps with the rest. Now, on to Miletus in Asia Minor, where archaeological findings suggest a Mycenaean settlement from around 1450, replacing either Minoan installations, earlier Minoan installations rather. Miletus evolved into a significant Mycenaean hub until around the 12th century BC, a fact that is corroborated by records from the Hittites describing Miletos, or Milawater in Hittite, as a vital Mycenaean base in Asia Minor. Mycenaean influence also extended to nearby sites like Hyksos and Ephesus. On the mainland, new palace complexes began to emerge around this time, signaling a shift towards more organized and monumental architectural projects. Initial palace structures included Megaron-type buildings, like the Menelaon in Sparta. From around 1400 BC, true palatial complexes with Cyclopean masonry began to appear, as seen in Mycenae and Tiryns. Additional palaces were constructed in locations such as Medea, Athens, Pylos, Eleusis, Thebes, or Kamenos, and even as far north as Iolcos in Thessaly, the northernmost Mycenaean center. The palace at Knossos underwent significant renovations during this period, including the construction of a new throne room to suit the Mycenaean administrative needs. These palaces functioned within a highly structured bureaucratic system, where administrative duties were categorized and specialized. At the apex of this hierarchy was the king, which they called a wanax, who held complete authority as the chief landlord, spiritual leader, military commander, entrepreneur, and trader. His rule was supported by a network of high officials, illustrating a sophisticated and centralized governance system that facilitated Mycenaean expansion and cultural dominance during this era. The involvement of Ahiawa, identified by scholars as Mycenaean Greece, in the political and military affairs of Western Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age is well documented in Hittite texts. These texts, dating from around 1400 to 1220 BC, portray the kings of Ahiawa, the Hittite word for Mycenaean Greece, as significant players capable of engaging diplomatically and militarily with the Hittite Empire. The exact geographic extent of the Ahiawa is not clear from the texts, at least the ones that we have now, but it likely included parts of mainland Greece and probably the Aegean Islands. Around 1400 BC, Hittite records describe the activities of Atarsia, an Ahiawan leader who might be connected to the legendary Greek figure Atreus. Atarsia led military campaigns against Hittite vassals in western Anatolia, notably attacking the region ruled by Maduata. This period marked the beginning of Ahiawa's influence in Anatolia, often exerted by fomenting anti-Hittite rebellions among the Hittite vassals. Now by 1315, Ahiawa supported a major rebellion in Arzawa, which was a pretty significant Hittite vassal state. Now this shows its continued involvement in regional politics beyond its own borders, aimed specifically at undermining Hittite authority. Archaeological findings corroborate the textual evidence of Ahiawan control over several Aegean islands during this time. Now, during the reign of the Hittite king Hattusili III, that was from 1267 to 1237, the Ahiawan ruler was acknowledged as Great King, reflecting a status on par with the most powerful monarchs of the era, such as those of Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. Indeed, the same prefix is used for those other rulers in the Hittite materials. This recognition highlights the heightened political and military influence of the Ahiawa. At that time, Piama Radu, an anti-Hittite agitator, received support from the Mycenaean Greeks, causing significant disturbances that extended to Wilusa, which is possibly ancient Troy. It's one of the names that we have in Hittite records for it, and resulted in the seizure of the island of Lesbos. Now this chaotic period, characterized by recurring conflicts and politics, might have laid the historical groundwork for the legendary account of the Trojan War. The Hittite texts also mention a figure named Tawagalawa, who is suggested to be the brother of the Ahiawan king, and may correspond to the Homeric character of Eteocles. Perhaps. Now, back to our Greek terminologies now. Around 1250 BC, several key centers in mainland Greece, including Thebes and Mycenae, experienced a wave of destructive attacks whose causes remain somewhat unclear, at least from the archaeological record. Thebes, a major city in Boeotia, was completely destroyed, either in this year of 1250 BC or quite soon after. Orchomenos, another significant Boeotian site, though not completely destroyed, was abandoned around about this same time. Gla, known for its monumental structures, saw deliberate targeting and destruction of specific areas, such as the gates and a major building known as the Melathron. In response to these threats, several Mycenaean cities undertook extensive fortification efforts. For example, Tiryns, Medea, and Athens bolstered their defenses by constructing massive cyclopean walls, a style characterized by the use of enormous limestone boulders fitted together without the use of mortar. Mycenae itself nearly doubled the fortified area of its citadel, adding significant features such as the Lion Gate, which became the main entrance to the Acropolis. Well, despite all of the destruction, there was a brief resurgence of Mycenaean culture, suggesting a period of recovery and revival. Mycenaean Greece remained active in internal politics, particularly evident in Hittite records from around 1220, which mentions the involvement of the Ahiawa king in an uprising against the Hittite authority in western Anatolia. Additionally, Hittite texts from the same period advise Ahiawan ships to steer clear of Assyrian-controlled ports, indicating a trade embargo against Assyria. However, the broader picture during the second half of the 13th century shows a general decline in trade across the eastern Mediterranean, likely due to the increasingly unstable political climate for pretty much everybody. By around 1190, a second wave of destruction swept through Mycenae, effectively ending its status as a major power. This catastrophic event left Mycenae significantly diminished, marked by subsequent reoccupations, albeit on a much smaller scale. In contrast to previous beliefs that natural disasters such as earthquakes might have caused these destructions, recent archaeological evidence, including the discovery of numerous arrowheads in the debris at Medea, suggests a violent human assault as the cause. The palace of Pylos met a similar fate around 1180. The Linear B texts found here, preserved amidst the destruction, record urgent defensive preparations in response to an immediate threat, although they do not specify who the attackers are. This period saw general widespread turmoil across Mycenaean Greece, with notable declines in population, particularly in regions like Boeotia, Argolis, and Messenia. Many Mycenaeans fled to Cyprus and the Levantine coast, seeking refuge from all the instability. Despite the widespread destruction, there were some areas, especially those on the periphery of the Mycenaean sphere, such as the Ionian Islands, northwestern Peloponnese, parts of Attica, and a few of the Aegean Islands, not only endured but even thrived during these times. Athens, notably, seemed to escape the destruction that befell many other centers, suggesting a possible shift towards decentralized coastal and maritime networks that were less vulnerable to the conflicts and disruptions impacting mainland palatial centers. This evidence from the cemetery at Parati in Attica, lasting through the 12th century BC, shows a continuity of occupation and a blend of local and imported goods across the Mediterranean. This points to ongoing trade and cultural exchanges even after the collapse of the palatial systems. Similarly, the late Helladic 3C cemetery at Drivlia, near Porta Rafti, underscores Attica's continued participation in broader trade networks. Well, in the aftermath of all of this, Mycenae's influence waned considerably, and the regional focus shifted to Tiryns. During the late Helladic III period, from around 1200 to 1050, Tiryns expanded and became the dominant center in the Argolid region, reflecting a realignment of power and economic activity within the region as communities adapted to the new post-palatial realities. This era marked a significant transformation in Mycenaean civilization, with the emergence of smaller and more dispersed settlements that did nonetheless maintain some degree of cultural continuity from the palatial period. The collapse of the Mycenaean palace system, marking the end of Mycenaean Greece, remains one of the most debated mysteries in the history of the ancient world. There are several competing theories that attempt to explain this decline, each of them supported by varying degrees of archaeological and textual evidence. So let's have a look. We'll go through a few of the theories and explain them briefly, and after that we'll get on to a little bit more of the cultural and societal aspects of Mycenaean Greece. Well, the first and probably the most popular theory is the one of population movement and invasion, first being the Dorian invasion. This long-held theory, rooted in ancient Greek tradition, suggests that the Dorians, an ethnically distinct group speaking a variant of the Greek language, that being Doric, migrated southward over several years, and this migration caused widespread destruction, and eventually they settled in the regions that were formerly held by the Mycenaeans. The theory points to changes in burial practices and pottery styles as evidence of this new population's influence. And next, of course, we can't go past the Late Bronze Age without mentioning the mysterious Sea Peoples. Coinciding with the Mycenaean collapse is the activity of the Sea Peoples, a confederation of naval traders who attacked parts of Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt sometime around 1175 BC, thereabouts. Some scholars propose that one of these groups, the Ekwesh, were linked to the Ahiawa mentioned in the Hittite records, possibly identifying them with the Mycenaeans. Well, either way, the havoc wreaked by these groups in the eastern Mediterranean could have contributed to, or at least coincided with, the fall of Mycenaean Greece. Either way, it was overall a bad time for everybody. It certainly would have had its effect. Then we have theories of internal conflict and social strife, which are also quite popular theories. First being civil unrest. This perspective argues that internal strife driven by the rigid and hierarchical structure of the Mycenaean society led to internecine warfare and rebellion against the ruling Wanaks. Remember, that is the Mycenaean word for king. This scenario suggests a collapse from within rather than due to external forces, a kind of political implosion. Next is a theory of economic and systemic breakdown. Economic decline and the breakdown of redistributive palace economies, which could no longer sustain the demands of its bureaucracy and military, may have also played a role in the collapse, but we need a little bit more elaboration on that. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more tablets and texts that will corroborate that theory. Next, of course, is natural disasters and environmental factors. Some researchers have suggested that prolonged droughts or climate changes may have undermined agricultural productivity, leading to economic and social stresses that the palatial systems simply did not have the power to withstand. Of course, given the geological activity in the area, significant earthquakes could have damaged critical infrastructure, leading to economic difficulties and making the palaces vulnerable to invasion or simply internal collapse. Lastly, we have some theories regarding demographic and societal changes. Some theories suggest that overpopulation led to migration and societal shifts, a pattern observed in other ancient civilizations like the Minoans, the Harappans, and even later in the Western Roman Empire. The period following the Mycenaean collapse, roughly from around 1100 to 800 BC, is often referred to as the Greek Dark Ages. During this time, Greece saw a significant reduction in population and a loss of writing, which resulted in fewer and, frankly, less impressive material culture remains compared to the palatial period. The era was marked by simpler, more isolated communities that gradually developed into the classical city-states of our main conception of ancient Greece. Despite the variety of proposed explanations, there really isn't a single theory that comprehensively accounts for the decline of the Mycenaean civilization, and the topic continues and will continue for quite a while to be a fertile ground for research and debate among scholars. Now let's get on to a little bit of the economic information about the Mycenaeans, because they were quite formidable in that domain. The economy was complex and highly organized. It reveals a sophisticated society that managed resources and labor efficiently across various sectors. The centralized administration, as evident from preserved linear bead tablets, played a critical role in monitoring and distributing resources, demonstrating advanced bureaucratic capabilities, especially for the time. Now, the linear bead tablets from Knossos indicate extensive sheep farming, with detailed records of sheep numbers and the production of wool. It suggests a structured approach to livestock management and secondary product processing, which were critical economic activities. Records from Pylos reveal a specialized workforce, where laborers were categorized and assigned specific tasks, particularly in textile production. While the palaces exerted direct control over the key industries like perfumed oil and bronze production, other sectors such as ceramics were less tightly controlled, indicating a selective approach to economic management. This strategy allowed for flexibility and efficiency in resource allocation. The existence of transactions between different palatial centers hints at a cooperative economic network, further emphasized the complexity of Mycenaean economic structures. Significant engineering projects such as the drainage of the Copias Basin and the construction of dams were undertaken to enhance agricultural productivity and manage water resources effectively. These projects likely required the combined efforts of multiple palatial centers, showing the Mycenaeans' ability to organize large-scale infrastructure projects. The construction of harbors, like the harbor of Pylos, capable of accommodating large Bronze Age vessels, and extensive workshop complexes for manufacturing goods for export and shipbuilding, give us another example of the advanced economic activities and infrastructure capabilities of the Mycenaeans. The most famous project of the Mycenaean era was the network of roads in the Peloponnese, which facilitated the speedy deployment of troops and connected the various palatial centers. Trade was a cornerstone of Mycenaean Greece's economy, stretching across the Mediterranean and beyond. Mycenaean palaces managed imports of essential raw materials like metals, ivory, and glass, and exported processed commodities such as oil, perfume, wine, wool, and a great deal of finely crafted pottery. This trade was not exclusively controlled by palace authorities. Independent merchants also played a significant role in these international exchanges. Archaeological evidence, including artifacts, inscriptions, and wall paintings found across the Middle East, indicate robust commercial and cultural interactions between the Mycenaeans and various Bronze Age civilizations, such as the Kassites, Mitanni, Canaanites, Assyrians, and of course the Egyptians. The discovery of the 14th century Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of southern Anatolia highlights these extensive trade networks, which provided the Mycenaeans with the materials necessary for bronze production and other goods. Cyprus was a critical intermediary in Mycenaean trade. It acted as a hub for exchanges between Greece and the Middle East, evidenced by the significant quantities of Mycenaean goods that we've found on the island. While interactions with the Hittite lands in central Anatolia were a little more limited, trade connections with Troy and further expansions into the Bosphorus and the Black Sea coast were all firmly established, with Mycenaean swords even reaching Georgia. The Mycenaeans also engaged extensively with regions in the Italian peninsula and the western Mediterranean. Their pottery and other products found significant markets in southern Italy, Sicily, and the Aeolian Islands, even as far as Sardinia and southern Spain. More sporadic finds of Mycenaean artifacts have been discovered in Central Europe, including a remarkable amber object bearing Linear B inscriptions found in Bavaria, Germany. Additionally, Mycenaean double bronze axes and other items from the 13th century BC have surfaced as far away as Ireland, and even in regions of England such as Wessex and Cornwall. Evidence of opium use in Mycenaean culture has also been identified, with traces of it found in ceramic vases from this period. The trade in opium poppies, evident in the eastern Mediterranean from as early as 1650 BC, points to an early version of a narcotics trade. Mycenaean culture, as evidenced through their wall paintings and archaeological findings, shows a nuanced social structure regarding gender roles and the status of women. Women in Mycenae were typically portrayed in art wearing long dresses and adorned with jewelry such as beads, made from materials like carnelian and lapis lazuli. These beads, significant in Mycenaean society, were worn on bracelets, necklaces, and cloak buttons, and were often included in burial rites. In contrast to later Greek periods where female seclusion was more common, we don't have any evidence suggesting that Mycenaean women were secluded from men, and it appears that men and women interacted regularly in both domestic and economic settings. While men typically engaged in warfare and hunting, the involvement of women in hunting is somewhat debatable, with no firm evidence supporting their participation in warfare either. Mycenaean society was, as it seems to be, quite patriarchal, but rationing records indicate an equitable distribution of food, with women receiving the same rations as men. This suggests a certain level of equality in basic economic provisions. Women's economic roles, however, were largely defined by their social status and proximity to palatial centers. Linear B tablets mention work groups of female laborers, often working alongside their children, and closely managed by palace scribes. These women, likely low-ranking laborers, performed tasks such as textile production, and were possibly considered slaves. Although this is a point of contention, we don't really know for sure. Women could, however, attain positions of power and influence through religious roles. Titles such as priestess not only conferred social prestige, but also economic benefits, such as land holdings. The evidence indicates that while ordinary women may not have had the opportunity to own land or achieve economic independence, those who ascended to certain religious or skilled positions could exercise significant social authority. Elite women, though married to higher-ranking officials and enjoying certain privileges, did not possess land or economic independence, on their own at least. Only through their husbands did they enjoy such things. Now, the Palace of Knossos, compared to other Mycenaean centers like Pylos, may have offered a more egalitarian setting for women, although this suggestion remains speculative with little concrete evidence to support a markedly different treatment of women there compared to other Mycenaean sites. During the Mycenaean period, burial practices varied, but inhumation was the predominant method, involving the burial of the body in the earth covered by dirt and stones. The earliest Mycenaean burials were primarily in individual graves, either simple pits or stone-lined cists, with offerings typically limited to pottery and occasional items of jewelry, but these were rare. Over time, however, groups of these graves, particularly those containing elite members of the community, were sometimes covered by a tumulus or mound, a practice with ancient origins possibly reflecting earlier traditions like those of the Kurgan culture. However, scholars now largely view Mycenaean burial customs as indigenous developments within mainland Greece, particularly exemplified by the native rulers interred in the shaft graves at Mycenae. These shaft graves, located within grave circles A and B at the Mycenae site, represent a distinct form of elite burial grouping from the same period. They are notable for the rich grave goods found alongside the deceased, including full sets of weapons, ornate staffs, and valuable gold and silver vessels, indicating the high social status of those buried there. Alongside these more elaborate burials, simpler pit and cist graves continued to be used throughout the Mycenaean period for individual burials. In the late Helladic period, communal tombs begin to appear, characterized by their rectangular shape. The use of different burial forms has led to speculation about social stratification, with earlier theories suggesting that monumental tholos tombs were reserved solely for elite rulers. Individual tombs for the leisure class and communal tombs for the general populace as well, all coming under these tholos banner. However, the direct correlation between the tomb type and social hierarchy remains a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps we'll find out when we find the next tombs. Cremation also became increasingly common, but towards the end of the Mycenaean era, indicating a shift in burial practices. The introduction of the tholos tomb in the early 15th century marked a new phase in elite burials, characterized by their impressive and imposing circular structures, with high vaulted roofs, such as the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. This period saw the construction of several such tombs, particularly in the region of Mycenae, where a cluster of 9 tholos tombs includes 6 from a single period, that period being the late Helladic IIa, around 1400 to 1300 BC. The scale and grandeur of these royal tombs, especially those at Mycenae, suggest they were intended for the royal family and possibly reflect competition among different dynasties or factions within the Mycenaean society, using conspicuous burials as a means of asserting status and power. In the 8th century BC, Greece began to emerge from the so-called Greek Dark Ages, a period marked by the flourishing of myths and legends epitomized by the Trojan epic cycle. The classical Greeks held the Mycenaean period in high regard, viewing it as an era of heroes, divine proximity, and material prosperity. The Homeric epics in particular were revered as true historical accounts, a perspective that persisted until the 19th century, when scholars like German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann began to critically evaluate Homer's historicity. Schliemann's excavations at Mycenae in 1876 aimed to validate the historical settings of the Iliad, marking the first modern archaeological efforts in Greece to explore Mycenaean civilization. He was also the one who found the city of Troy as well. The legacy of the Mycenaeans was profound, influencing later Greek culture significantly. The gods and goddesses venerated during the Mycenaean era evolved into the Olympian pantheon that we're all pretty familiar with, revered in the later Greek antiquity. Furthermore, the Mycenaean language represents the earliest recorded form of Greek, contributing words to the modern English lexicon. I've probably said a few Greek words during this lecture today, and you haven't even noticed. The Mycenaeans were notable for their advanced engineering skills too, initiating ambitious projects such as fortifications, roads, bridges, and aqueducts, which were unparalleled in Europe until the Roman era. They introduced architectural innovations, like the relieving triangle, and were instrumental in disseminating arts and crafts, particularly those derived from the earlier Minoan influences. Well, all in all, their civilization was unique and markedly more sophisticated than other late Bronze Age cultures in Europe. Not all of them, but quite a few of them, earning them a place as a cornerstone in the history of our earliest peoples. Among the most contentious pharaohs of ancient Egypt, Akhenaten, born Amenhotep IV, ruled from 1353 to 1336 BC. He broke with the traditional Egyptian pantheon of gods and established his own monotheism, the worship of Aten, the sun disk, as the one and only deity. Of course, with this change came the establishment of a new capital city, Akhenaten, where he erected numerous palaces and temples devoted entirely to the new god. During his rule, new artistic styles emerged in Egypt, departing from the idealized forms of earlier periods, a new style featuring figures with long, androgynous bodies and exaggerated facial features. In sharp contrast to the more ceremonial portrayals of his predecessors, Akhenaten also altered his own representation, which frequently featured him in close-up and informal situations surrounded by his family. But when he passed away, his capital was deserted, his monuments demolished, and his name was removed from the official lists of kings, effectively wiping him out of history. Although his legacy was later attempted to be erased, the reign of Akhenaten is still a captivating window into a time of great cultural turmoil in ancient Egypt, and we will do our best to piece it together from the bits that we have left. Welcome to the channel. For the newcomers, good to meet you. Those returning, great to have you back. Another ancient Egypt one today. I'm sure you enjoy that. I always get lots of requests to do these sorts of videos. And once again, before we start, if you want to help YouTube push the channel out, the like and subscribe button helps with that, and leaving a comment. And anyone who wants to support the channel can look in the video description. Now, without further ado, let's get busy. Very little is known about the early life as Prince Amenhotep by Egyptologists. Much of it was either not documented or simply destroyed. But based on the birth of Akhenaten's first daughter, who was likely born fairly early in his own reign, we can use a little bit of maths and a slight sprinkling of guesswork to estimate his birth to be before the 25th regnal year as his father, Amenhotep III, which was approximately 1363 to 1361 BC. Now, a solitary reference to his identity, labeled as the king's son Amenhotep, was discovered on a wine receipt, of all places, at Amenhotep III's Malkata Palace, leading certain historians to propose that Akhenaten was actually born there. Well, there are others who argue that he was born in Memphis, and that his upbringing was shaped by the nearby worship of the sun god Ra, which was prevalent in Heliopolis. Now, of course, Heliopolis, you might have caught that. We have Helio, sun, polis, city, city of the sun. Of course, it's for Ra, right? And then later on in his life, Aten being the sun disk. Well, perhaps it's all about childhood nostalgia. In fact, the cult of Ra was so prevalent and firmly established across Egypt that Akhenaten could have been solely influenced by this solar worship, regardless of whether he had a background in Heliopolis. Well, historians have attempted to ascertain the identity of Akhenaten's tutor during his formative years, which is a challenge in itself. Several names have been put forward, such as the scribe's Merye II, who was the royal tutor of Amenemhotep, and also Hekareshu. Paranepher is the sole individual whose service to the prince is confirmed, and we know this because it's carved in the rock of their tomb. So there you go. Well, Prince Amenhotep may have held the position of High Priest of Ptah in Memphis. Although no corroborating evidence has been discovered of this, it is suggested by one Egyptologist, Cyril Aldred. But we do know that Amenhotep's brother, Crown Prince Thutmose, previously held this position until his death. If Amenhotep assumed all of his brother's responsibilities in anticipation of his ascension to the throne, he could have potentially taken on the position of a high priest in place of his brother. Akhenaten's distinctive artistic preferences also may have been influenced by his association with Ptah, the deity revered by artisans, whose leading priests were occasionally known as the supreme authorities in craftsmanship. Now on to the debate regarding whether Amenhotep IV assumed the throne of Egypt immediately after the death of his father, Amenhotep III. Do you remember Amenhotep IV was Akhenaten's old name? Or if there was a period of joint rule, potentially lasting up to 12 years. Some vehemently oppose the idea of a lengthy co-regency between the two rulers, advocating for none at all, or at least one that lasts a maximum of 2 years. Well, in 2014, archaeologists discovered the names of both pharaohs engraved on the wall of Luxor tombs belonging to the vizier Amenhotep II. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities deemed this as conclusive evidence that Akhenaten and his father co-ruled for a minimum of 8 years, as determined by the tomb's dating. But nevertheless, other Egyptologists have raised doubts about this conclusion. They argue that the inscription merely indicates that construction on Amenhotep II's tomb began during Amenhotep III's rule, and was simply completed under Akhenaten's reign. Therefore, Amenhotep II likely intended to show his respect to both rulers, which is a pretty good idea, if you ask me. Well, Akhenaten did eventually ascend to the throne under the name of Amenhotep, most probably in 1353 or 1351, because do remember he didn't change his name till later on. The exact age of Amenhotep IV when he performed this action remains a little uncertain, but we do have estimates varying from 10 years old to 23 years old. It's probable that he was crowned in Thebes, and a little less probable that he was crowned in Memphis or Armant, but it may have happened. His initial reign adhered to the established customs and practices of the pharaohs. Business as usual, more or less. We don't know what he was thinking in the background. He did not promptly commence redirecting this adoration towards the Aten and creating distance between himself and other deities. His religious policies were not premeditated or part of a pre-existing plan, it seems, but rather developed slowly during his reign. Now, there is one Egyptologist, Donald B. Redford, that provides 3 pieces of evidence to substantiate this. Initially, extant inscriptions indicate that Amenhotep IV engaged in the act of venerating multiple deities. Pretty normal. We're talking the big ones: Atum, Anubis, Osiris, Hathor, the Eye of Ra, and all the dream team of the Egyptian pantheon. Also, the texts from this period do make mention of the gods, that is with a S on the end, and every god and every goddess, so certainly not a monotheistic practice. That the high priest of Amun remained actively involved during the 4th year of Amenhotep IV's reign. Furthermore, despite relocating his capital from Thebes to Akhenaten, which we'll get to later, the pharaoh initially paid tributes to Thebes in his royal title, referring to himself as Amenhotep, the divine ruler of Thebes. Acknowledging the significance of Thebes, he also referred to the city as Southern Heliopolis, the primary center of worship for the sun god Ra. Furthermore, he refrained from demolishing temples dedicated to other deities, and in fact, he carried on with his father's architectural endeavors at the precinct of Amun-Re in Karnak. This individual adorned the walls of the precinct's 3rd pylon with depictions of his own act of worship towards Ra, represented in the customary manifestation of a man with the head of a falcon. Well, during the early years of Amenhotep IV's reign, artistic representations remained pretty much unchanged. The tombs constructed or finalized during the initial years of his reign, such as those belonging to Keruef, Parenefer, and Ramesses, exhibit the pharaoh depicted in the conventional artistic manner. Amenhotep is depicted on the west wall of Ramesses' tomb, seated on a throne, while Ramesses is shown in front of the pharaoh. On the opposite side of the doorway, there is a depiction of Amenhotep IV and Nefertiti in the window. Oh, by the way, I should have mentioned that his wife was Nefertiti. Should have name-dropped that earlier. Oh well, we're here now. Well, the Aten, represented as a sun disk, is also shown in these artworks. Now, Amenhotep IV and Nefertiti are depicted seating on a throne in Parenefer's tomb, with a sun disk placed above the pharaoh and his queen. Despite maintaining the worship of other deities, Amenhotep's primary objective in his initial construction project was to establish new religious sites dedicated to Aten. He commissioned the building of temples or shrines dedicated to the Aten in various cities throughout the country, including Bubastis, Tel el-Borg, Memphis, Heliopolis, and many other cities. In addition, he commissioned the establishment of an expansive temple compound devoted to the Aten in Karnak, located in Thebes, to the northeast of the sections of the Karnak complex dedicated to Amun. The Per-Aten, also known as the Aten Temple Complex, was comprised of multiple temples with surviving names: the Gempaten, the Hit-Benben, Rud-Menu, Teni-Menu, and the Seken-Aten. He also arranged a Sed festival during his second or third regnal year. Now, what is a Sed festival? Well, there were ceremonial rituals performed to revitalize an aging pharaoh. They typically occurred for the first time around the 13th year of a pharaoh's rule, and then recurred approximately every 3 years. Egyptologists can only conjecture about the reasons behind Amenhotep IV's arrangement of a said festival, considering that he was probably still in his early 20s at the time, and really being that young, he shouldn't have needed much revitalizing. Well, several historians interpret this as proof of a joint rule between Amenhotep III and Amenhotep IV, suggesting that Amenhotep IV's said festival occurred at the same time as one of his father's festivities. Well, some theorize that he deliberately scheduled this festival 3 years after his father's passing, in order to assert that his rule was effectively an extension of his father's reign. The belief is also held that the festival was conducted to pay tribute to the Aten, the deity on whose behalf the pharaoh governed Egypt. Alternatively, it is believed that the said festival honored both the pharaoh and the god simultaneously. 2 birds, 1 stone, as Amenhotep III was considered to have merged with the Aten after his demise. Additionally, the ceremony may have served to symbolically imbue Amenhotep IV with vigor prior to his significant undertaking, i.e. the establishment of the Aten cult and the creation of the new capital, Akhenaten, which by the way means the Aten gleams, or the Aten shines. Now, irrespective of the purpose of the celebration, Egyptologists assert that Amenhotep IV only presented offerings to the Aten, rather than the customary practice of making offerings to multiple gods and goddesses. It was all about the new kid in town. Well, there are 2 extant copies as well of a letter addressed to the pharaoh by Epi, the high steward of Memphis, and they're among the last documents that mention Akhenaten as Amenhotep IV. The discovered letters, located in Gurob, convey to the pharaoh that the royal estates in Memphis are in a state of good organization, and that the temple of Ptah is prosperous and doing quite well. These letters are specifically dated to the 5th year of the pharaoh's reign, on the 19th day of the 3rd month of the growing season, and approximately 1 month later, on the 13th day of the 4th month of the growing season, it is observed that one of the boundary stelae at Akhenaten already bore the name Akhenaten, indicating that the pharaoh had altered his name between the time of these 2 inscriptions. Thus, he changed his regal name as a manifestation of his unwavering love and dedication to the Aten. He would abandon that previous name of Amenhotep IV and completely disassociate himself from the god Amun, instead fully devoting himself to the worship of the Aten. Now there is a discussion regarding the precise interpretation of Akhenaten as his newly adopted personal name. The term Ak has multiple possible translations, and it's a bit tricky. Some of them mean satisfied, effective spirit, or serviceable too. So we can pick from a few translations that are pretty much what he was getting at, whether that be serviceable to the Aten, the spirit of the Aten, or Aten is satisfied. Of course, when you put it back into the English, I suppose it doesn't make too much sense. I don't think back when he chose his name he was thinking about how it would be translated effectively. Well, simultaneously with his modification of his royal title, he issued a decree on the 13th day of the 4th month of the agricultural season, ordering the construction of a new capital city called Akhenaten, which translates to the horizon of the Aten, or the Aten gleams. These days they don't call it that, though. They call it Armana. Well, the most documented events in Akhenaten's life, according to Egyptologists, are relatable to the establishment of this city. Numerous boundary stelae were discovered around the city, serving as markers to define its limits. The pharaoh selected a location that was equidistant from Thebes, the contemporary capital, and Memphis, situated on the eastern bank of the Nile. Now this site was characterized by a wadi and a natural depression in the adjacent cliffs, which created a silhouette that resembled the horizon hieroglyph. Furthermore, the site had formerly been devoid of human habitation. Based on the inscriptions found on a boundary stela, the site was deemed suitable for the establishment of Aten city because it did not belong to any deity, ruler, or any group that could assert ownership to it. The reasons behind Akhenaten's decision to establish a new capital and abandon Thebes remain a little uncertain. The boundary stela that provided information about the establishment of Akhenaten are in a somewhat damaged state, particularly in the section that probably explained the reasons behind the pharaoh's decision to relocate, and that's a horrible tragedy, of course. The fragments that do survive assert that the events that transpired with Akhenaten were a little more severe than any of the previously reported during his reign, surpassing even the accounts heard by other monarchs. Now these fragments also imply the existence of derogatory remarks made against the Aten. Egyptologists suggest that Akhenaten may have been alluding to a confrontation with the clergy and adherents of Amun, the deity revered as the guardian of Thebes. And of course, those who were worshipping Amun and pretty much had an entire career around it were not too happy with the shake-up in the pantheon's leadership, that's to be sure. While the magnificent temples of Amun, including Karnak, were situated exclusively in Thebes. During the earlier period of the 18th dynasty, particularly under the reigns of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, the priests in Thebes gained significant influence. This was made possible by the pharaohs generously dedicating a substantial portion of Egypt's increasing wealth to the worship of Amun. Consequently, it's been suggested that Akhenaten's decision to establish a new capital may have simply been an attempt to distance himself from the powerful priests of Amun and the deity himself. Well, Akhenaten itself was a meticulously designed urban settlement, featuring the imposing Great Temple of the Aten and a few other smaller temples surrounded by opulent royal dwellings, an administrative hub for record-keeping, and all of the various governmental edifices, all situated within the very heart of the city. Akhenaten commissioned the construction of certain buildings, including the Aten temples, as stated in the boundary stela that established the city. The whole point of the city was to worship Aten. Well, it was rapidly constructed too, using novel construction techniques that employed significantly smaller building blocks compared to those used by previous pharaohs. The Talatats, which were ancient Egyptian building blocks, had dimensions of about half by 1 cubits, which is approximately 27 by 27 by 54 centimeters. Due to their smaller weight and standardized size, they were more efficient to use in construction compared to heavier blocks of different sizes. By the 8th regnal year, Akhenaten had reached a level of development that allowed it to be inhabited by the royal family themselves. But Akhenaten and his family were only accompanied by their most devoted followers to the new city. Not everybody was keen to pack up and leave to live in the middle of the desert. Well, during the period from year 5 to year 8, construction activities in Thebes also started to decline. The construction of the Theban Aten temples was also halted, and the workers who were involved in building the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were moved to the workers' village at Akhenaten. Nevertheless, construction activities persisted in other regions of Egypt, as prominent religious hubs like Heliopolis and Memphis also witnessed the erection of temples dedicated to Aten. The Amarna letters have yielded significant evidence regarding Akhenaten's reign and his approach to foreign policy too. We have a cache that consists of 382 diplomatic texts, as well as literary and educational materials that were found between 1887 and 1979. The great thing about having a lot of these Near Eastern artifacts is many of them are carved on clay tablets. It makes it very handy to preserve them. It is referred to as the Amarna letters, named after the Akhenaten city's capital Akhenaten, which is now known as Amarna. The diplomatic correspondence consists of clay tablet messages exchanged among Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun. These messages cover a wide range of topics, including communication between Egyptian military outposts, discussions with rulers of vassal states, and interactions with foreign rulers. We're talking the big Bronze Age states: Babylonia, Assyria, Canaan, Arzawa, Mitanni, and even the Hittites up in Anatolia. Which, well, I guess the Hittites are my favorite. I like talking about the Hittites. Go watch my video on the Hittites. You'll enjoy it. Well, the Amarna letters depict the geopolitics of the Eastern Mediterranean that Akhenaten inherited from his predecessors. During the 2 centuries before Akhenaten became ruler, after the Hyksos were forced out of Lower Egypt at the end of the Second Intermediate Period, the kingdom's power and military strength grew significantly. Thutmose III, who reigned about a century before Akhenaten, significantly enhanced Egypt's influence through various military expeditions in Nubia and Syria. Egypt's territorial expansion resulted in a clash with the Mitanni, but this conflict ultimately concluded with the two nations forming an alliance. But gradually, the influence of Egypt began to diminish. Amenhotep III sought to preserve the equilibrium of power by strategically forming alliances through matrimonial unions, such as his marriage to Taduk-Hipa, the daughter of the Mitanni king Tushratta, and by establishing vassal states. During the reigns of Amenhotep III and Akhenaten, Egypt lacked the capacity or even the willingness to resist the emergence of the Hittite Empire in the region of Syria. During a period of shifting power among Egypt's neighboring states and rivals, the pharaohs appeared to deliberately avoid engaging in any kind of military conflict. Meanwhile, the Hittites were quite confrontational. They even had chariots, and they surpassed the Mitanni in terms of influence. Akhenaten displayed a clear concern regarding the growing influence of the Hittite Empire, led by Suppiluliuma I during the early years of his rule. You see, if the Hittites had successfully attacked Mitanni and its ruler Tushratta, it would have had significant impact on the international balance of power in the ancient Middle East. This was because Egypt had already made peace with Mitanni, and as a result, some of Egypt's vassals would have likely changed their loyalties and aligned with the Hittites, as subsequent events would demonstrate. A coalition of Egypt's allies, who made an unsuccessful attempt to revolt against the Hittites, were apprehended and taken care of. I'm sure they regretted that. Well, they composed letters imploring Akhenaten for military assistance, begging even, but he more or less just ignored them. He seemed to not care at all, too busy setting up his own little city. Indications point to the fact that the problems occurring on the northern border resulted in challenges in Canaan, specifically in a power struggle between Labiah of Shechem and Abdi-Heba of Jerusalem. The situation necessitated the pharaoh's intervention in the region, who sent Medjay troops northwards. Akhenaten deliberately declined to provide assistance to his vassal Urib-Hadar of Byblos, whose kingdom was under siege by the advancing state of Amurru, led by Abdi-Ashirta, and later Aziru, the son of Abdi-Ashirta. Despite Urib-Hadar's repeated appeals for help, the pharaoh chose to not intervene. Urib-Hadar corresponded with Akhenaten by writing a total of 60 letters, each one of them becoming increasingly more desperate for help. But Akhenaten ignored them all and even grew tired of the incessant letters, and he did reply once back, remarking to him, "You are the individual who writes to me more frequently than all the other mayors or Egyptian vassals." Urib-Hadar failed to understand that the Egyptian king had absolutely zero intention of mobilizing and sending a complete army to the north solely to maintain the existing political situation of a few insignificant little city-states on the outskirts of Egypt's Asiatic Empire. Thus, Urib-Hadar was subjected to the most severe of consequence, his banishment from Byblos as a result of a coup orchestrated by his own brother, Ilirabi, as indicated in a single correspondence. After failing to receive assistance from Akhenaten, he sought help from Aziru, his sworn adversary, to regain his position as ruler of his city. But Azero quickly sent him to the king of Sidon as a prisoner. And we don't really know what happened, but most likely he would have been paraded through the streets and eventually put to death once everybody had had enough fun jeering him. Well, Akhenaten's reign is only associated with one military campaign that is known with certainty. During his 2nd or 12th year of his rule, commanded by his viceroy of Kush, Tuthmose, to lead a military campaign with the purpose of suppressing a rebellion and stopping the raids on Nile settlements by Nubian nomadic tribes. Nubians coming up from the south, by the way. Egyptians would often use them as mercenaries, though they were quite good fighters, which is added to the point where it gets a little bit scary when the Nubians are fighting against you rather than with you. Uno reverse card, I suppose. Well, anyway, Akhenaten was victorious, and the triumph was memorialized on 2 stelae, one unearthed at Amada and another at Buen. But there is disagreements among some Egyptologists regarding the scale of the campaign, as some believed it to be a relatively minor police operation, whereas others think it was a large-scale war. Let's cross our fingers and hope that we find some other tablets under the ground somewhere. I'm sure there's plenty still out there, buried, waiting to be found. That's what's so fascinating about Bronze Age archaeology, because we know that the clay tablets, they stick around for so long. At any moment, you could be walking through the Near or Middle East, or Egypt, and you could just come across one of these great little tablets under the ground, just as they did with the Rosetta Stone. We never know what we're going to find. But there are alternative opinions that have been put forward by Egyptologists that propose that Akhenaten may have engaged in military conflict in Syria or the Levant, potentially targeting the Hittites. Cyril Aldred, based on the Amarna letters detailing Egyptian military maneuvers, suggests that Akhenaten initiated an ill-fated conflict in the vicinity of Gezer. Conversely, Mark Gabolde contended for an unsuccessful expedition near Kadesh. That is the Kadesh of the battle from Ramesses II, by the way. Now, one of the campaigns mentioned on Tutankhamun's restoration stela could be the military expedition to Jay, which aimed to expand Egypt's territory in southern Canaan and Syria. However, this campaign seems to have been ultimately unsuccessful. John Coleman Darnell and Colleen Manasseh contended that Akhenaten engaged in a conflict with the Hittites over the dominion of Kadesh, but his efforts proved to be fruitless. The city remained under Hittite control until Seti I recaptured it, and that was about 60 or 70 years later. But in general terms, archaeological findings indicate that Akhenaten closely monitored the activities of Egyptian vassals in Canaan and Syria. However, he primarily relied on reports from government officials and agents rather than correspondence like the letters discovered at Amarna. He successfully maintained Egypt's dominion over its central Near Eastern empire, encompassing present-day Israel and the Phoenician coast, without engaging in hostilities with the formidable and assertive Hittite Empire led by Suppiluliuma I. The Hittites had surpassed the Mitanni as the dominant force in the northern area of the region. The Hittites only managed to capture the Egyptian border province of Amuru in Syria, however, located near the Orontes River, and this happened when Aziru, the ruler of Amuru, switched his allegiance to the Hittites. Akhenaten summoned Aziru to come to Egypt, but eventually released him after receiving a promise of loyalty. Well, Aziru, however, quickly betrayed this promise and went running straight back to Suppiluliuma. Well, we don't have much knowledge regarding the final 5 years of Akhenaten's rule, which commenced around 1341 or 1339. The historical records from these years are pretty scarce, with only a small number of existing contemporary evidence remaining. The limited amount of information makes it very challenging to reconstruct what was actually going on. Consequently, the topic is highly debated and even controversial among Egyptologists. We don't want to go into any fan fiction, because that would just be silly. But we can talk about the little bits of evidence that we have and engage in some educated guesses. Yeah, let's use that word instead. Well, one of the most recent pieces of evidence is an inscription found in 2012 at a limestone quarry in Deir el-Bersha, which is located just north of Akhenaten. The inscription dates back to the 16th year of the pharaoh's reign. The text pertains to a construction endeavor in Amarna, and it confirms that Akhenaten and Nefertiti were still a reigning couple, merely 1 year prior to Akhenaten's demise. The inscription is dated to the 16th year, 3rd month of Akhet, and the 15th day of the reign of Akhenaten. Prior to 2012 unearthing of the inscription, most of the recent documented events with a specific date in Akhenaten's reign was ceremonial gathering in the 12th year of his rule. During this event, the pharaoh and his royal family were presented with gifts and offerings from allied nations and subordinate states at Akhenaten. The inscriptions display acknowledgments from Nubia, the land of Punt, Syria, the kingdom of Hattusa, and the islands in the Mediterranean Sea and Libya. This year 12 celebration is regarded as a pinnacle of Akhenaten's rule, and historians have gained knowledge about the presence of the royal family, consisting of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their 6 daughters, at the royal reception through the reliefs found in the tomb of the courtier Merye II. Nevertheless, it's kind of uncertain regarding the factors that contributed to the reception. Possible events include the commemoration of the union between the future pharaoh I and Te, the observance of Akhenaten's 12-year reign, the summoning of King Aziru of Amuru to Egypt, the triumphant military conquest at Sumur in the Levant, a successfully military expedition in Nubia, Nefertiti's rise to power as co-regent, and also the finalization of the construction of the new capital Akhenaten. Well, after completing year 12, it is suggested that Egypt was affected by an epidemic, most probably a plague. Current evidence indicates that a devastating plague spread throughout the Middle East during this period, and it is possible that ambassadors and delegations who attended Akhenaten's 12th-year reception introduced the disease to Egypt, carrying it in with them. Alternatively, correspondence from the Hyksos may indicate that the epidemic had its source in Egypt and was subsequently spread across the Middle East by Egyptian prisoners of war. Well, irrespective of its source, the epidemic may have caused multiple deaths within the royal family during these final 5 years of Akhenaten's reign, including 3 of his daughters, Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and Setet-Penre. Akhenaten may have co-ruled with Smenkhare and Nefertiti for several years before his death. Smenkhare may have served as Akhenaten's co-regent around the 13th or 14th year of his reign, but passed away after a few years. Nefertiti's assumption of the co-regent role may have occurred after the 16th year, as indicated by a stela still referring to her as Akhenaten's great royal wife. The familial connection between Nefertiti and Akhenaten is also established, but it remains uncertain whether they shared a blood relationship. They may have been very far-removed cousins, something like this. Smenkhare's possible familial relationship to Akhenaten is also uncertain, as he could have been neither his son nor elder brother. In terms of archaeological evidence, it suggests that Smenkhare was married to Merit-Arten, the eldest daughter of Akhenaten. And we also have the co-regency stela found in a tomb at Akhenaten, which may depict Nefertiti as Akhenaten's co-regent. Akhenaten's reign lasted for 17 years, and he was first interred in a tomb located in the royal wadi to the east of Akhenaten. The directive to build the tomb and inter the pharaoh was recorded on a boundary stela marking the limits of the capital. It stated that a tomb shall be constructed for Akhenaten in the eastern mountain. It requested that the burial take place within the millions of jubilees that were ordained for him by his father Aten. And after the burial, Akhenaten's sarcophagus was damaged and abandoned at the Akhenaten necropolis. But don't worry, it was later restored in the 20th century, and it's currently housed in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, at least as of 2019. Although Akhenaten's sarcophagus was left behind, his mummy was taken out of the royal tombs after Tutankhamun left Akhenaten and went back to Thebes. It is probable that it was relocated to the tomb KV-55 in the Valley of the Kings near Thebes. But of course, it was violated later on, most probably in the Ramesside era. Well, following the death of Akhenaten, the Aten cult pretty much fell apart completely, leading Tutankhaten to change his name to Tutankhamun and completely desert Akhenaten, along with everybody else. His successors attempted to expunge him and his family from the historical archives. Under Horemheb, the final pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, Egyptians destroyed temples dedicated to the Aten and repurposed building materials for the new construction projects, including those for the newly reinstated deity Amun. That's right, he's back. Seti I, the successor of Horemheb, restored monuments dedicated to Amun and re-engraved the god's name on inscriptions. He removed Akhenaten, Smenkhare, Nefertiti, and Tutankhamun from official pharaoh lists to create the illusion that Amenhotep III was directly followed by Horemheb. And during the reign of the Ramessids, Akhenaten was systematically dismantled. and its building materials were repurposed, including in Hermopolis construction projects. Unfavorable sentiments towards Akhenaten were demonstrated through inscriptions in the tomb of the scribe Mose, where Akhenaten's rule is described as the time of the enemy of Akhenaten. Well, according to Egyptologists, the reign of Akhenaten and the Amarna period initiated a gradual deterioration in the authority of the Egyptian government and the status of the pharaoh in Egyptian society and religious aspects. Akhenaten's religious reforms undermined those traditional connections that ordinary Egyptians had with their deities and the pharaoh, as well as the function of the pharaoh in mediating between the people and the gods. Prior to the period of Amarna, the pharaoh held the role of being the earthly representative of the gods. They were considered the offspring of the deity Ra and embodied the god Horus. The pharaoh fulfilled their divine duties by performing rituals, making offerings, and ensuring the upkeep of the temples dedicated to the gods. In addition, despite the pharaoh's supervision of all religious activities, Egyptians had the opportunity to connect with their gods through customary public holidays, festivals, and processions. As a result, there appeared to be a strong bond between individuals and the gods, particularly the patron deity of their specific town and cities. Akhenaten, however, prohibited the veneration of deities other than the Aten, including during religious celebrations. In addition, he proclaimed himself as the exclusive authority to worship the Aten, and mandated that all religious reverence previously shown to the other deities should actually be redirected towards him. While following his death during the 19th and 20th dynasties, which spanned approximately 270 years, the dynamic between the people, the pharaoh, and the gods just didn't get back to the previous state and belief from before the time when Akhenaten kind of screwed everything up for everybody, if I may use those non-academic terms. Although the worship of all deities went back to how it was before, the connection between the gods and their followers became more immediate and intimate, bypassing the involvement of the pharaoh. Instead of relying on the pharaoh as an intermediary, a kind of middleman, Egyptians began to hold the belief that they could simply talk directly to the gods, and that the gods intervened directly within their lives, safeguarding the righteous and penalizing the wrongdoers. The deities assumed the role of their own envoys on earth, supplanting the pharaoh. What about Amun? Well, he regained his position as the supreme ruler among all of the deities. The king, however, ceased to be considered as such, as now God himself has assumed the role of king no more. Once Amun was acknowledged as the legitimate ruler, the political authority of the earthly leaders could be significantly diminished. As a result, the Amun priesthood's influence and authority steadily increased until the 21st dynasty, around 1077 BC. And when they were at that point, the high priests of Amun essentially became rulers, albeit de facto ones, over their own little regions of Egypt. And that's all I have for you. For Akhenaten. What a fascinating creature he is, or was. Well, thank you to the top tier patrons and supporters, Britt, Charles, Stock Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Erin, Scott, Gary, Doug, Ben, Melissa. Xerxes I, the fourth king of the Achaemenid dynasty of Persia. He reigned from 486 BC until his assassination in 465 BC. He succeeded his father, Darius the Great, and is most famously known for his invasion of Greece in 480 BC, including the famous battles of Thermopylae, Salamis, and Plataea. Although these military efforts ultimately failed and limited Persian expansion into Europe, Xerxes also focused on grand architectural projects, such as completing the Persepolis Palace complex, showcasing his capabilities as an administrator of an empire that extended from India to the Balkans. Despite the negative portrayal in Greek historical narratives, modern assessments recognize Xerxes as a significant ruler, whose reign combined ambitious military campaigns with impressive cultural achievements, showing once again the complexities of his leadership when the Persian Empire experienced its heights. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Back to the old times of the Achaemenid Empire today. We recently did a video on Darius the Great, so why not talk about the life of his son, Xerxes? Perhaps you recognize the name from the film 300. Well, newsflash. That depiction was not quite as accurate as many might want to believe. As we've mentioned, sources of the Greek times, well, they certainly paint him in quite a negative light. History's always written by the victors, I suppose. But we're going to try and get to the truth of it today while still talking about those Greek sources. We'll try and be as fair as possible. Now, before we start, how about you leave your thoughts in the comments? What do you think about Xerxes? And what else would you like to see in the future? Perhaps more Achaemenid kings, or perhaps something from a little bit earlier, back into the Bronze Age. Let me know, and I'll put it on the list. But let's get nice and relaxed for now, and begin the life of Xerxes the Great. Now, as we mentioned, Xerxes' father was Darius, who reigned from 522 to 486 BC as the ruler of the Achaemenid Empire. However, Darius himself was not part of the family of Cyrus the Great, the empire's founder. The situation was a little bit more complicated than that. He somewhat snatched the throne. Well, you gotta take it somehow, don't you? Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus, was the mother of Xerxes. Darius and Atossa wedded in 522 BC, and apparently Xerxes was born in 518. Yes, all a little complex. If you want to know a little bit more about Darius, well, go and watch the video about him. Should be in the Middle East playlist. Now, continuing on. The Greek conversation First Alcibiades states that Persian princes were raised by eunuchs, as it depicts their usual upbringing and education. Commencing at the age of 7, they acquired the skills of horseback riding and hunting, all pretty normal educational routes for a person of noble upbringing in the Achaemenid Empire. Well, upon reaching the age of 14, they would usually receive instruction from 4 tutors, each hailing from aristocratic lineages, who imparted wisdom, justice, prudence, and courage. Persian princes were instructed in the fundamental principles of the Zoroastrian faith, which emphasized the virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline. Do remember that we are talking about times that is around 1200 years, give or take, before the advent of Islam, when the majority of that area was indeed of the Zoroastrian faith, worshipping that Ahura Mazda. Well, that's the topic for a different video. I did one a while back, but perhaps I'll do a new one. Now, the discussion of the first Alcibiades further states that fear for a Persian is tantamount to enslavement. So once again, that goes to show these virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline, along with that self-determination. Well, upon reaching the age of 16 or 17, they commence their obligatory 10-year period of national duty, encompassing activities such as archery and javelin training, participation in competitive events for rewards, and engaging in hunting pursuits, all fairly normal and not just unique to the Persians. Well, subsequently, they enlisted in the armed forces for around 25 years, following which they were promoted to the esteemed position of elders and counselors to the monarch. During this era, it was common for families, such as Xerxes, to engage in intermarriage. Now, onto the sources that we have from Xenophon, another Greek historian. His portrayal of the education system among the Persian elite is corroborated by his detailed depiction of Cyrus the Younger, a prince of the Achaemenid dynasty in the 5th century BC, with whom he had quite a close relationship. It suggested that Xerxes likely had a similar background and schooling to Cyrus the Younger, but it remains uncertain if Xerxes acquired literacy skills. Do keep in mind the cuneiform systems of writing were extremely advanced for their times, and at this point, post-Bronze Age collapse, it had certainly moved beyond the point of mere record-keeping. We even have some epic poetry as well, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Tales of the Flood and Atrahasis. Once again, topics for a separate video, but I digress. Well, of course, the Persians did show a preference for oral tradition rather than written records, but that does not mean that they had a complete lack of written records. So, it is perhaps that Xerxes' upbringing and education may have been similar to those of later Persian rulers, such as Abbas the Great, who ruled the Safavid Empire in the 17th century AD. Well, either way, from 498 BC onwards, it seems that Xerxes had taken up residence at the regal palace of Babylon, which was about as regal as you could get in those days. Now, onto the military campaigns against Greece, which would certainly define the life of Xerxes, and of course his father, too. Well, during Darius's early preparations for another military campaign against Greece, a rebellion erupted in Egypt in 486 BC. Do remember, this is post the defeat at the Battle of Marathon. Now, this uprising in Egypt was triggered by the burden of excessive taxes and the forced relocation of skilled artisans to construct the royal palaces back in Susa and Persepolis, which is of course east of the boundaries of the Tigris River. Persian law mandated that the king select a successor before embarking on such a perilous expedition, kind of like writing a will of sorts, just in case. Well, in compliance with the law, Darius, when preparing to depart for Egypt, made arrangements for his tomb at Naqsh el-Rustam, located about 5 kilometers away from his royal palace in Persepolis. Furthermore, he designated Xerxes, his eldest son from Atossa, as his successor, Nevertheless, Darius was unable to spearhead the military expedition as a result of his deteriorating health, and he passed away in October of 486 BC at the age of 64. But, as with succession disputes, they're always a little sticky. Another, named Artabarzan, asserted his right to the throne based on his status as the eldest among Darius's offspring. Remember, he was not of the same mother. Now, in contrast, Xerxes maintained that he deserved the crown because he was the son of Atossa, who was the daughter of Cyrus. Xerxes further justified his claim by emphasizing that Cyrus had played a vital role in securing the Persians' freedom, therefore adding a little more weight to the scale. The assertion made by Xerxes was corroborated by Demaratus, a Spartan king in exile who was in Persia during that period. Demaratus further contended that the eldest son did not possess an inherent right to rule, citing Spartan law which stipulated that the first-born son, while the father is reigning, would inherit the kingship. Some contemporary academics see Darius's unconventional choice to pass the throne to Xerxes as a deliberate assessment of the specific status held by Cyrus the Great and his daughter Atossa, and that certainly seems to be the most likely case. But Artabarzan was born to Darius too, who was a subordinate at the time. But Xerxes was the firstborn son after Darius became ruler. In addition, it's worth noting that Artabarzan's mother belonged to the common people, if we want to use such lowbrow terms, whereas Xerxes' mother was the offspring of an individual who established the Achaemenid Empire itself. They don't call him Cyrus the Great for nothing. Well, either way, the scales were tipped in Xerxes' favor, and he ascended to the throne and assumed power after his father in the period of October or perhaps December of 486 BC, at the age of approximately 32. While Xerxes' assumption of royal power remained unchallenged within the Achaemenid dynasty, and among the subjects of the empire, thanks in part to Atossa's influential position and authority. Yes, unfortunately the writing was on the wall for Artabarzan. But hey, there's no harm in trying your luck. Well, upon Xerxes' ascension to the throne, unrest was developing within several regions under his rule. Nothing unusual, changes in management. Well, an uprising transpired in Egypt, which was already in a bit of a sticky situation in Darius's time, posing a significant threat that prompted Xerxes to assume personal command of the army in order to reinstate stability. And this also afforded him the chance to commence his reign with a military expedition. In January of 484 BC, Xerxes quelled the rebellion and replaced the previous satrap Pherendates with his full brother Achaemenes as the ruler of Egypt, following reports of Pherendates' death during the uprising. The quelling of the Egyptian uprising depleted the military forces that had been assembled by Darius throughout the preceding 3 years. Consequently, Xerxes was compelled to assemble a new military force for his campaign in Greece, which was a process that was going to consume another 4 years. It's not easy getting that many men. Well, Babylon had frequent turmoil too, and they rose against Xerxes on at least 2 occasions throughout his reign. The initial uprising occurred in either June or July of 484 BC, and was spearheaded by a dissident named Bel Shimane. The uprising led by Bel-Shimane was admittedly quite brief, as evidenced by Babylonian records, which only trace a span of 2 weeks during his reign. You can imagine what they did to him. Well, after a span of 2 years, Babylon gave rise to another insurgent commander, this time by the name of Shamash-Eriba. Commencing in the summer of 482 BC, Shamash-Eriba successfully captured Babylon and even a few other adjacent cities, including Borsippa and Dilbat. However, in March of 481 BC, after a prolonged siege of Babylon, Shamash-Eriba was ultimately defeated. The exact reason for all the turmoil in Babylon is, well, it's a little unclear, which is not quite sure. Hopefully we can pull some cuneiform tablet out of the ground within the next few years that explains the whole thing. Better start digging. Well, it is possible, however, that the cause was tax hikes. And can you believe that? That people would rise up against their rulers for raising taxes? What a novel idea that is. Well, before these uprisings, Babylon held a unique status within the Achaemenid Empire. You see, the Achaemenid kings were titled King of Babylon and King of the Lands, and that suggests that they considered Babylonia to be somewhat distinct within their empire, yet still connected to their own kingdom through a personal union. Of course, there's all sorts of names for Persian kings, including King of Kings, King of all the lands, King of everything, King of the ice cream shop, whatever it is. There is a great many titles. Now, following the uprisings, Xerxes actually removed the title King of Babylon from his official position, and he reorganized this expansive Babylonian satrapy into smaller subdivisions, cutting them off at the knees a little bit, it seems. Now, according to documents written by classical writers, it is commonly believed that Xerxes carried out a rather ruthless retribution against Babylon in response to the 2 uprisings. According to these accounts, Xerxes dismantled the defensive structures of Babylon and inflicted harm upon the city's temples. According to the accounts, the Esagila suffered significant damage, and Xerxes supposedly took the statue of Marduk out of the city, potentially transporting it to Iran and melting it down. According to ancient authors, by the way, who claim that the statue was built completely of gold, apparently it was quite possible to do this. And of course, she had quite a lot of gold at the end. Well, according to contemporary historians such as Amélie Kurt, it is probable that Xerxes actually just demolished the temples completely. However, it's suggested that the narrative of him doing so might have simply originated from a negative attitude towards the Persians among the Babylonians. But there is uncertainty on whether the statue was actually taken from Babylon. Some individuals have even proposed that Xerxes did remove a statue from the cities, but rather than the statue of a deity Marduk, it was the golden figure of a man. Which man? We don't know. Could have been Cyrus the Great, perhaps. But still, we can't find that statue of Marduk. So I tend to believe that it was the statue of Marduk. You see, although references to it are somewhat fewer compared to previous eras, existing historical records indicate that Babylonian New Year's festival persisted in some manner during the Achaemenid Empire, and due to the transition of power from the Babylonians to the Persians, and the subsequent replacement of the city's influential families by Xerxes after the revolt, it is likely that the festival's customary rites and events underwent, let's just say, significant alterations. Well, in terms of the statue, if you are, in my opinion, going to demoralize an enemy, well, you must remember how Persian and Near East societies generally were with their deities. A lot of the time they were tied to this city, the patron deity of that city, quite like in ancient Egypt too. And of course the pantheon of this area was quite extensive. Taking away this deity, well, that's certainly quite a slap in the face, and certainly a terrible omen. Well, now that's just my opinion. But if I was Xerxes, that's what I would have done. Shame if they actually did melt it down, though. I hope they didn't. I hope it's one of those discoveries that we've not yet uncovered. Perhaps it's just under some ruin somewhere, a giant golden statue of Marduk. Very cool. Well, Darius perished while in the midst of assembling a second military force to launch an invasion of the Greek mainland, and, as we've mentioned, his son was entrusted with the responsibility of exacting retribution upon the Athenians, Naxians, and Eretrians for their involvement in the Ionian Revolt, the destruction of Sardis, and of course that rather embarrassing triumph over the Persians at Marathon. Hard to forget that. But starting in 483 BC, Xerxes made preparations for his voyage. He had the Xerxes Canal dug through the isthmus of the Mount Athos Peninsula. Provisions were kept in stations along the road through Thrace. Additionally, 2 pontoon bridges, which became quite famous and known as Xerxes Pontoon, were constructed across the Hellespont. Xerxes' armies consisted of soldiers from various nationalities, hailing from his vast multi-ethnic empire spanning Eurasia and beyond. These included the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Jews, Macedonians, Ionians, Achaean Greeks, Greeks from Pontus, Colchians, Sindes, and many others of smaller subgroups. As per the account of the Greek historian Herodotus, Xerxes' initial endeavor to construct the bridge across the Hellespont was unsuccessful due to a storm that caused the destruction of the bridge's flax and papyrus cables. Xerxes, in response, commanded that the Hellespont, the strait itself, be lashed 300 times and had shackles thrown into the river. That ought to show it. Serves the Hellespont right for not doing as it's told. While the second endeavor of Xerxes to construct a bridge across the Hellespont proved to be triumphant. Perhaps because of the lashes. Who knows? The Carthaginian invasion of Sicily resulted in Greece losing the backing of the influential rulers of Syracuse and Agrigentum. Now, while ancient sources attribute this to Xerxes, contemporary study casts more than a little doubt on this claim. Additionally, several lesser Greek cities, including Thessaly, Thebes, and Argos, aligned themselves with the Persians. Because do remember that Greece was not a unified entity then. Of course, the seeds were being sown for the Hellenic League, especially in the threat of the Persians, but usually when the Greeks were not fighting the Persians, they were busy enough fighting each other. Well, speaking of fighting, Xerxes emerged quite triumphant in the early skirmishes, and things were looking good. Now in the spring of 480 BC, Xerxes departed from Sardis with a formidable force consisting of perhaps 1,000,000 soldiers and a navy. Among his troops were 10,000 highly skilled fighters, known as the Immortals, as estimated at least by Herodotus. The most up-to-date calculations indicate that the Persian force, in its main number, consisted of approximately 60,000 individuals engaged in battle. Of course, if you read Herodotus, he will tell you that it was 2,000,000 or some ridiculous number like this. So do remember that if you are going to read the primary source on it, which I encourage you to do so, and we're about to read a passage from it, to take some of those numbers with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now, during the Battle of Thermopylae, a very small contingent of Greek soldiers under the command of King Leonidas of Sparta valiantly opposed the significantly larger Persian forces, but were finally overcome. According to Herodotus, the Persians successfully defeated the Spartan phalanx due to the treachery of a Greek citizen named Ephialtes, who informed the Persians of an alternative mountain crossing. Artemisium was disrupted by severe storms that caused significant damage to Greek ships, leading to the premature halt of the combat. And the Greeks, upon learning of their defeat at Thermopylae, decided to finally retreat. Now, as I said, we're going to read an account from Herodotus, and we do indeed have a lovely little account from him about the moments after the betrayal of Ephialtes. I'm sure that you're generally familiar with the events of the Battle of Thermopylae, so let's read from that now. Now, as the king was in a great strait, and knew not how he should deal with the emergency, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydamus, a man of malice, came to him and was admitted to a conference. Stirred by the hope of receiving a rich reward at the king's hands, he had come to tell him of the pathway which led across the mountain to Thermopylae, which, by disclosure, he brought destruction of the band of Greeks who had there been withstood the barbarians. This Ephialtes afterwards, from fear of the Lacedaemonians, fled into Thessaly, and during his exile, in an assembly of the Amphictyons held at Pylae, a price was set upon his head by the Philagore. When some time had gone by, he returned from exile, and went to Anticyra, where he was slain by Athenides, a native of Trachis. Athenides did not slay him for his treachery, but for another reason, which I shall mention in a later part of my history, yet still the Lacedaemonians honored him none the less. Thus then did Ephialtes perish a long time afterwards. Besides this, there is another story told, which I do not at all believe, to wit, that Onetas, the son of Phanagoras, a native of Carystus, and Corydalus, a man of Anticyra, were the person who spoke on this matter to the king, and took the Persians across the mountain. One may guess this story is true, from the fact that the deputies of the Greeks, the Philagore, who must have had best means of asserting the truth, did not offer the reward for the heads of Onetas and Corydalus, but for that of Ephialtes of Trachis, and then from the flight of Ephialtes, which we know to have been on this account. Onetas, I allow, although he was not a Malian, might have been acquainted with the path if he had lived much in part of that country, but as Ephialtes was the person who actually led the Persians round the mountain by the pathway, I leave his name on the record as that of the man who did the deed. Great was the joy of Xerxes on this occasion, and as he approved highly of the enterprise which Ephialtes undertook to accomplish, he forthwith sent upon the errand of Hittites and the Persians under him. The troops left the camp about the time of the lighting of the lamps. The pathway along which way they went was first discovered by the Malians of these parts, who soon afterwards led the Thessalians by it to attack the Phocians, at the time when the Phocians fortified the pass with a wall, and so put themselves under covert from danger. And ever since, the path has always been put to an ill use by the Malians. The Persians took this path, and crossing the Asopus, continued their march through the whole night, having the mountains of Oeta on their right hand, and on their left those of Trachis. At dawn, they found themselves close to the summit. Now the hill was guarded, and as I have already said, by 1,000 Phocian men at arms, who were placed there to defend the pathway, and at the same time secure their own country. They had been given the guard of the mountain path, while the other Greeks defended the pass below, because they had volunteered for the service and had pledged themselves to Leonidas to maintain the post. The Greeks at Thermopylae received the first warning of their destruction which the dawn would bring on them from the seer Megistias, who read their fate in the victims as he was sacrificing. After this, deserters came in and brought the news that the Persians were marching round the hills. It was still in the night when these men arrived. Last of all, the scouts came running down from the heights and brought in the same accounts, when the day was just beginning to break, and then the Greeks held a council to consider what they should do, and here opinions were divided. Some were strong against quitting their post, while others contended to the contrary. So when the council had broken up, part of the troops departed and went their ways homeward to their several states. Part, however, resolved to remain and stand by Leonidas to the last. End of the account from Herodotus. God, so good. Look, even though sometimes he blows things out of proportion, I just like reading Herodotus, okay? It's just good. Now, of course, we all know how the Battle of Thermopylae ended up. Of course, it was a valiant effort by the Greeks, but ultimately they were overcome. And following the Battle of Thermopylae, Athens was captured. But the Persians didn't quite get what they were expecting. You see, prior to Xerxes' arrival, the majority of the Athenians had evacuated the city and sought refuge on the island of Salamis. A little contingent endeavored to protect the Athenian Acropolis, however, and once again a very valiant stand, after which they were vanquished. Xerxes commanded the annihilation of Athens and set fire to the city, resulting in the creation of a well-documented layer of ruin. The Persians successfully acquired dominion over the entire continent of Greece, located north of the Isthmus of Corinth. But let's see how long they can hold it. Xerxes, against the counsel of Artemisia of Halicarnassus, was persuaded by Themistocles' message to launch an attack on the Greek fleet in unfavorable circumstances, instead of dividing his ships and waiting for the Greek armies to disband. You see, Themistocles was quite clever. I've done a full video on him. But he effectively buddied up with Xerxes and gave him very poor advice which was presented in a way that was, well, it was deemed as a very wise decision to attack, when really Themistocles was trying to bait him into it. Well, it certainly worked. The Greek navy emerged victorious in the Battle of Salamis in September of 480 BC. Subsequently, Xerxes established a winter encampment in Thessaly. Herodotus reports once again that Xerxes, out of concern that the Greeks may assault the bridges spanning the Hellespont and ensnare his army in Europe, made the decision to withdraw to Asia, bringing the majority of his forces along. Another factor contributing to the retreat could have been the ongoing turmoil in Babylon, once again, always causing trouble. Well, the crucial region of the empire demanded the direct involvement of the king, and he couldn't be in two places at a time. So, he left a group of soldiers in Greece to complete the military operation under the command of Mardonius, who, as stated by Herodotus, had initially proposed the idea of retreating. The Persian offensive on Greece was decisively halted the next year at Plataea, when the combined troops of the Greek city-states beat the Persian army. Now, just before we continue on, there is a very good account from the work entitled The Persians by Aeschylus that gives a much more poetic twist to it than I ever could. So, before we move on completely from the Battle of Salamis, I'm going to read from his work, The Persians. The night was passing, and the Grecian host by no means sought to issue forth unseen. But when indeed the day with their white steeds held all the earth resplendent to behold, first from the Greeks the loud resounding din of song triumphant came, and shrill at once echo responded from the island rock. Then upon all barbarians terror fell, thus disappointed, for not as for flight the Hellenes sang the holy paean then, but setting forth to battle valiantly. The bugle with its note inflamed them all, and straightway with the dip of the plashing oars they smote the deep-sea water at command, and quickly all were plainly to be seen. Their right wing, first in orderly array, led on, and the second all the armament followed them forth, and meanwhile there was heard a mighty shout. Come, O ye sons of Greeks, make free your country, make your children free, your wives, and fanes of your ancestral gods, and your sires' tombs, for all we now contend. And from our side the rush of Persian speech replied. No longer might the crisis wait. At once ship smote on ship with brazen beak. A vessel of the Greeks began the attack, crushing the stem of a Phoenician ship. Each on a different vessel turned its prow. At first the current of the Persian host withstood, but when within the strait the throng of ships was gathered, and they could not aid each other, but by their own brazen bows were struck, they shattered all our naval host. The Grecian vessels, not unskilfully, were smiting round about. The hulls of ships were overset, the sea was hid from sight, covered with wreckage and death of all men. The reefs and headlands were with corpses filled, and in disordered flight each ship was rowed, as many as were of the Persian host. But they, like tunnies or some shoal of fish with broken oars and fragments of the wrecks, struck us and clove us, and at once a cry of lamentation filled the briny sea, till the black darkness I did rescue us. The number of our griefs, not though 10 days I talked together could fully tell. But this I know well, that never in one day perished so great a multitude of men. End of the account from the Persians by Aeschylus. Pretty good, huh? Well, I'm sure you can imagine that by now Xerxes was feeling quite sorry for himself. But you can't win 'em all. Well, following his unsuccessful military campaigns in Greece, he retreated to Persia and supervised the finalization of numerous construction endeavors that were left incomplete by his father Darius in Susa and Persepolis. He supervised the construction of the Gate of All Nations and the Hall of 100 Columns at Persepolis, which are the most extensive and impressive edifices within the palace. Now, onto the construction of Apadana, which he also supervised, the Takara, also known as Darius's palace after his father, and the treasury, all of which were indeed initiated by Darius, were under the completion of Xerxes. Additionally, he commissioned the construction of his own palace, which was twice the size of his father's. His architectural preferences closely resembled those of Darius, however, but his were on a much grander magnitude. The exterior face of the Apadana was adorned with the vibrant enameled brick of the time. In addition, he upheld the maintenance of the royal road constructed by Darius, completed the construction of the Susa Gate, and erected a palace in Susa. In August of 465 BC, Artabanus, the chief of the royal bodyguard and the highest-ranking officer in the Persian court, orchestrated the assassination of Xerxes, aided by a eunuch named Aspamitres. Hyrcanian Artabanus gained renown not because of his famous uncle Xerxes, but because of his popularity among the religious circles at the court and his involvement in harem intrigues. He strategically placed his 7 sons in influential positions and devised a scheme to overthrow the ruling Achaemenids. Now, there is a lack of consensus among Greek historians over the description of events. Ctesias, in his work Persica, reports that Artabanus accused Crown Prince Darius, the eldest son of Xerxes, of murder. He then convinced Artaxerxes, another son of Xerxes, to seek revenge by executing Darius for patricide, that is, the murder of one's father. As per Aristotle's account in Politics, Artabanus executed Darius before proceeding to kill Xerxes. Upon discovering the murder, Artaxerxes executed Artabanus and all of his children. The general, Megabuzus, played a role in these political schemes of his own, and his choice to change his allegiance likely prevented the Achaemenids from losing all of their power over the Persian monarchy. And with that, we reach the end of our life of Xerxes I, that great ruler of the Achaemenid Empire that couldn't quite defeat the Greeks. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons and supporters, that is from YouTube memberships and Patreons. That is Dark, Carey, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, and Sally. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, and thank you for listening this far. If you're still listening right now, why not click the like and subscribe button? You're just gonna get more of this kind of history, but as always with this channel, you don't really know what you're gonna get. Perhaps one day we'll be in the 17th century Americas, and another day we'll go all the way back to the Bronze Age. Who knows? But we'll always have fun. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.